minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And we're here. Wait, why are you blurry?
I don't know. It's clear on my end. Better call Hitler.
What? You got the whole thing. You don't even know if you like it. You might hate the ending.
I like the first season. Breaking Bad is fucking awesome, and I got that whole thing and El Camino.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It. Oh, I love it, and it's got a shit ton of special features. Broski. I watched the whole show. Watched the whole movie. They called it during El Camino when they're filming that. They called Walt and Jesse, Bert and Ernie to like as code names. They called the two like Skinny Pete and Badger, like Kirk and Spock or whatever. They're trying to keep the filming of this a little low key so nobody knows they're filming a Breaking Bad thing, in order to like call them different characters or something. It was funny. Good stuff. Good shit, cool. Man. Good shit.
That's cool. I can't wait till you hate the ending of Better Call Saul.
We'll see.
No, I like the show. It's for my taste. I hate the ending of it. But you'll I don't know. We'll see if you like it or not. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's been a minute. A couple weeks ago, I actually forgot it was my birthday when you visited.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to meet Ricky in person. That was fun. Got to go.
That was cool. Went out, hung out with him, hung out with Justin Proper. We had a very competitive bowling streak while goofing off, essentially. So that was fun.
Yeah, honestly, I was like Ricky Bobby. I was either first or I was last.
Well, so we're consistently goofing around, but we'd like all be pretty close. We're all pretty even, like the whole time. Off by 10 or 20.
Yeah, no, it was fun.
This was retarded though. We came back and they're like, "Yeah, you can't bowl past 4:30. It's only like special ones." It's like 4:30. Like what?
Yeah, what? It's like what the.
In my neck of the woods, they do that. It was after Tuesday. 8 o'clock. They would do that after like 8 o'clock in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, it was Tuesday
for cosmic bowling and shit. But even then, they'd have lanes for families. They'd have like okay, there's only like 4 lanes open for families, but the rest of the things are taken up by whatever tournament or something.
Yeah, but what's up, Keely Chow? How's it going, man?
Keely Chow, good to see you again.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, probably Jeremy's show. I haven't kept up with him in a while, but it was cool to hang out with him and stuff. And he was nice enough to, we got to say it as family's lake house. That was cool. Mm-hmm. Cool. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm 32 now.
You're 32, old man.
Feels like a very old 32.
When are you gonna start buying some chocolate?
I don't buy chocolate. I steal it from Kroger. I get the good cacao, with a hint of orange. Or
do you remember where they first invented chocolate?
But I feel it's probably because of factory life and stuff, and being ex-army, years ago. It's just I feel beyond 32, and then being fat doesn't help with the feeling of doing this kind of work. It's like, but I'm trying to curb that. I'm starting to focus on specifically paleo, which isn't that hard for me. I know I'm fat, and that definitely was thanks to carbs. But like currently, last couple of years, I feel like I'm a pretty low carb guy. I'm a very high meat guy. I just need to be lean with my meat.
Lean and mean.
That'll be So, it'll be slightly modified because I think the paleo is kind of the sentiment is kind of retarded. because the idea is like, oh, we're eating Paleolithic style, we're eating pre-agriculture. It's like, yeah, but you realize humanity's evolved for like 10,000 years with agriculture. Like, it's not, grain is not bad.
For sure. Also got these.
Oh,
There.
her is really good, and Memento is amazing. Shining's overrated as fuck. Seven Samurai is okay, but it's like a 80-year-old film, so it's like I give it a pass. You know,
It was the template for half the things, showdowns and stuff. So
yeah, it's one of those almost
Why
like,
not?
but yeah, crazy time. Oh yeah, so like, I can't remember why I didn't stream last week. I think I worked.
Yeah, but I was like, "Are we streaming?" You're like, "I'm at work, bitch." I'm like, "Well, all right."
Well, yeah, I worked overnight and I didn't get up in time to like make it worthwhile to stream before work, so it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Am I winning, son? I don't know about that. So internet.
Are you winning, son?
Thanks for that. Well, the Republican Party is definitely. I don't know. Still short. We'll talk about it later. But Trump is convicted of 34 felony counts.
Well, you just got to Pokemon go to the polls and vote for Trump.
But it's like this attempt to like politically assassinate a candidate during election year. It's like definitely doesn't help widen the gap, you fucking retards.
It actually, if anything, it gets more eyes on him. It gets more people to look into stuff and see his attitude dealing with it and like him and vote for him probably. So.
Well, it's like what I don't understand is like from what I gather, just I have not looked into this case at all because I'm just like, oh, it's another king against Trump. It's clearly rigged,
right?
And but apparently it's for, I guess, paying off the porn star he was sleeping with, Stormy Daniels. And I don't get that, because it's like, if that's illegal, then how is like not like every NDA type of like settlement not like out of court settlements? How is any of that legal if like what he did's illegal? It sounds like ticky tack stuff. I saw some TikTok. Apparently, all the felonies that they've brought on him are up to like 4 years apiece, but they are like the lowest class of felony you can get. So it's just like, yeah, it's frustrating. Cause it's like, I don't know, man. Liberals are really good about, you got the Palestine thing going on. It's really got, if you lean into that, I think you're gonna have way better time than if you lean into Israel with the youth. And you already got all these soy boys scared of where people are still wearing face diapers. I don't get it.
Chin diapers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, chin diapers. I meant to tell this my friend yesterday. We were talking about policy, but I'm like, well, yeah, like Democrats, like regardless of the rigging they do and stuff, like they naturally, you see it through history, like the liberal side, the left side through history is really good at pandering to the crowd. They have all these sentiments that are for the common man, for the little guy, for the masses. So, and it really works. I think 2020, regardless of questionable results, I think they definitely rallied a lot of people to be against Trump.
Yep, pretty much.
But we'll look at
the strategy.
But I haven't watched this. But Critical Drinker, who I already don't like.
Most I think he's got some good stuff, but some annoying stuff, some dumb takes, some okay videos. But yeah, he has some dumb takes.
He's shown he's a grifter, like he's
and the fan film thing. I don't know how much he was actually involved in the making of his fan film for his book, but it just looks like the most generic thing ever. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, all right, sure. Very orange.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm waiting for this page to load. Don't know what the hell's going on here.
Don't know. Your page like, wow, using the internet again, using StreamYard, doing all this very well. Yes.
My
Taking a while to load. You gotta have loading music now.
yeah, all right. So that came up, but
Dum.
oh my god! All right, let me look up critical drinker.
The critical drinker. What are you looking up for?
Because I know he has. I've heard of a ass take about Furiosa, so I want to react to that because I just want to see what he says so I can refute it.
Main one I've heard is from The Quartering, where he's like, all these movies are doing bad lately, and then also girls suck. And it's like, what?
Oh man, that was crazy.
Like the way he words that is like just so unrelated. It's like, and also, this is why we don't see it because a girl. And it's like, that's not really the case, man.
Well, it's like I'm not necessarily against that take. It's just I don't know if you're trying to like play the YouTube grift, like you gotta like have all the like phrasing and the buzzwords for our side of like forced diversity, or you gotta say all these things that like, oh, I don't hate women, I just don't like them, blah blah blah, whatever, ham-fisted, this and that, lazy writing, shields, whatever. No, just say like, oh, they put a woman in a movie. It's like that's like what all the soy boys and anti-Phantom Menace people will say about any criticism when it is a female lead film. Is like, oh, of course. Oh, look, there's a black person in it, so it's woke from these retards. Like,
yeah.
Hey, what's up, Tevin Daniels? Well, the Trump trial part 1 is done. You gotta wait for the sequel, the appeals, and it'll probably go past.
This does sound like a TV show. I mean, big time. Court dramas are typically very intense and stuff. So having, it involving a president time with this, it's like, wow. And it's like, I'm just enthralled in watching Better Call Saul stuff and Breaking Bad. And it's like, oh, look, there's real things going on too now with legal shit that's interesting. So I was like, oh no, what's going on?
Yeah.
So much TV drama to watch.
Yeah. We'll get to that later. But yeah, critical drinker. His video is titled, for some reason it's got 1 million views already. A non-Mad Max saga. So all right, so he's got 2 videos. So he's got an initial video. Well, I guess we'll have to react to 2 of these. And maybe Nerdrotic as well, because he's like, why Furiosa flopped. Hollywood girl boss too close to the sun. What the fuck? Oh my god. Like, okay, here's the thing, people. I'm not a Mad Max guy. I tried to watch the first one years ago, and I'm like, I can't. This is just, there's nothing here. I just saw your shirt. Oh, it's good. That's good. I love it.
Yeah, I think I was gonna give this to you for Christmas, but I forgot to ship it to you. So
and then you're like, I'll just wear it.
I'll just have it. I can have it.
Oh, Tevin Daniels. Yes, we will win talking about the Ira statue as well. Yeah, there's a lot to catch up on. But yeah, I'm not a Mad Max guy. Never watched the series, but I just saw Fury Road and I liked it. I own it, and I just watched it yesterday because of seeing Furiosa, and I'm like, oh my god, like this whole movie is based on like that like quick line she says about like, oh, I'm from the Greenland, and like this like basically oasis in the center of Australia in the wasteland. And so now I'm watching the series. Just finished Mad Max, and I'm like,
how many movies are there in the series?
There's 5 now. There's the original trilogy.
I've seen like Thunderdome and Fury Road, I think.
Yeah, I've seen the Rick and Morty Thunderdome episode. That's my knowledge.
There's a lot of parodies of Mad Max. And Power Rangers did that a few times too, which is kind of funny.
I think it's like I'm very interested to like delve into the series and then start digging into Australian cinema. I want to see like the biggest
crazy Australians can come up with, mate. All right,
the most iconic Australian films.
Good governor. All right.
Yeah, it's like I was on a Western kick for a minute with Clint Eastwood. And I'm like, wow. I mean, Eastwood does have Westerns, but his mystique really is built off of 3 movies. And I guess Rawhide started his career, and then Unforgiven to kind of end his Western, iconography.
Mm-hmm.
He's got other stuff, but really he's known just for those 3 movies. The No Name,
Yeah.
or the Man with No Name.
I heard that there's a scene in Furiosa where she cuts off her hair to wear as a wig.
Yeah.
That sounds retarded.
No, wait. Okay, wait. Where did you hear this? First of all,
from Runner. Well, he said that that she does this so that when her hair is grabbed, she can slip away.
Yeah,
that sounded really stupid to me.
No, okay. So
really dumb.
Let me back up a bit before
Make
I address
it not
that.
sound dumb.
Oh, it isn't at all. Like the fact that like the way you're presenting it, I'm like, well, yeah, it sounds fucking retarded. Whoever told you the way they told you should probably not be friends with this person, if I'm being frank.
He reminds me of myself, so it's okay.
So yeah, not a Mad Max guy. Never grew up with it. Was interested to check it out because Mel Gibson. That's like his first big role. So he's like born in New York, but he grew up in Australia. I don't know what the connection of his family is down there, but he grew up in Australia for a long time, and then he came back to America because he's got born here. So that might if you watch stuff after the fact, listen to his voice, you're like, oh, that's why his voice is that way because he grew up Aussie. So I can kind of like hear that, knowing that. But yeah, like Fury Road's okay. It's the only one I own of the series. And then I watched Furiosa the other day, Tuesday, and I was like, when I saw the trailer for this movie, I'm like, this looks equal parts woke and awesome. I can't wait. I said that I told Rookie that when the trailer came out. Like, you see that Furiosa trailer? It looks fucking awesome. But because girl, I was like, oh, great. Well, yeah, I'm expecting wokeness. But then I saw it, and I'm like, oh man, like this is really good. It's simple but really good, crazy, over the top. If anything, I kind of hate how much CGI is in it.
Yeah, I've heard there's like an overabundance of that in there.
Overabundance for this series. This series is very much practical effects, stunt work, and even Fury Road. Even
it's
though
like in the desert, typically, right? So
yeah,
typically there's not too much need for CGI stuff.
In Fury Road, I'm sure there's CGI aside from like people dying in like road crash and stuff, but I'm sure there's CGI here and there. But
they still had a good practical.
It feels like everything's in camera as much as possible, and they're just like so you don't notice it.
Yeah,
this one is very noticeable. Like this is all CGI, and that was probably my biggest complaint. Otherwise I have no complaints to the movie. It was amazing, and it's say what you want. This might be like a force. This. What's funny is when you dig into Mad Max, like watch Half in the Bags review of Furiosa, and they're like, oh yeah, continuity doesn't exactly matter in this universe. These are all fables, and so you don't know what's true. And in the end of this movie, they even like kind of break the fourth wall with that idea, with the narrator saying like, oh, some say she did this to the guy, some say she did this, but she told me she did this. And so the whole context of the Mad Max is like these are all legends that a possibly unreliable narrator is retelling, and you don't know how it's been expounded or fabricated from the real events of the past. So like that's an interesting idea, like going into. So if you get any retards that want to cry about Fury Road and how like there's like a Force Awakens or prequel argument with the Mad Max franchise with the new movies. And I don't see it because it's like it's the same guy this whole time. This is what he wants to make, and he has like all the money to do it now and all the effects. This guy also did Happy Feet. The guy did Mad Max, and he did Babe. And I'm just like, what the fuck? The guy did Babe, did Mad Max.
Did the Legend of Babe? Wow.
Yeah, the Pig in the City. He did fucking Babe. Like that's crazy. This guy's all over the place. Can't. Like that's cool. He's like Ang Lee.
It's like the Hangover and the Joker or something.
Not exactly. That
I mean, like the director having a different genre is what I'm referencing.
No, my surprise is like I guess it looks weird when you have like a typecast actor like Jim Carrey. Then he does Eternal Sunshine, where it's like that's a very different role from his whole career. Very serious and dramatic. When he's like a physical comedy, like Three Stooges idiot, with his physical comedy. No, it's just shocking because it's like it just seems so out of left field. Uh, yeah, it's like the only thing I can think of right now compared to like Ang Lee with he did Crouching Tiger, and then he did Hulk 2003, and then he did Brokeback Mountain. It's like those are all three very different films. Anyway, yeah. At the worst, I would say Fury Road and Furiosa are like new entries to get people into the series. Like there is an iconography that is at least memeable with like Rick and Morty for the Mad Max franchise through like its relevance in film. But I've just never been interested. But Fury Road is like the window in, and then Furiosa, it's a prequel to that character from that film. Apparently, they're going to do an anime originally, and I guess they like everything fell into place to make this. So that's cool. And yeah, I really enjoy. Like I felt like the first time I saw Fury Road, I'm like, this is kind of exhausting. I rewatched. I'm like, oh, actually, it's like way tighter than I remember. It's way more just like succinct and kind of like perfect storytelling for the wacky universe it is. This one is like perfectly balanced of like stunts and action with a character driven story and expanding on the world, giving little intricacies to how it works and stuff. And what's cool is there's a little girl that plays young Furiosa, and she's in the movie like 40-50% of the movie. She does great. So addressing rookies retarded friends retarded take, explaining it to them retardedly. Furiosa, if anyone wants to say this shit's woke, here's the thing. In Fury Road, and especially in this one, she's a girl in the wasteland, and it's very obvious in the character's understanding that she's a girl, and that's a weakness that she has to avoid if possible. So the film is she's in her little oasis area, she's picking fruit with her sister, and then she hears something, and it's like these marauders, this biker gangs, scouts, they like found a horse and they're chopping it up to take back to camp. And she's cutting their fuel lines on their bikes, and she gets caught after the second bike. So they're like, oh, I'm gonna bring her to the boss, and I'm gonna, it's reward time. So he ties this girl up, he's gonna take her, and then the mother starts chasing them down with the sniper rifle. She's pretty good at tracking and whatnot. Takes them all down, and then it's two left. One gets killed, and then Furiosa as a girl pulls something, kills the gang. And yeah, once you meet Chris Hemsworth, he's kind of the main villain for Furiosa through most of the film. And he seems like something's kind of awoken in him with this girl. Maybe he sees his daughter in her, or maybe he's kind of hoping for a child bride. It's not really clear, but he seems very kind to her compared to how he kind of is to everyone else. And she doesn't respond to anything, and he seems frustrated. It's like there's like some emotional challenge that's never explained on his end, but you do learn, like, he gives her a little teddy bear. He's like, this was my kids, so he's trying to be personal, trying to be kind of fatherly, maybe
I am Thanos.
uncharacteristically.
I cared.
Yeah, it's kind of like Thanos.
I'm slaughtering half
way
the
more
people,
way
but
more
I
comedic.
look at the knife. Shut up.
Yeah, way more comedic, but it's like that. Yeah, he's very bombastic. He's kind of an idiot. He can't really like keep his
Seems
game
to be how
together.
to like to cast Hemsworth these days.
Well, no, this is like what you saw in Thor: Love and Thunder. Like, you would like if he was like this version of Chris Hemsworth comedy for Thor 4. Yeah, he's equal parts. Like, it's not that he's like a buffoon and nothing works, but like he's just trying to bite off way more than he can chew. He's got great ambition. He doesn't really have he's not incompetent, but he's just like way over his head in his goals. And but yeah, he's a layered character, and he essentially tries to take the Citadel, and that blows up in his face, but he ends up having kind of luck on his side and takes over Gastown. Anyway, once he takes over Gastown to try to barter some sort of like economic exchange, he strikes it with Immortan Joe of the Citadel, and there's kind of this like trio balance, this triangle balance of Gastown, Bullet Farm, and the Citadel. Citadel makes food and water, Gastown makes gas, Bullet Farm makes ammunition. So they all have like trade, exchange. And anyway, when he's like making this negotiation with Morton Joe, he he's got the girl with him, Furiosa, and she's got bright red hair and she's all in white. She's part of his little cohort now. And Morton Joe sees her and he instantly wants her for like a bride, one of his brides put in the vault. And so reluctantly, Hemsworth accepts, and Rictus, one of the sons of Morton Joe, is kind of getting creepy and handsy with her and sneaking her out of the vault and trying to like fondle her and stuff. So he's like really want to play with her hair. And so she like caught on to this. And so she cuts all of her locks and then fixes it to like cloth to like maintain that image. But if someone tries to fondle her, she like sneaks off. And it's like a one-time thing. So it's nothing really dumb about it. It's like
From the way it sounded was that this was her entire plan of like escaping, and that like if he happened to not grab her hair, then like her whole plan.
If he didn't try to sneak his father's unbedded child bride out of the vault, she would not have escaped. not that she wouldn't have planned on it and tried in a different way, but it's like it's a very Rictus specific plot.
The way I guess it was described to me was as if like as if there's like a lineup or something, and then patting people on the head, and then grabs her hair, and then whoop, she goes away or something, or she's like walking by, and then he whoop grabs her hair, and then whoop, she just speeds off or something. So I didn't have the visual of the scene or the context described too well. It was in passing for a moment anyway, but I was like, to me, I was just like, wow, like I'm gonna have my plan. I'm gonna have my hair on my head that is a wig now, and I'm gonna escape. Like that just to me was like what it kind of like, came off
it's
as.
her own
and then
hair.
It's like what if it's like all right, they grab they grab the wig and then they grab you when you try to run. Like okay, like that's what I was kind of assuming would happen, because like why would they not be able to get you still if you. I don't know. It just seemed
the way you were told
with the context you're describing of like that he's trying to be sneaky, that he might not, and he's already been able to fondle her before. Why would it be different this time? Okay, that's a little different for
yeah.
That.
Okay, so
Let's do it again.
She is basically a bartering piece for Hemsworth that he doesn't want to bar, but like, is she worth Gastown? No, like it's practical, to like. Man, that's my favorite Pokemon card, but I'll get a whole new deck if I trade off this one Charizard.
Right. You know the look on his face with what he's deciding.
Yeah, and
I'll lose this value.
Little detail. Her mother. So like they protect the Greenland. The Greenland is what they're always calling it. They protect it. The one guy that like would be able to talk, Furiosa like rigged something on the guy's like wheel to like slice his neck, so he never is able to utter which way. So it's like they come from one direction, but the way you pull into the camp is like north and south, so you can't like he's dying, so he doesn't even so like no one knows, and she keeps those secret to herself and they can't pry it out of her. She goes like some but yeah, so after she escapes, she doesn't really have anywhere to go though, because it's the wasteland and it's like the only place with food and water. So she pulls a Mulan and sneaks in and becomes one of like the workers and just pretends she's mute. And so everyone just grows up with her, and she never engages, keeps to herself. So she never really shows signs of like womanhood. She's always pissing by herself, little things like the classic Mulan setup in films of being one of the guys to avoid suspicion. And why does she do that? Because she's a woman who could get raped and easily taken advantage of and manipulated.
Yeah, you're a valuable Pokemon card, essentially.
Yeah, and if someone exposes her, it might work its way up to Morton Joe, and then you're like, oh, that's the bride. That was my bride that escaped. Like the womanhood factor is very like it's a very obvious underlying factor in her for her existence. So to say it's like woke in any way, it's like where when she in Fury Road, I kind of laugh because like the older I get, the more I'm like anti-democratic completely. I don't care. This like lie we're sold in America of in the West of democracy is key. This adoration for Athens over Sparta, etc.
Well, it's like,
It's
when
stupid.
Palpatine, the Emperor, is like, I love democracy. It's like, there's
That guess
probably
how Hitler
something
took
to
power.
it, you know?
Guess how Hitler took power democratically.
No, it's because you voted for Trump.
You could argue about like rigging people behind the scenes stuff, but yeah, it's all through a democratic system. Not to say that like he's the ace in the hole, like haha, gotcha, but like no, it's like democracy is rooted in like frivolous, fleeting populism. It's always going to fail because you got elected officials that don't have to stay around and suffer the consequence of what they vote for. So it's just funny. That's like my one neg. That's just like an aesthetic or conceptual that isn't a neg on the film. It's like, oh, of course, even this wasteland Fury Road film of like cool Mad Max being like a silent, well, not a silent, but a very mostly mute character, not involving himself with people too much. A loner. It ends with like we killed all the men and now the women are in charge and we're gonna like share the wealth, and they just like open the gates of the water and just gushing this water. It's like I don't know the lore. I saw Sony say something like, if I recall correctly, within 10 years of being run by women, the paradise was destroyed. Oh, you're talking about the Greenland. Yeah, I don't know the context though of why. But they mentioned something about that in Fury Road. That, like, she thought she's going to the Greenland in Fury Road, going home, and it's like, oh, where'd you come from? It's like, oh, past the mountains in the west. And it's like, she's like, so where's home? It's like, well, if you're here, you're like already past it. What are you talking? And so it's like that's like the swamps with like the guys on the stilts walking. Anyway, yeah, just like there's all these little details Fury Road or with Furiosa that was it was nice. It's a nice, fun film. I felt like excited in a way I haven't felt in a long time in the movies. So I'm just like, fuck, man, this is just a movie and it was meant to be fun and crazy and bombastic, and it's got like a simple direction for the character of like, revenge for her mother and being robbed from her home is like always underlying her character motivation. But then like things derail that and get in the way. She kind of escalates because of it in the ranks, and it kind of gives you background why she becomes a imperator in Morton Joe's group. I don't know what you call it, coalition, it's administration, whatever. But yeah, so you just witnessing this movie and hearing anyone say wokeness, like, what are you talking about? This is a very binary,
what the Drinkinator
might is right kind of film.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. So I guess we gotta watch 2 of these fucking retarded videos.
Well, put them on like 1.5 or 2 times speed or something.
Oh, of course. Let me get.
No, it'll be quicker. Very useful tool.
All right, let's see what dumb shit this guy says. Breeze. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Yes, I have seen Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, which is a terrible name for a movie that doesn't have Mad Max in it. I just want to point that out right away. But yeah, I've seen it. There's the good and the bad. I will say this, it's not overly woke in the sense that like the last film was. I did like Fury Road better, but just because this movie doesn't have woke elements doesn't mean it doesn't have flaws right off the bat. So the noticeable things that will annoy all of us here. The first,
off the bat, I gotta say, what do you? I just watched Fury Road yesterday, and I was paying attention for like female lead infraction kind of shit, just because we're tainted by this in the modern day.
Mm-hmm.
This movie's made like right before like Trump and Jordan Peterson and Milo, like all this stuff that became like microaggressions became commonplace, and all the things we talk about now that have shaped entertainment. This was like right before that. So I'm watching looking for anything, and it's like, oh, guess what? Like every bit of success any of these women have is only because Max happened to be a blood bag that gets stuck with the war boy trying to like get glory to snag Furiosa to get the brides back. And like pretty much every success besides Furiosa's driving skill, she has some snagging skill, but really her driving skill, know-how of the land, and being of the rank from a Morton Joe. That's like the only advantage she brings to the table. Like it's a lot of it's kind of like a X-Men film in a way. It's like it's very like just all hands on decks. You're not really but it's like all kind of rooted in Max being on the team. He's like the deciding factor, and so they only become empowered to take over the Citadel and possibly change how things are run because Max was on the team, because a man helped them.
Chris Gore probably has a review on the film threat channel, probably that goes into it. So
yeah, I'm just like, well, yeah, I'm gonna dig into this on my own, but I'm just like, I don't see how anyone could say this is like woke shit. The Fury Road, but
bald women
40 minutes
woke.
is Furiosa as a 10-year-old.
Right.
Straight up.
That's
It's
a long
like-
preamble.
Yeah, like okay, maybe the first 10 minutes, 40 minutes of young, and she's good. The young actress is very good, but did we need that much of a preamble? No.
Well,
I
so
will say some
hold on. So
fantastic
would you agree that that the first 40 minutes is preamble? Because to me, if it takes up that like 40
no,
minutes
it's just
time,
the movie.
Well, I was gonna say, so if it takes up 40 minutes of time, I'm assuming that it's not preamble, that this is till you get to that point in the story and then it continues, kind of like how
Furiosa movie, and so it shows a sequence of events of her being young and coming in the ranks of the, because she's been basically born secluded from this mad world in a functioning kind of like hippie. They don't really show you how anything works, but like you see the entrance, there's like windmills and shit, so there's some sort of probably electricity or milling of some kind to run things.
is it a commune?
I'm just
I'm just referencing Last of Us.
Last of Us, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they got horses. They probably, I think they at least probably have some know-how of mechanics because she gets on a bike, but it doesn't seem like it's her bike, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't.
Well,
it's not a preamble. I didn't watch this thing like, all right, here's the intro.
Well, so I was gonna say, well, it's interesting because you don't watch movies in that way at all. You do not watch them in terms of like at what point is what's supposed to happen based on like a movie structure.
Yeah, I'm not like, oh, there's the first act, and that's
which
like I don't
is actually so. I think it's good. I think that when filmmakers make this, they consider it, but they don't like just live by it. As they'd say in Pirates of the Caribbean, it's more like guidelines, if you would. You know, it's not a rule; it's a guide to. Okay, that's the typical structure. We're doing this though. That's different than that. So I was thinking of like House of the Dragon, where like if you were to be like, well, they should just start when they're full on adults and about to go to war. I'd be like, but there's all this other stuff that happens when they're like kids and younger. That is amazing.
5 episodes, those preamble episodes.
If we were to start at like episode 9, you know, if we were to start at episode 9 when they're all when their kids are grown up a bit and had their troubles when they were kids, and it's just like I'd be like, I mean, you can't just say 10 minutes of them as kids and then boom, they're adults and now we're good. Like, I don't know, that felt integral to their story. And I feel like if filmmakers are capable of doing it, like where they could have it where they're in the younger point for longer and then skip forward, that they should try. So I don't know, that's what it kind of feels like. Similar thing.
Next month is going to be so good. We got Acolyte, which we'll talk about because that's the new Acolyte news because of Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
The female leads. I'm excited.
Yeah, but so
it's either going to be good or it's going to be a woke dumpster fire. Either way, it's fun for me because I either get
we can trash on it or praise it, whatever.
Or I can laugh at it.
Fun. Yeah, but Chris Gore is like so he's not like he worked in film too much guy. He has commented on films a whole bunch and maybe worked on some fan films, maybe, or knows a lot of people that have done fan films, and he's been in like film media stuff for like 20 years probably, if not longer. So
guy
like
on
when
the
he's like when he's
periphery
taught
trying
when
to
he's
worm
saying
his way
when he's
in.
saying you shouldn't do like 10, you should have only done 10 minutes. Like I would only like that. I think that critique usually works if the 40 minutes is substanceless. If like there's only 10 minutes worth of substance in that 40 minutes, but if it's all good enough, tells the story. Some people will say that it's because it's a prequel, you don't need most of this information anyway. But I don't know, like watching El Camino, like it's even though it's an epilogue, they show flashbacks that what happens, but the stuff like with Todd, like when he picks up the gun from the passenger seat, like that's still like a tense scene that adds to the character that we didn't know before. So like that's what this whole 40 minutes is, I assume. I didn't see the movie, but you can correct me if I'm wrong on any of
It
this
shows
stuff.
you how conditioned he has made Jesse, and also watching Breaking Bad, like the weight of a gun for Jesse.
Well, I was about to say for Jesse, he might have. There could have been a bunch of things in his head. Like, if I kill him, then that kid could get killed. Like, would I be able to get to him? Do I know where I even am to get to him in time? Is this gun even loaded? Is he testing me? Is he going to get killed anyway? There could be a whole bunch of different things going on in his head with that moment, and he's been however many months in submission. And it's just like,
sorry, I would totally be like Michael Jordan. Like I did, like you were saying this, I didn't even think about the weight of Brock is over his head if he kills Todd.
There's a lot of. I felt like that was the main reason why.
That, but I'd be like Michael Jordan at the free time. Fuck them kids.
Well, but like at that point though, he's pretty much given up his chances to escape. He's just he offered pepperoni pizza, and he's like, that sounds pretty good. Like, so it's just okay, like a pet would, So that even though we know that he kills Todd later, and we're seeing the movie where he is later, that scene you'd think is unnecessary, but it adds to his character. So like, I don't like the innate prequel stuff are pointless. It depends on if the goal is to make you go, oh, are they gonna die like in Solo, or they keep on like baiting like Chewbacca and Han are gonna get killed, and so it's like, no, that shouldn't be what we're focused on. They failed to like introduce other interesting scenarios for the character to grow in that film, so that's why it was lame. But just because you could have done things interesting in prequels is the point.
Well,
so with this,
well, you're talking about prequels, so it's like usually it's like, oh, Solo, that's where the dice are from. It's like, no, who has ever talked about the dice in the Millennium Falcon?
But if Han had a chance to do something like really harsh and chose not to, or he did, even though we know that he's alive and whatever stuff happens, like that's a choice that we now add to his character that we didn't have before, and can change your perspective on somebody. If we watched Breaking Bad and didn't know that he allowed Jane to die, we wouldn't think he's as evil as he sort of is. But we see him watch her die. That's spoilers. That's a that's something about his character. That says a lot about his character and the events that causes him. Not his inaction caused a lot of deaths and stuff. So
I haven't watched much of Chris Gore. I am so to the film threat. But I see him. I know I've heard Vito talk about him. I can't paraphrase it, but I'll try. It's like understanding loosely his history with film or being on the periphery trying to get in. He's somewhat networking on the very edge of film people, but he's probably wherever he wants to do. He's not really done it. And I think
the most he's done. He's been on G4.
Yeah, I know. Like he's part of, if not runs, like the Film Courage channel, and there's a lot of good. I don't know really the
interviews and stuff with people.
I don't really know the value or like the stature of the people he's interviewing, but it's a lot of good commentary about like different aspects of creativity for film. I appreciate that. I like that.
Yeah,
but I feel like he's probably not made what he's wanted to do, whatever that is in the industry. And so he's like banging his head on the wall. It's like, I've played ball with all these people and it's not paid off. Well, how about I try this fucking YouTube griftosphere of zeros? And they're so hungry and desperate that all they got is Gina Carano on their roster. So
I think he hopped on board before her, I think.
No, sure. But
yeah.
But it's like, well, let me hang out these zeros that, maybe I agree with politically, and it's like, well, what do I gotta lose? I think it's one of those kind of things. because like I feel like he's just way out of his league with these retards. Besides Mahler's like a pretty good, like I'd put on Red Letter Media or above for his like critical analysis as like
Mhm.
you assume just like a common man.
And he doesn't usually partake in the same topics as they do for content and stuff.
Yeah, and so I just it's definitely disappointing. I just feel like you have potential to be so much better than these retards, and yet
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things of it feels fun being one of the smarter guys in the room.
yeah. Oh no, it's like
level.
it's finally all those video essays I made finally paid off.
They value his opinion highly.
now I can like make money on the back end by hanging out with them and people sub to my channel. Like, well, I'm sub, I might as well look at it, like it's just I don't know, it's disappointing. Jesus Christ, just hearing them say like, no, I expect this from like fucking ass face, but
I mean, so far that's not like the worst thing to say. I mean, just a lot of people feel that way with some things, like Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I mean, I felt like it could have used its time better in the
it's
beginning.
just a flat movie. There's nothing woke or agenda about it.
Yeah, but like in terms of its time usage, like they could have done better cutting to certain points faster or doing something else. I mean, cutting stuff out. But anyway, let's
see what more.
One in particular in the very middle of the film, and it is never topped at the end. So you get this fantastic, amazing action scene, and then nothing comes close by the end of the movie. And then the third act is dragged out with that typical, something new in Hollywood, a second, third act.
Yeah,
so this whole conversation. So like I have heard this already. I listened to this, and he talks about like the structure that you don't really pay attention to. So his complaint here will be like there's that huge action scene, and then there's like more story, and then there's like another climax or something to the end, which when you're watching, I assume doesn't register that way at all. It's
no, especially when it's fresh in the theater. No,
yeah,
I'm just taking in what you're giving me, and depending how much, if there's like a series, and if I know any of the series, then like I might start analyzing. Like, oh wait, okay, so it's like that was in the trailer. So like, we haven't gotten there, and then so it was like, all right, the time's whittling down. So I'll think about that with certain scenes.
So the Batman is kind of like what he's referencing.
Yeah, the Batman.
That's what he's referencing is what he thinks happened.
That's very obvious. I did not watch
it's like it should have ended, and then there's still like 20 minutes left of.
Yeah, I didn't watch the Furiosa and think, oh, this is dragging on. Like it's a long movie, because it's like Miller's trying to be epic, with his world, and I didn't feel like it was too long though. I just felt like this is a long story, like it's a 2.5 hour movie, and it's like a lot of car chase stuff. But I would say it's pretty impactful, or cool spectacle, and yet restrained. It knew like I can't just make another Fury Road, and so it doesn't really try. Instead, it like pivots to like be something else in the world. And it's like we've seen that, crazy shit. Like,
yeah. Stoney in the chat says, "You telling me a woman is a good driver? Immersion shattered. Immersion shattered.
Fictional nonsense."
And what's up, Tim Stock?
I'll address the chat after we watch this video. I'm trying to stay on topic.
Tim's in the chat too.
Yeah.
My friend Jim Agnew, who's a screenwriter, says every meeting he goes to, they're like, "But what's the second, third act? You don't need it. You don't need it. It's too long by about 20 minutes at least." But I will say, I don't think, and this will be maybe a point of controversy, I don't think Furiosa is a girl boss in the way that it's been defined by the Marvel movies and other stuff. He gets the shit kicked out of her the whole movie. In the same,
she loses her fucking arm. Like, that's what I meant. The dice. They show her fucking arm. They don't make like a huge point. Like, oh, that's where it happened. That she needed the arm. It's just kind of like matter of fact during action.
It wasn't. You remember how she doesn't have an arm in the other movie? That's how she lost the arm.
Yeah, it's like it's pretty. I think they showed it.
I am now Arm Solo.
Yeah, it's pretty seamless how because I was watching it, I'm like, okay, this is like at first I'm like, I don't know, maybe she broke her arm, but it seems like it's still there, so I don't really see like how does she get a robotic, or is it just like a medicinal thing, or they just don't know how to like treat maybe the compound fracture and oh, okay. She rips it off when it's already broken to get out, kind of like a coyote, you know. And then on her downtime, during the 40 Days War or whatever, she crafts the mechanical arm that we see. So, yeah, it was fine. Yeah, and it's funny because like no time when I watched this thing, Girl Boss, like that was kind of in my mind because of the culture today and the awareness
Yeah.
when the trailer came out. But seeing it, there was nothing in my brain besides like when is it ever going to twist? Are they ever going to pull that? But no, it's just a fucking movie about a female protagonist. Yeah, people are fucking right. The libtards in movie talk are completely right about these fuckers when they talk about they would call Underworld woke, they would call Tomb Raider woke, they would call Alien woke, they would call Terminator woke because it's got a girl boss. They absolutely would. They would call X-Men trilogy woke. Because it's very obviously a gay allegory the way they filmed it, because that was like the topic of the time back then. Most states it was illegal, so it's very obvious layering.
Yeah. Rogue didn't want to be gay anymore.
Yeah, it's like, man,
sense that like in the first Raiders movie, Indiana Jones he gets his ass, he doesn't win, you know, he just survives, and she really gets her ass kicked the whole film. And oddly enough, he has a male mentor, another driver, and they get romantically entangled. But then they do this. It's a weird thing. I don't know how to do this. You know, in movies when there's romantic interest and you see a male lead and a female lead, and there's a moment and they kiss, and you're like, oh, it's great. They like each other. And they care about each other. She it's right at the moment you're like, oh, this is the kiss. But they do this horrible thing they do in modern movies where they go like, let's press our foreheads together, and the forehead together that's like instead of a
what do you think?
He's reaching here. He's really reaching to like, oh, it's like nothing that we like have made a career in super chats off of, but it totally is because like they don't do exactly what you expect.
Well, it's like I guess I could see
the
I could see
head
different...
thing is like a salute. It's an embrace from her home of the Greenland. It's how they embrace. They show the mom and I don't know, auntie or friend or whatever before she takes off. Cause it's like, oh, let's go chase them to get Furiosa back. It's like, well, the two people are going to slow the bike down, and so the mom goes on her own, and so they know this might be last time they see each other, so they do this embrace.
It's so like, it's not like Cinderella meets
right. So when she's doing it with the guy,
or something, no,
she's like tying him to like what's in her heart, which is her old home that she's desperate to get back to, which he's even said like, because the whole thing is like she's like on the crew or whatever on Fury Road, and you see like a crazy action sequence, people trying to attack because they're transporting food from the Citadel and probably bring something back from Gas Hunter Bullet Farm. And so all the war boys are company, and they all get slaughtered, and so she's like the last one to like help clear the way of like the attack. In doing so, she loses her cap, so she disguises herself to not look female. She probably binds or just is fortunate to have like small tits. I'm not really sure. But she's like thin. She keeps her hair short. Well, classically, she keeps her hair short, but she has long hair up to this point. She loses her cap, and the guy sees it. So it's like, oh shit. So she's scared that he's going to like blow her cover, and then he says like, hey, like I'll teach you the ways of the road, and then help you on your way, build your vehicle, ever get to go over wherever you want to. I'll help you out. I'll teach you everything I know about road combat. So like, yeah, that little head thing, I don't know about other movies doing it, but this is like a film culture specific, like for this universe, what they've already established early in the film It's so God, however smart Chris Gore is, he's like fucking retarded right here.
Kiss. It's so I groaned when I saw it. It was so bad. You're like, oh my god. And the way she loses her arm will be people will be discussing it, I believe. So it's not what you think.
Did she give a really quick hand job and it fell off?
Well, I mean, she could have after, but
It friction burned and just started to ignite.
kind of.
Does she have to like chop it off because it's stuck in a piece of machinery or something?
Are you a writer, Will? That's a crazy good idea that might have been used in the movie. I can't believe you figured it out.
Was she in a car crash and a pane of glass got stuck in her leg?
No, that
Which made her lose her arm.
It's been done. But overall, I really enjoyed it. Not as much as Fury Road, but it's not without its flaws. But the thing is, I did like she got her ass kicked so much in the movie. You feel for her. You feel for her a lot, and that really saved it for me. So
that automatically puts it above 90% of what Hollywood produces nowadays, where they actually put a female character through some trials, and you feel bad for her as a result. Like, wow, like that's the sort of thing that Disney and Marvel and stuff would never do. So that by itself is something.
It's shocking. And this male mentor, not even in the trailer, not even discussed. It's a huge part of the movie that she has this guy that's like, I'll teach you things.
Oh,
Everyone
God
just
damn it. Ads. Ugh, I hate ads. Almost as bad as hating ads.
I have seen Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, which is a terrible name for a movie.
Why did it restart?
Jim Agnew went.
I'm back.
But then they do this. It's a weird thing. I don't know how to do this. In movies, well, I mean, she could have after, but
It friction
it's been done. But overall, I feel for her a lot, and that really.
I don't know how I lost my time, place people. Sorry.
Like,
It's shocking. And this male mentor, not even in the trailer, not even discussed. It's a huge part of the movie that she has this guy that's like, I'll teach you things. The wasteland is brutal. But at the end, this is going to be a weird way of putting it. How do I put this? It's like the movie does very well world building. The bullet farm, gas town, the characters we saw in Fury Road, how they get to the place that they are when Fury Road begins. So, but it feels like a season pass for a video game. As weird, it's like here's the new levels, and the fact that they're still calling it a Mad Max saga.
Is that a bad thing?
That I freaking hate.
Oh my God.
Is that a bad thing? Because sometimes having more content to something that's good is good, right?
Yeah, I legitimately. It'd be one thing if you just don't like the Mad Max, which I totally get so far. I'm like,
I'm sure that they
it's
like
a simple,
really
probably
old
budget
ones.
film of '79 where it's like, this is cool for like an indie creator back then,
Yeah.
And then like clearly from what I'm seeing in Mad Max 2, he's got more of a budget and he's going more all out, yeah, it's like honestly the name's fine because it's like Furiosa is like you hear that you instantly think if you know Fury, you instantly like associate it, and then a Mad Max story is like Mad Max is the franchise, all right, and this is a character from the franchise. It's like Andor. You're gonna put Star Wars in the subtitle,
yeah,
so people associate it because like,
well, yeah, I mean, I guess it is like a season pass, but I just don't see how that's bad.
It's honestly, I feel like he's really reaching to try to find.
It's not a mainline Mad Max the story.
Well, George Miller.
Spin-off.
Apparently, because they got another movie, Mad Max Beyond the Wastelands. So we're getting to hopefully it's Tom Hardy again, because I think he did pretty good. I don't know. Apparently, I haven't looked into it, but apparently, according to Redletter Media, he did not have a good time making the Mad Max movie. But I liked it. I think he did really good. But yeah, they're doing a Mad Max. So he wrote these simultaneously. Is the thing. So yeah, it's like Furiosa doesn't have the name recognition like Mad Max, which is like a minor, well-known franchise.
Yeah, because
of Mel Gibson. So you want like recognition for branding, so it's not a weird subtitle. I really feel like he's fucking reaching.
Do you know what the budget was on it?
Oh, it's probably 150 or more. just because all
Okay, well that could be why they're disappointed with the box office because wasn't that
I just don't think they
low?
like marketed it well. It seemed kind of like out of
Yeah.
nowhere, like a month or two before it came out. You know?
Yeah, honestly, it felt like one of those. You ever see trailers that come up that look pretty real, but then you kind of get a era of it's fake, and it's like, wait, is that real?
So
Sometimes
I
the ones
first
that come
saw
up
it
like
in
that sometimes, you know.
$168 million budget.
Okay, yeah. So and they only made like 30 million on the Memorial Day
That's
weekend,
probably U.S. numbers, like international.
right? Not worldwide.
Yeah, it's still
but
underperforming, but
you think in America it at least hit 100 million or something, but I don't know. In one weekend, I don't know how much I'd say, but it sounds like with the reviews, it might have an okay word of mouth. That second weekend might be better.
I think it
You
could
know?
become. Well, I don't know. We're in like election year and inflation. If it was like good money times, like I don't know, 2018, I think you could have a Deadpool kind of thing on your hands, where it's like more people like talking like, dude, you gotta go see Furiosa. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that is something brought up on Drinker's stream today. Metal Commander, he's like one of Mahler's people that goes on EFAP all the time. Yeah, he's like, yeah, a lot of people. Well, they go out. They're available digitally like 3 weeks after it's in theaters. It's expensive to go. Sometimes theater experiences still suck these days. There's other things that are expensive. People spend their money on. So there's in the last 6 or 7 years, how many times like there used to maybe be when you're 50-50 that you'd go and see the movie anyway. But now when you're 50-50, you usually get burned. So you're not sure if you really want to see it, you're just going to wait. You know, you're not going to spend your money and go right away. So there's a lot of declining factors for movie theaters in general.
Yeah, so it's like I just think it was poor marketing because like just kind of out of nowhere when it's like the last film was 10 years ago.
Well, and I'll say this too, like there was no hype of Mad Max stuff leading up to this at all. It was just like, and here's Furiosa. All right, bye. It's kind of like, I mean, okay, whatever. Like, you know, there's in a way there was more marketing for Dune, and you know that's. I feel like Dune. They're both desert movies, you know. It's like, and Mad Max is the more hardcore rock one. You know, it's more speed and yeah, it should catch more attention. Rock and roll, baby, yeah, cars.
Yeah,
and
Mad Max
cars
is.
And yet I heard more marketing for
I feel
Dune,
it's like equal parts like just over the top bombastic, and then also like really smart with like the grounding they do to like. They make a point to like really like film things in a way that you can like take in and sort of kind of like a Star Wars or Alien franchise. Both Lucas and Scott I've seen unrelated. Like I don't know if they've ever interacted on film like for interviews, but I've seen behind the scenes stuff. Both these guys individually talking about like, oh yeah, like here's how like this thing on this fake ship works. Like they understand the basic mechanics of this fake machinery and why it's believable.
Yeah.
And so like that's why Alien works with like the space trucker shit and the equipment and everything, is that they created. And so like there's that layering in because like the way the first film happens, it's filmed in 79, so the technology for the filming that's supposed to be the near future is limited to 79. And so they've like maintained that pretty purely into even Fury Road, where all the vehicles that they fuck with and tinker with, all the equipment to make new things, they're all jimmy rigging things based on 1980 and back.
Yeah,
it's a cool little detail to like be aware of. It's just I really appreciate that. And
Tim talks in the chat too, by the way.
I just can't say enough about like this movie's making me a Mad Max fan, and then I hear these retards.
I mean, so far Chris Gore hasn't
like really he's really reaching to be on the team.
He seems to have enjoyed it and is trying to go with he knows the audience he's speaking to, so he's got to make it sound like
this is why he's a zero too.
Yeah.
This is why Chris Gore is a zero as well. Chrissy Mayer.
He could easily
whatever
be
individual qualities you like. Mahler I haven't even heard anything on any of these streams of Mahler adding anything to like actually
I think he's
make him a zero.
I think
But
he's
he hangs out with these
editing.
people.
I think he's editing when he's on their streams, and then he can like double by sometimes interjecting, but I think he's
Yeah.
editing videos when he's on their streams because he has so much work that he works on.
This is
that
the
I think that's what
weirdest-
he's doing while he's on
This is
streams.
the weirdest fucking movie to like campaign against, given everything that you've made your channel about.
This seems like it'd
Anti-woke.
be perfect for Critical Drinker. Honestly,
Honestly, this is like the Alita
80
Battle Angel, but
fucking roll.
way fucking better. If these retards push Alita 2, but also shit on Furiosa and half of them not even see it, they're the biggest fucking.
well,
hypocrites.
they'll
Like,
probably
we already
say
know
that-
they are.
no, they'll probably say that Alita will be woke because it is Disney, rather than like it'll be bad because.
Well,
it'll
yeah,
suck.
I hope
know.
it is. I hope it's awful. I hope it makes $1 billion being woke as fuck. I hope like she has a new boyfriend that's willing to like do everything for him, and he's like full simp mode, like pawns his like robot dick to like get her new body parts, and then she just leaves him anyway when he literally sold his body to help her, and then like shoves him in a blender.
Yeah.
Like just whatever like misandrous plot you can think of. I hope it happens, and I hope it's super woke. I hope they do like some obvious Trump allegory as the bad guy.
I don't think they're gonna make an Alita sequel.
I think they are because I think
we'll
because
see.
Rodriguez working on Boba Fett, I think might get him the
we'll
Alita.
We'll see.
And also James Cameron is the producer. It's like a passion project.
Right.
He's doing his Avatar shit, and he's made him $2 billion with Avatar 2. So probably gonna happen, rookie.
Maybe. But
Can't wait.
Tim
Hope
says
it's
that Chris Gore is more relevant with the independent film sphere, not our indie sphere, but like the independent filmmaking sphere.
Yeah. Okay.
But again, to what degree is he relevant? Is it because he
I don't think he
watches
is.
them? I know he attends festivals and like watches the movies, but I don't know what that
I really
means in terms
think
of
he's hitched his
relevancy.
like. I really think he's like, man, it's not like what I want to do has not panned out, and so let me pivot and hang out the zeros, and I'll like instead of being like working up the ladder at like rung 1, I'll be at like the near top with Nerdrotic because I'm one of the only people that has any fucking street cred to any degree.
Yeah,
with
when
these
he
posers.
he can bring insight in that they don't have. Like when Bros came out, like he like knew a lot about the people that made it, and that was really meant to be more of an indie film, but it somehow got promoted a
Blown
little bit
up.
more publicly, and so like he has the information on a lot of this stuff. So compared to everybody else who won't research it, so anyway.
But yeah, let me catch up with Tim and
Timothy.
what else said. Keely said, I'd love for there to be a movie that is in the Mad Max universe, but instead of Australia, the setting is America. That makes me think of Avatar. Like, I feel like Avatar, like, we've only been in like a small part of Pandora.
Yeah.
And we don't even know
It's
what's
like,
going
well, what
on
about
Earth.
South Pandora?
We don't even know
Earth,
about what's
yeah.
going on Earth or other colonies in space.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's written that like Pandora's like the one ace in the hole for us. Like, we're just
Yeah.
really devoting everything to start over, and we're like instantly fucking it up with our capitalistic
doing the
like
same thing times 20.
yeah, but no, that'd be cool. I definitely think about that stuff. Like I'm watching this, I'm like, has no one like thought to like they're in the wasteland, they show it's like this is like in the center of like the outback. Most of Australia's uninhabited or uninhabitable, and so everyone's like living on the coast. And so I'm like, there's like 40 Days Wars led to all these like chaotic events across the world, I guess. We're seeing just in Australia. Like, what's going on in the rest of the world? Does anyone like try to like get on a ship and navigate, or hey, Japan got decimated because everyone's just kind of stuck on an island, so it's free game, let's take over Japan. Yeah, I don't know, I like that idea. I mean, I get this movie's gonna make me. I have the Mad Max game on Xbox, but I've never played it, and now I'm gonna start playing it because
I like how nobody wants to see Mad Max in Africa.
yeah, we're back. Tim, did you see Furiosa? If so, like,
I think
I'll
you
throw you
did.
the link. We can chat about it. the second or third. Yeah, no, I did not feel like there was a second, third act in Furiosa. It's just a long movie. Get Spectrum, y'all. Oh, the commercial. Yeah, fuck me. Mavs. You're a Mavs fan? What the fuck, Tim? Are they playing your team? I don't watch basketball anymore, so
Mavericks.
Blacks.
I think they're in the playoffs right now.
If you're not, it's about to be playoffs. It might be like a seeding game. Playoffs usually take place like June, right?
Well,
Or is that the final?
I don't remember if they need
No,
to.
the
I think
playoffs
it's
start in
finals.
like April, I think.
Because
finals are in June.
I feel like they're almost to the finals now.
So okay, since he said it, he's in the chat. Let me look into the playoff bracket of the NBA.
No, he didn't.
Playoffs.
He did not watch Furiosa.
Conference finals. We got Boston swept the Pacers, so they're waiting
Good.
for the Mavs to beat the Timberwolves. It's 3-1. So this is the last game, and there's 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So it looks like it's gonna be Mavs, Boston. Definitely gonna have to go for Boston because fuck Texas.
I like the Celtics.
It's just like a legacy thing. Like I don't watch basketball anymore.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Let me see. Hollywood wanted this model for streaming. What do you mean they wanted this model?
Yeah, he's saying like the theaters not doing too well, and then people go to streaming more instead or something. I assume that's what he means.
I guess. I think they really opened Pandora's box with streaming as far as studios and the way it works. You know, it's like they're trying to like stream while also making Hollywood blockbusters for like $300 million.
Well, no, I think what he's saying is that they want to push to not having, $300 million. Have it be the smaller budget, good ones that are on streaming instead of a theatrical or something. I don't know.
Streaming
with diminishing numbers. Also, I'm assuming that diminishing numbers like this will make them think that, oh no, people don't give a fuck about movies anymore. I guess we gotta ship
they're
over
losing
here
money
now.
on streaming. All the profit they make goes right back into making just more stuff to keep you. So it's just it's a never ending.
I don't know what they ever want to do then, because you'd think they'd try to take more time to make good films or something, or spend less money on films, but they just drain more. It is weird how they drain like more money into films. It's like, just, I don't know, split that money into fourths and then make 4 different movies. And I don't know, people that are passionate. I don't know.
Just watch Pig. Like, make stories like that. That was probably like $1 million movie, and all $1 million went to Nicolas Cage probably.
Go to Breaking Bad, and like just they're sitting in a room and they can make that interesting. Like
I feel like Breaking Bad is probably really cheap to make for film, like for
that's
Hollywood,
what I'm saying. Like
mainstream. I feel like it's probably really cheap. They're in New Mexico, and they're like making a meth story, and it's like, oh, the meth, it's fucking rock candy. So like, that's just sugar and food coloring. It's not expensive to make the fucking fake meth.
Well, I just mean in general of like the story is engaging.
I'm talking about different aspects creatively. Like that's probably the most creative aspect is showcasing the meth manufacturing. So you gotta get one like giant storage area and then rig it up like a lab for Gus's place. You gotta rent out a abandoned like KFC and then put new paint on it and make it Los Pollos. Well, you got like a just random office that you say DEA.
What's interesting too, whenever you make fake money for a movie, you got to be really careful. Well, no, you have to be careful too, because like with making sure that all the fake money is accounted for and where it is, because you're making fake money, and that is like you're doing it legally, but it's you know what I mean? Like you can easily accidentally cross lines if it's mishandled or $1 out of place.
Well, it's weird because apparently to make a fake bill costs like for fake dollar. It's like actually it's like $4 to make it. It's like, why didn't you just use your budget and go to the bank and withdraw real cash?
Well,
and
no,
then just
because I
put-
don't think they're making I don't think they're trying to make real fake bills. They're probably making cheap fake bills. I don't know. Like I assume, or some of it, half of it's real. That's what I'm saying. They might mix it with real bills. I don't know. Like I don't know how, because there's a
Yeah.
lot of physical cash in like Breaking Bad. You know,
I'm
they
so
don't just have
excited
that much money.
for Critical Drinker's stupid bullshit movie because I want to make such a sarcastic fucking review. I'm gonna do all these clips like, oh man,
Wait.
you know how Hollywood's really been missing.
Have you not seen the
cute
trailer?
Extra, yeah, I've seen it. It looks
Oh,
fucking
yeah, the
lame
trailer.
as fuck. Looks
Hey, we
like
gotta go in. There's not enough time. Okay, right. Huh. Oh, you're
Man.
gonna wait all fucking night. Like,
I was
God,
really desperate for this kind of
lame,
movie 20 years ago.
lame. It's the lamest lame.
That movie's gonna make Haywire by Gina Carano, which is an okay film. I own it, but it's gonna make Haywire
Yeah.
look like
Well,
fucking Godfather.
But Haywire's not even trying to be like, look at what we can do. It's just like, here's a film we made. Well, this is like, we criticize
girl.
Hollywood all the time, and now we made one that blends right in with Hollywood in the worst way possible. Is what it looks like.
Oh my god. Yeah, I like Mahler, but I'm so flabbergasted that this Mahler hangs out with these fucking retards. Like he doesn't need to. He's got his own posse. He's got his own mega channel. He's got all these super chats. He doesn't even takes forever to ever get to reading. He's got to do like a 10-hour stream because he's so cool and awesome with his insight and the conversations he has of disagreement. And he's got this fucking hug box F slur crew that has no fucking talent, of zeros, that it like has Chris Gore on the team because they're so desperate to have anyone of relevance. It's why you see like Bounty comments like, oh, actor so and so says this about like film. It's like, who? And it's like, oh, here's like some C-lister that was in like one good movie and is really coasting on that like bullshit success because that's all he's gotten, you know. And yeah, unfortunately, Hollywood is for like leftists because people on the right generally aren't fucking creative. If they are, it's only within like, let's tell a true story. You know, it's like Sound of Freedom. You know,
I was about to say, it seems to be they try to like stick it to something whenever they try to make a film, but then it's like, oh, it just comes off as usually not that good. Anyway,
Yeah,
so it's not as
it's like,
entertaining.
you know,
Because you look at Daily Wire and like Lady Ballers, and it's like, I mean, I understand the humor
that
you're
movie
trying to
happened
get
20
with it.
Joanna Man
It's
and
like,
white
yeah,
chicks.
it's
It's already
just-
happened.
It's
20
been done
years
and
ago.
done better, and this is, I'd expect better by this point, and with all the knowledge of old comedies like that, you'd think it'd be better, or at least equivalent of it or something, but no.
God, it's just like, I
It comes
hate
off
this
more
shit, dude.
cringe.
I hate this shit because it's cringe, because it's like my collective like side as far as like talking points. I agree with like their talking point. That's what's frustrating. Cause like this is my side and it's been corrupted for pandering because there's so many people that are retarded that want like their head patted and be like, yeah, Hollywood is what, man, girls need to stay out of film or whatever, you know. Man, I'm so tired of, remember when gays used to like never be heard about? And it's like, sorry, man, you can't, like, it's not changing. Like, gays can have kids, they get married. It's fucking Supreme Court ruling. Get the fuck over it. It's, you're going to see it in film. When you cry about it, you're antagonizing them, and so like they're going to stick it to you more. It's like, yeah, you're really gonna hate this, bigots. If you just shut up and like, you know, pay some listeners like, oh, okay, like there's a, if you didn't cry about Last of Us episode 3, the probably most nuanced homosexual character ever made thus far on film, that is a total like MAGA guy. Don't tread on me, Gadsden flag, Second Amendment. And then you cry about that shit when it shows like a positive story about like,
yeah. Mahler's pointed out like there's a lot of other shows, because he points out a lot of people will say like it's such a huge detour from the show and the rest of the episodes, and Mahler's like, that happens in many shows all the time and nobody gives a fuck. Like all the time, nobody gives a shit.
The Boys, like we're on season 4 now. Last season I was like feeling derailed I guess emotionally, because the story is building up so much that you have to take these like it feels like side quests because the story has like 4 or 5 threads, and so you're like, wait, why are we over here? And then they tie it up at the end of the season, but you feel like, where is this going? What are we
Like
doing?
Game of Thrones has like I don't know how many plot lines going at once. In some episodes, you're focused on one thing. Better Call Saul. There's like one full episode in season 1 that is like 100% Mike Ehrentrout. Like it's mostly him, and it's Better Call Saul. Is it called Better Call Mike? No, it's called Better Call Saul.
Oh yeah,
but it's like Mike's in the most of the episode. But that was good, and it's like nobody. I don't think anybody would complain about that episode at all.
I felt like I'm playing initially by myself. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why are we? And then it's like it pays off though. It's like you just got patience.
Yeah.
Trust Vince Gilligan.
And so,
and the
but
team.
in the Last of Us show, I mean, you could say it doesn't have the relevancy, I guess, but it gets them to the next town, and it shows like out of all the surviving people, whatever, there's like 2 that were able to, come out somewhat okay, the last of humanity in a way. It's like a last little bastion there.
Well, the whole point is you're seeing a kind of the workings of someone that has dealings with Joel off and on, has networked with him and his lady who's now dead by the time they get there.
Yeah.
And also it's to layer where the story's going. Joel, ever since his daughters died, he's got a lady that he clearly cares about to some degree, but he's walled off emotionally.
Yeah, every single person that he likes is pretty much dead, and there's this one girl that is like a surrogate daughter.
Well, he doesn't want her, but it's for money, and then
but that's I'm saying when he reaches the end, he's like, this is basically my daughter, and she's like the last thing I have. If I'm alive and she's dead after this, I've got nothing.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is like this curmudgeon Bill finds something worth living for in Frank. And so that's like a parallel for what the story's going to be with Joel in some way. That's the whole point of it. Instead of like, you're not really going to get that if you don't layer it with like their meeting and then their love story.
Well, and that the 2 decided to kill each other, essentially kill themselves before like dying naturally anyway, or being killed. They off themselves.
Yeah,
like with love or whatever. So it's different.
These people are fucking film frauds. I can't wait till Crickle Jinger's film comes out and it's either just laughable tropes that is just so easy to call, or it's complete dog shit and laughable. I hope it's the latter.
Your movie sucks. When he watched the trailer, he was like, I think I've seen this movie before.
Right, there's the interrogation, like, he's ripping off Casino Royale. You don't rip off iconic films like that.
Like, I think I've seen all these movies before, or whatever he's showing.
The only time you do that is when you like are winking at the camera.
And he was confused because he's like, I thought Critical Drinker hates Hollywood right now and wants to be better than Hollywood, but he's like making a movie that fits 100% within Hollywood. Like, what do you mean?
Check the box, like, oh boy, we're playing Hollywood bingo. What's going to happen in the action movie? It's like, ka-ching, ka-ching.
Yes.
Everything. Like, what a fucking fraud. Yeah.
I thought he would have gone for the more subtle, like, Predator angle, but I guess I don't know his books. I have no idea if they're literally just like an action movie in a book form.
No one reads them.
I thought in a way he'd just really be instead of making an adaptation of a book, he'd be trying to just make a interesting short film. But then I don't know if it's him that's making it or if it's like a crew and they have his property and he just approves of things or something. Like that could be the case.
He's probably got a producer credit because it's his thing.
I think he's in it in a scene or something. Anyway,
I hope he's in it. So
we've got more videos to watch.
I hope he has a scene and he like says whatever, and it's just like, what? Like everyone's like, what the fuck did he say? Like, you know how Anna was on with her July? It's like, what was up with that accent? Like, I hope it's like that.
Yes. Well, in the trailer, there are some lines of dialogue that are kind of funny. It's like, wait, what'd they say? Like, what? because it's just like speaking in the
Right, it's like,
gruff,
oh,
gruff
well, like,
accent
there's
thing,
no
and it's
help
like,
coming or whatever. It's like, well, there's only one
okay,
way
well, we're
in.
gonna do something about it.
Well, I
What?
guess we're going that way. It's like, wow, like who could have called that?
Yeah. What a dialogue line. Or
I
fuck
got
those
enough.
fucking, we're gonna kill
I got
every
enough
fucking one
from
of
this
them.
clip. Let's see what his stupid ass fucking video says. Of course, we got Yellow F Slur defending his Griftosphere buddy. So let's see what.
Well, wait, so were you gonna see what he said, what Critical Drinker says about
Yeah.
the Mad Max thing? or-
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell's going on?
Internet goes to poop sometimes.
It makes no sense because
because we're on StreamYard right now. I know. What was the name of the video? Let me see if I can
It did this to me a minute ago.
What is the name of it? So I
Just
can
look up Critical Drinkers. This first slide. It'll be the first. It'll be at the top.
That's what I was saying. I didn't know what video you clicked on. Okay.
I have no idea why it's doing this.
All right. I have it up. So
Yeah. Bring it up.
F you. All right. Ready?
Yeah.
Max Saga is a solid, entertaining action movie with some great set pieces, wonderful visual design, a refreshingly
I just see a loading bar.
script that accomplishes a lot with very little, sharply drawn characters played
Wait,
by
you hear
very
me?
capable actors,
What?
and a
I said it's not showing on my side.
Really? Can you guys see it? Your internet might be getting funky if it's not showing for you.
Yeah, let me
As far as I can tell, I think they can see it. I assume.
let me get rid of some tabs.
Keely, Timothy, do you see the screen?
I've not had this problem before. That's why it's frustrating me.
Possibly, or maybe turn your camera off. Sometimes that helps.
Sure.
Sometimes.
That's not helping at all.
That didn't help one little bit.
Hold on. Let me I'll be right back.
That's all good. Angus is having to go deal with that little thing, but that is all right. Now, I did not see Mad Max or Furiosa with any of that. I don't particularly have interest in like Dune and Mad Max and some of these movies that have come out as of recent. I'm literally just doing this based off of whatever he's wanting to talk about with this, which is fine because I watch some of these guys' videos and stuff, so I can get an idea as well. And I've seen a couple of Mad Max movies, so got some knowledge on that stuff. But that is all right. While he's gone though, because I don't know what about this topic I want to talk about. I'll show you guys again if you guys missed it. I got some movies lately. I bought like over 60 movies in the last little bit here, a little bout, and it's not even taking up the whole screen there, so I'll just lower that for the moment. Yeah, got all these little movies right here. This is a fraction of the batch that I got. I'll be watching Memento, Taxi Driver, Her, Tango Cash, Seven Samurai, all the stuff that most people would suggest I watch. So the rookie critic, whom of course I'm known for not having watched a ton of movies, will be watching quite a bit of stuff soon. And I've been doing that lately. I've been knocking out TV shows and stuff, trying to get Better Call Saul out next. But that's going to take a little while. I'm already through season 1, though, thankfully. And Breaking Bad is done. El Camino is done. I'm going through the behind the scenes on those as well. But that is all good. That'll take a little bit of time there. Tim says he's watching basketball, the Mavs. I used to be a huge basketball fan. And the Portland's closest to me, so Blazers would be what I would say is the team, I suppose. Though back in the I am in Washington, so like the Seattle Sonics back in the day before they were the Thunder would be my team. But that's all good. We shall see if Angelus is back.
Angus. So
all right, do you see it on the screen? Yeah. All right.
story that helps to flesh out the world laid down in Fury Road a decade earlier. The only problem here is the whole Mad Max thing, which is pretty misleading when it's got absolutely nothing to do with him, and perhaps explains why the movie opened to a dismal 31 million Memorial Day weekend and is already on track to become yet another disappointing flop in a year that's getting pretty crowded with them. But more on that later. The point I'm making.
All right, so we're in an election year with high inflation, people being very choosy. There's not a lot of. I think this is a rated R movie. And yeah, I said like Mad Max the franchise. I said like minor franchise because again, it's got like sort of like loosely sci-fi or action appeal, iconography, but it's like it's a very minor franchise in the grand scheme of things. And I don't think there's like a big draw of like Mad Max. I think Fury was just like a surprise, and it's like the crescendo. It's like the peak of the series thus far. I think Furiosa narratively is probably the best thus far of the series, with my knowledge thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Equally plot driven and action versus Fury Road is pretty much just a really well written action movie like Predator or Die Hard. It's yeah, it's like it's I think women, unfortunately, I think girl boss shit has like tainted women, generally speaking, unless it's like a Wonder Woman. If new Wonder Woman came out, maybe that would make money.
If it looks like a woman that's gonna punch somebody, people will look the other way now because
it's just like this
been
is
burned
like,
so many times. So
also,
yeah.
It's like I don't think there's just like generally like I was looking up. I think Mad Max Fury Road only made 360 million. So it's not like a money-making franchise.
Well, yeah, everybody. Yeah, that's why a lot of people were even surprised they made Furiosa. They're like, I mean, a movie that didn't really perform that well.
I want to see the anime of this Mad Max world. I want to see that.
I feel like part of it could be the aesthetic too. I know you probably won't agree, but like just just like a desert movie. Like there's only so much of that I can take in an amount of time. It's not a huge deal, but like. In the last couple of years, there's so many movies or shows that focus around the desert as a landscape. And it's like, I just don't want to see that right now. Maybe later, but I don't care right now. Okay, don't.
Yeah, I just think it's a very minor franchise that is very much overlooked.
I feel like the cult classic nostalgic nature of it makes people think it's like as big as Star Wars when it's just not one of those ones. It's probably more akin to a cult type of franchise that the fact that it made 30 million is like, all right, it made 30 million then. All right, cool. It makes sense.
I think it's I think Mel Gibson's a very big factor as well. That'd be cool if they did an old man Max and brought Mel Gibson. I would like to see that.
That would have been funny if they could have done that, but they bring Harrison Ford in instead. Actually, just like you have a different old guy in here.
Oh, that'd be cool to have Harrison Ford.
You have him and Mark Hamill in it instead, and it's like, wait, why you brought them both back for Mad Max, but not Star Wars? What? Like the outcry of that would be so fucking funny.
No. What they should do is somehow get Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill and Leia's kid, like Billy Lord, whatever her fucking name is.
Yeah.
Carrie Fisher's daughter, have them all on screen in a Mad Max movie for some reason.
That's what I'm saying. That'd be hilarious. And Mel Gibson's not there. Like, and
also and Chewbacca somehow pops in because nuclear waste.
Well, Peter Mayhew's not there, so people.
No, but they got a guy that they got a new guy. It's Chewbacca from Solo.
Mm-hmm. As far as the nostalgia of it, I don't think people care about him. But
I'm just saying that'd be funny as fuck to take it to Star Wars fans. There's like Jurassic World did better than Star Wars with you
have to have Laura Dern in this then too as Furiosa's mom or something.
Yeah, I think the thing is like Mad Max is funny. Like a kind of obscure franchise, and I don't think people care if Max is in or not. I think it might be of interest if he will show up as like a cameo character. And I was kind of like, it wouldn't make sense for him to be in cameo unless it was just like in passing, like on the road for some reason, or like he's maybe
Well,
watching
sometimes it's like
a
what
fight
do you
passing him.
yeah, sometimes what story do you need to tell for a character sometimes? And it's like, maybe they don't need one.
Yeah, Max
some of
is
them.
pretty simple. I mean, I feel like from what I watched so far of number 1 and definitely number 2 so far, he's got a lot he's done. So it's like, what else do you do with him? He's like Darth Maul. He's kind of a simple character. His
Yeah,
drive.
I don't see him like running a town and like, here's my family and
Yeah,
I have
George
lots
Miller.
of speeches. Like he's just gonna. I could see him just sitting in a cave eating food until he dies or something. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like he wants to do anything.
George Miller in some interviews I was watching last night, he talked about like archetypes and stuff, and like he's very much trying to channel like Joseph Campbell, and the whole idea of this was like in Australia, like a lot of places in the world, there was like gas lines and stuff, gas shortages in the 70s, and Australia is not a gun culture. Like, besides like hunting, people just don't fucking have guns down there, and I think after like 10 days of like gaslighting and shit, someone like pulled a gun and like shot like a shot, and it was very like iconic. Out of like, it was just out of frustration. There was no like wounding or anything. It was just like someone's frustrated, like pow, and that really stuck out to those people. So the George Miller's like, well, what if it was like 100 days? What would it be like? What if it was 1,000 days? So that's where the idea of this dystopia came from, is like fuel shortage. It's just a real idea inspired, or a real happening inspired, like a sci-fi a socio-economic setup. I think it's very interesting because I always think about that kind of stuff that's not addressed in films. Just like, wait, if you made this, like I saw him, there's a war secession, and there's like no addressing of the state of Texas in the world of America and the international dealings. So it's like, that's kind of a big fucking deal. It's so it's like I really appreciate just the creative mindset of Miller from the more I'm learning about it. So it's like there's a big contextual reason why I'm enjoying the Mad Max role. Aside from Fury Road's awesome, Furiosa's awesome, Mel Gibson's awesome. So I'm hoping the series is good for my taste. Yeah, I just don't think there's like a broad appeal. Again, Fury Road's probably the biggest one of the series, made 360 million. So it's not like a money grabbing franchise. But yeah, I think probably a big thing is Hemsworth's really good in this for the role he plays, but it's a chick movie as far as the lead, and so I think people just kind of like, I don't know what I'm getting into. It's a chick.
So saying a lot of people are probably 50-50 and just don't want to spend their money now because they usually get burned now. So there's waiting, maybe word of mouth. They'll see
I think this is unfortunately a casualty of the girl boss trend. If anything, there should be sympathetic videos. Anyway, press play.
Is that this is all a bit of a shame, because taking Furiosa on its own merits, I actually really enjoyed this movie. The action scenes were visceral and impactful enough to keep me entertained, even if it's pretty obvious they relied a lot more on CGI this time around. Anya Taylor-Joy and Chris Hemsworth both turning great performances, and the simple, straightforward story of revenge and redemption was a nice change from the pointlessly convoluted crap that so many screenwriters churn out just to try to look smart. Anyway, on with the plot analysis. So the movie,
you agree with that so far, pretty much?
Yeah, I'm hearing this and I'm like, what the fuck was that video I just watched?
begins with a very extended preamble showing Furiosa as a kid living in the
he
idyllic
ripped off
green
Gore's fucking phrase. Fuck you. Dipshit.
place before getting snatched away by a gang of marauders, eventually ending up in the hands of the warlord Dementus, who wants to take the green place for himself so that he can strip it for resources. Naturally, Furiosa isn't too keen on helping.
So it's cool. There's little things that connect to Fury Road aside from Furiosa, and like the very end, like I think shows like her giving fruit to the wives of Morton Joe and loading them in the truck to escape, and then it's like a direct like slide, kind of like Rogue One directly slides into New Hope, kind of like that. But it's cool little things watching Fury Road again. So there's like I can't remember his name, but he's kind of like a jack of all trades kind of doctor for Morton Joe, in Fury Road. Well, he actually was on the crew of Dementus originally, and he was like part of the bartering. He had to give up Furiosa and his doctor guy. And so it's kind of cool to see him like tie in. Anyway,
him, especially after he crucifies her mother to death for trying to rescue her. Oh, you naughty boy, Dementus. Anyway, eventually he and his biker army wind up at the Citadel, ruled over by Immortan Joe, and after taking control of the oil refinery nearby, he's able to broker a deal where he supplies Joe with oil and Joe supplies him with food and water. And as part of the deal, Furiosa gets handed over to Joe to become one of his many wives. Man, sometimes you just can't catch a break. Anyway, Furiosa's not too keen on that idea, and after escaping, she disguises herself as a boy and becomes a mechanic instead, slowly working her way up the ranks until eventually she finds herself stationed on the war rig, piloted by the charismatic Praetorian Jack. But with tensions rising between Immortan Joe and Dementus and war about to break out, what is Furiosa to do? Will she risk it all to take revenge against the man who stole everything?
I feel like this is where he's going to go. Now this is where it kind of sucks. I feel like this is where he's going now.
yeah, I'm just waiting to see. Like, it's good so
From
far.
her, or right off into the sunset in search of her childhood home. I mean, let's be real here. If you've seen Fury Road, then you probably know the answer already. And I think that's part of the problem with a prequel like this. Fury Road had already closed out Furiosa's story and gave us the resolution we were looking for. So this is more like filling in the gaps of a history that we didn't particularly care about. Want to know how she lost her arm and replaced it with a metal one? Want to know more about her relationship with Immortan Joe? Want to know how she came to be in command?
So the arm thing, like it's an interesting detail in the world of like, it's a pretty analog world. There's not like electricity really, unless you're using the vehicle, and you need a battery to power a car, along with the engine and fuel. It's a very analog world, so like to have like an arm, and it's like I don't think they ever show it in the movie in Fury Road, but she has like a little motor in her arm, so she's just like this little like lawnmower pull string, so it's kind of cool. Like,
well, so I mean, the way I would take it is like, so okay, she lost it. So like, if you're to tell me that like, oh, Luke lost his hand before, yeah, we don't know how he lost his hand before. It's like, okay, well, how? Well, his father chopped it off. Oh, well, that's a little different than he just lost a hand. Or Vader, like, oh, he's more machine now than man. Oh, well, how? Well, I don't know. He just is. Well, no. Oh, well, his mentor chopped off his limbs and burned him in lava and left him to die.
Yeah, that's
a little different than that adds to him than just he is just more machine now than man. And
that's
I have no idea how it happened. Like,
that's probably my one besides the chase with the shapeshifter in episode 2, and like not focus on Obi-Wan versus Jango. Thinking about it's probably my one gripe of the prequels is the way they showcase the iconic Vader suit on Anakin is like, she's like, oh, and here's the suit because he got burned. It's like
there should be like pre-suit augments, not the full suit. Here it is.
No, I don't have a problem with like, oh, he had just like one bad day with Obi-Wan and now he has to have the suit, but they should have like had
I meant like an early version of the suit is what I'm saying.
Maybe, but my main thing is like really thinking about it, like it should have been a bit longer and like had him like by
more
himself in the suit and look like it looks in a mirror maybe, and like examines himself, and there's some sort of like a personal scene that like showcases like his emotional trauma of becoming less of a human.
Oh, don't worry, they'll do that in the Kenobi show.
It was very much like now he's got the thing, and that's the big deal, is just him having the thing and not like what it means to him. It was just to like show the audience, and like this movie does really good of like, oh, they show like what happened for her to need this arm and her making it, but they don't film it like the obvious look, her arm's wounded. Like they film it very much like, oh, she hurt her arm and so she's like hindered and damaged, but she's still like dealing with things around her and being caught. And then they don't even make a deal of like, I gotta rip my arm off. Like it's just like, oh, she ripped her arm off like Deadpool, and then you find her like ravaged at the Citadel.
Well, I mean, so let's pretend that they did focus. Let's say they focused for even like 3 minutes of her ripping her arm off, like that could be really intense to see, or if it's being torn off of her arm or something.
There's a
like,
whole movie
I don't
about
know.
that.
I'm just
127
saying,
hours.
You can have, well, it's like you can have I don't know, this alone isn't an issue for me for something. I think he needs to reword his critique about this because I feel like Solo is like the example of, well, here's the answer to the thing, and it's like the most basic generic thing you could have happen with it, as to where it sounds like with her, I don't think people would have guessed that's how she loses her arm. Or I was imagining like if it was like, whoa, we won our thing, and then oh, my arm's off. Like,
Yeah, this could have been
like,
this movie.
That would be like, oh yeah, we need to have that line up. So okay.
Yeah,
Like,
if they didn't
that
show
would
in the
be
trailer,
lame.
this could have been a movie where like she just has her arm the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we're never going to tell you how she lost her arm.
Well, it could be that she's like holding somebody up or something and saves them, but then that means she can't get her arm free in time, and then gets squished or something.
I was expecting.
Like,
I was
could have anything
expecting
happen.
if they actually like made that a point to show. I would expect them to do maybe like Jamie Lannister kind of scene of like,
Yeah.
It was like teaching her a lesson, but it was just like in the moment she's like shooting at Dementus and he like runs his monster truck tire into her car, so it pinches her fucking arm on the door.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's got like a broke arm or damaged arm. And then off screen, she ripped her, like while you're focusing on the minutes, she got away and ripped her arm off while everyone's distracted.
Jamie Lannister is another good example. Like if you were to start Game of Thrones, like, season 4 or something, just post when he loses his hand, and then you do a prequel show where you show when he loses his hands and the focus that they have on his hands being lost. Like, I don't know, would people say we know he lost his hand? But yeah, but look at how much that affected him. Like that.
I would love a prequel.
Where he is, like that.
I would love a prequel of Rob's Rebellion. That'd be a good show.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of I could see what they mean if it's like, okay, you lost your hand and it meant literally nothing, but there's usually more significance to it. So I don't know. That's not a problem to me.
End of the war rig? Nah, me neither, because the answers to those questions are never going to be as interesting as the mystique around the character. They're all just details in a story that's already been told, and told pretty well. I mean, as a standalone movie, it's perfectly serviceable, even pretty gripping at times. This younger, less experienced Furiosa is a cool enough character, tough and scrappy and resilient, but with just enough compassion and humanity left in her, driven by her desperate desire to find a way back home. And damn, man, it makes this scene from Fury Road all the more poignant in retrospect. Anya Taylor-Joy has some pretty...
This movie makes Fury Road even better.
Which is what prequels are supposed to do in a way, right? Good.
Oh man, yeah. It's like this is a world movie of the Mad Max.
It gives you
world.
Recontextualization. So what he was saying about he'd prefer there be like mystery a little bit. I agree that sometimes that works best, but if they do it well to fill in the mystery, then good.
Yeah, no, like people complain about like I'm fine with people like I didn't want to know Boba Fett's backstory. Oh, it's underwhelming. He's just a clone. Like, okay, fine. Like that's your taste. Like I don't have a counter to that to your
like
taste,
to me, I'd be like, well, I'm sorry. To me, that's not just he's just a clone. No, he's one out of how many clones? Like thousands of clones. And he's got to form an identity. He's also a clone of his father, essentially. He's got to form his own identity out of all of this. I don't know. Like I feel like seeing other faces of yourself is more significant than I'm just another clone. Like
that's one detail I like.
It's probably really significant to him.
That's one detail I like in Mando season 2 when they're trying to figure out how to infiltrate the base. And it's like, I can't take my helmet off. I'm a Mandalorian. It's my code. And then Boba Fett's like, well, I can't go in because like I have a very recognizable face.
Yeah.
So then it's like, well, I guess Bill Burr's got to do it. And then it ends up like Pedro goes along with it to like begrudgingly breaks his code to like for the greater good,
Mm-hmm.
pretty big shoes to fill, but to be fair, she does a commendable job with the role. She's a great actress in most roles, but I wasn't really sure how capable she'd be as an action star. For the most part, though, I think she does a solid job. She's wily and agile rather than pretending to be some big, powerful brawler, which makes her combat scenes a little bit more believable, at least. That being said, I'm pretty sure that being strung up by a severely fractured arm would reduce even the toughest person to tears, so I'm not really sure I bought that segment. We get it, you're really strong and determined, but you can still feel pain. Chris Hemsworth is...
Any comments?
I feel like he's reaching for a neg, but also it's kind of just a taste thing. So I'm like, I'll give him that. I don't agree, but it's something to counter.
I mean, I feel like sometimes, so I mean, I haven't lost an arm before, but I imagine that you don't always feel the full pain right away anyway. Sometimes your adrenaline can.
Well, yeah,
mask the
it's like
pain
under
a bit,
duress to
and-
survive. They just so what happens is, let's see, so like she's driving the war rig with Jack, and he's training her road combat and stuff, and they're there to get fuel or whatever from Gastown. And then Hemsworth's like, they're all starting to riot, and Hemsworth's like, hey, we gotta have like a war council, all three cities, we gotta like renegotiate our deal in 3 days. And so then they go to Bullet Farm to get all the weaponry they can for a war, but it turns out Hemsworth beat him to the punch and has already taken over Bullet Farm when they arrive. And so then that crazy action sequence happens with like that falling tower and shit, and the bullets on Hemsworth. And so they're getting away in a car, but Hemsworth catches them. And so they drag her boyfriend Jack, and you assume the dogs chew him up in front of her. And then they're all like just being crazy. And in their distraction, she rips her arm off when she's like strung up by a chain. And so it's like she runs away. So it's like she runs away to the Citadel. So yeah, like that's like
she probably never even cried.
Well, it's like
I assume she did
survive.
cry.
Well, it's like she already wanted revenge for her mom from like a decade before, and now she's finally like opened up to a guy when she's like hid her identity as a woman this whole time. She's actually like opened up with this Jack guy and invested something with him, and then that's ripped away. So it only layers why she's such a stoic figure.
Hashtag Mace Windu's a bitch going, my arm. I didn't hear Anakin cry like a bitch when
I hate you.
When I was gonna say Kenobi, when fucking Count Dooku sliced his arm off. Then again, he did just pass out, so whatever.
Probably the star of the show, though. His performance as Dementus is just the right combination of cunning, charisma, and pure sadistic insanity. He's a man in his element whenever he's got a war to fight or an enemy to outsmart, and it's interesting that he gradually comes unstuck during a prolonged peace where he's got nothing to do except rule over his little kingdom. The Mad Max series has always been known for its intense and very physical action scenes. Fury Road really set the bar for what was possible with practical effects, and while Furiosa definitely has a good stab at it, it never quite rises to the same level. In fact, it's pretty obvious where they use CGI to render stuff that would have been impossible to do for real, undermining some of the appeal of this franchise. There's a long chase and battle sequence over the war rig around the midpoint of the movie, which is fucking awesome to watch, but the problem is that it never really gets better than that. There isn't any big blowout action scene to cap the whole movie off, and if anything, the finale...
Do you think that it needs to have a huge blowout action scene by the end?
No, watch Red Letter Media's take, and they kind of nail like, yeah, you can't just redo Fury Road, and so don't try.
Well, I was gonna
this
say
this
in
one's
general,
way more poignant with its ending.
Yeah, I was gonna say in general, if you have the mindset of trying to top the last thing every time, I think it's a good idea to, I guess, try to have, but I could see how lame that gets with Star Wars. I don't know.
Guardians of Galaxy 3 is a great example of like
try to keep on
you don't
topping
always have to top. Like Guardians of Galaxy 3 is a way it's like gearing down from the last movie. Last movie they
Yeah.
fought Ego, and then Star-Lord had to fight Thanos. Now it's like, I just got to save my friend, and there's a guy that's got grand ambitions, but
Yeah.
he's in his own little pocket of the universe.
They essentially went street level in that one.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it is a intergalactic story. I guess they're bouncing around everywhere, but it's a pretty like minimal story as far as like it's really just about saving Rocket. It's just about one guy saving his friend.
Exactly. But I mean that kind of thing. Like I was more referring specifically to within a movie because he said that there's a like, and Chris Gore said there's a huge action scene halfway through or at the end of the second act. They keep on saying, and then there's nothing that tops it by the end. And it's like, I mean, I don't know. Do you need to have like a bigger battle than a big battle that happened earlier?
Honestly, it feels kind of like the first Mad Max. The first Mad Max isn't like grand crazy. I mean, probably for its time is probably like that really stuck out to people for like this revenge tale and how kind of graphic it was for its time. Because like Max has his like buddy cop get blown up in a car when they like wreck him, and it's all rooted in this guy that they like took in because like they assaulted this couple and destroyed their vehicle and shit. But then like no one came to witness against them, so they just had like had to let him go. And so then his cop buddy gets assaulted, but survives. But then he gets like taken out and blown up and dies in the hospital from his burns. And then Max is going to quit, and his boss is like, "Well, just take like a vacation." So he goes on vacation with his wife and kid, and then these thugs find him and chase him down. And when Max is trying to find the thugs, they like rounded back and started chasing his wife and kid, and then they run him over and kill him. And so that's what like breaks Max. It's like his Punisher moment. And so at the end of it, he finds that guy that killed his friend, and he chains him to a car that's busted and leaking fuel. And he rigs something where it's like, hey, you got like you can cut your foot off in 5 minutes, or you can cut through this handcuff in 10 with this hacksaw. Hopefully you might be able to beat this essentially detonator. And then like he just drives off and it blows up behind him when he's driving off. It's very like minimal. There's no like visceral revenge of like beating him to a pulp or like cutting his eyes out or nothing like that. It's just like things are taken care of concisely. And it's kind of like Furiosa, this is for everything you see, it's like this is driving her this whole time, figuring out a way to like getting power enough to have a vehicle to like go on her own, go back home, and get revenge on Dementus. And when she finally like catches him, he's all on his lonesome. She's made him completely destitute and out in the barren wasteland. And he's like, "Oh, you thought like this would be? You thought I would beg or anything?" It's like, we're both fucked up. We're survivors, and I've made do with the world that how it is. Like me killing your mom, like you put all the stock in it, but it was just business for me. And so like, you don't know exactly how she took care of him because like the idea is like it's a legend. We don't know what the real story is that her taking him out. But it clearly was not as satisfying as she dreamt it would be. And so it's like it kind of rounds out with the whole like
there wasn't like 300 cars all smashing together in some huge action sequence at the end.
No.
Or something. Well, because it makes me think of like, well, I would assume that Drinker, like in Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, like they have the huge battle of Pelennor Fields and with Gondor and everything, and then they go to the Black Gate. And that does not exactly equal that battle.
No. No.
It's climax. All of its climax is very minimal character stuff. It's not any huge bombastic battle like Pelennor Fields or something. Like there's still plenty of the movie left. It does not get topped at that point, and that's good. Like,
well, it's just funny because these people talk about how Hollywood just always has to get bigger, badder, crazier. They just can't ever like restrain themselves and tell like a good character story. And this is exactly that. And it's like, well, this isn't good.
Even Two Towers, I'm thinking like, after they have Helm's Deep as it's ending, like it just goes to like Sam and Frodo talking and Sam talking. It's like, and then the movie slows down. Till it ends. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
It just sounds like he wanted there to be like the big like Return of the Jedi huge battle, and then we celebrate and we're done. That's what it sounds like. It's like that sounds kind of lame for an average. Like that's fine, that's good. That's like that's the simplistic best way you can end something. But I like they're not. You don't have to rely on that at the end of the movie,
especially because this is an ongoing series. Like they're supposed to be Beyond the Wasteland after this, so
yeah,
there's more to tell.
Well, this is a season pass apparently, according to Chris Gore, so it's not even like a mainline one. So why does it need to have a certain level of action anyway? The fact that it even has as much action as it does is probably good.
Yeah, it
doesn't need to. It's a spinoff, right? But
yeah. But the problem is that it never really gets better than that. There isn't any big blowout action scene to cap the whole movie off. And if anything, the finale is actually pretty downbeat and anticlimactic and probably drags on a bit.
This is what actually kind of confuses me about The Drinker and how he sees films, because he clearly loves film and he clearly like loves a lot of 80s action stuff and all these things. But like, does he think that just a big bombastic ending equals good with it? And the ones that are... So when they say anticlimactic, so is there one that comes to mind to you that is like anticlimactic and bad? Anything that comes to mind where it's like, oh, that's just how we end? We're done?
Oh, Spaceman.
Like,
given the emotion,
yeah, we just watched that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, given the emotion and the story they're telling, I felt very underwhelmed by the actual ending of like, let's just kind of ending like happily ever after, and that fucking annoys me.
Right, but because it could have ended a little more tragically with where it was.
It would have more impact if it was tragic.
But then it seems like, oh, he's safe and he's family and we're good. Okay.
The whole movie's great besides the actual
we landed on a pillow, and it was like, I don't know if we should have landed on the pillow like that.
Yeah, I don't know why we would go on this kind of journey. Like, it's either he makes it home, but his family leaves him, or it's too little too late, and the real discovery was within himself. But there's no like,
yeah, I guess I'm thinking too. Like Breaking Bad, there's no huge
that's very anticlimactic. It's like everything Walt's done, the empire he's built, he by himself has amassed 80 million. You think about probably the hundreds of millions his business has generated across international dealings,
pay off people, and international, all that stuff. Yeah,
and yet he ends it by just killing everybody, including himself, and accepting the infamy that he will always have of like, oh, this all worked because he worked with Nazis. And so it's always going to be like him being in bed with them is always going to taint the already tainted legacy of his villainy.
I just meant like the scene isn't like a huge fight scene. It's like a gun springs out of his trunk and shoots the bad guys essentially, and it's like, I mean, that's fine. Like, that's not.
Yeah, I don't Jesse know. Just drives off screaming in joy, like he's free.
And then we just see Walt walking as he's looking at the materials of reflecting on his life. Probably the only place where he's like, I made my choice, and so where I got, all right, whatever. I don't know. There doesn't need to be the way he implies how there must be action or a huge scene. It just sounds really lame, like, which is weird because he's a film guy. It's like, I don't know.
Like I feel like if you watch Breaking Bad, I'd be like, why isn't there explosions like when he blew up Gus? It's like it should have been like a Michael Bay movie at the end. That's how I feel like it's like. No, it's Furiosa's story. It's a revenge story.
A character-driven ending, but he calls it anticlimactic.
It only layers why her and Max get along. So like, there's something that is unsaid that they don't know about each other, but they are the same spirit. They're both characters that
we're not so different. You
can't really redeem themselves, but they can help redeem others for bigger things.
Kind of like a Mike and Jesse, or he's like, you can never. I was trying to make a connection for some reason. It's like, where he's like, you can never atone, because he was like, make things right. And he's like, no, you can't. You cannot. You can just try to go forward. Just anyway.
too long. On that subject, actually, at 2.5 hours, Furiosa definitely suffers from runtime bloat, mostly because the movie doesn't really get going until like the 40-minute mark. Don't get me wrong, there's some great moments in that
But
intro
it's the way they all say this is that we don't need the first 40 minutes.
I mean, it'd feel weird if you just started and she's being auctioned off in the gas town bartering.
Because I mean, when they say it like that, I mean, I argue oftentimes like you could technically start a movie anywhere. I was watching some breakdown videos of Breaking Bad and El Camino and stuff, and the guy, he has some good takes, but then he has some weird ones. That was like El Camino, they didn't make it with people that never watched Breaking Bad in mind, and it would never make sense if they watched it without watching Breaking Bad. And I'm like,
go fuck yourself.
I was like, wait, hold on. You're telling me that a functioning human can't watch El Camino and just have it start with this guy who is like, a Korea out of his car, and then you go to his friend. Like, you can follow that story without seeing Breaking Bad and still enjoy the movie, right? Like,
I think so.
I don't know how the fuck you can't. If anything, it's a great trailer.
It's way less meaningful if you haven't seen Breaking Bad, but if you've seen it, it's like
it's a great teaser it's a great like get you hook for Breaking Bad. You're like, what happened? What is this kid's life? How did I get to this? Wow, who are all these people? Okay, Jesus, like, I don't know. So I don't know. This is a weird statement. They make a lot of the grifter sphere, that's what we shall call it now. They say a lot of weird statements like this that just kind of baffle me. I don't know. It's like, are you sure about that, guys?
Well, the thing is, it's not actually a woke film, but because they they anticipated, they made money by promoting this as wokeness. They can never just say I was wrong, and so they gotta pivot and try to kneecap it in other ways, so they don't have to apologize for their bad takes.
I guess just the way they word it,
lack of humility.
If they're to say, the movie is made pretty well and it ends all right, but I didn't enjoy it. I wish that it was shorter rather than it suffers from this. Just like you're not really explaining how. They often they'll state a lot of things without going into any detail, which again is, I guess that's why I prefer Mahler and stuff. They usually try their very best to explain what they say whenever they say something.
In Mando season 1, when Carano pops up, there was the trailer for her first appearance in the show, and I had a video. I'm like, oh great, here comes the whammon. And then it's like, oh man, I was completely wrong anticipating this was gonna be a woke shit with her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we thought that Alita was gonna be good. Look how we turned out. It was fucking shit.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's dog shit.
On that subject, actually, at 2.5 hours, Furiosa definitely suffers from runtime bloat, mostly because the movie doesn't really get going until the 40-minute mark. Don't get me wrong, there's some great moments in that intro sequence that really help define Furiosa's motivation as a character, but honestly, it could have been wrapped up in 15 minutes. As it stands, it's almost half an hour longer than Fury Road, which arguably had more plot and character elements to deal with, and the unfortunate result is a film that feels bloated and sluggish towards the ends. And when I think about this movie,
I feel like it's more the CGI element that he might be referencing. That
the CGI is distracting.
And for somebody like him, he loves the practical stuff and he hates the CGI shit usually. So I assume that's a bigger factor in his enjoyment for the film, is that a lot of the things he's seen is CGI for that 2.5 hours.
And part of the fame of Mad Max is all the practical stunt work.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So to him, it feels like runtime bloat because of what's on screen for him, rather than the actual substance of the story and characters feeling like bloat.
I'm gonna watch this. I might go tomorrow and watch it again. I really liked it, and I want to do my little part, support it. But just first time out, I've been simmering on this for a couple days. I just love the movie. There's nothing I would take out. I don't know of anything. I'm like, wow, why did we waste time here? It felt very well utilized time for the 2.5 hours. Felt like everything was utilized. If anything, it's funny because I do feel a little cheated as far as anticipation. Didn't know to ever expect it, even most of the movie watching it, but toward the end, they say something about like the 40-day war. They talk about all these wars that are like fake, including the 40-day war, which would be like Gastown and versus Dementis and his crew at Gastown versus Morton Joe. Clearly, Fury Road, Morton Joe wins because we have no idea who Dementis is, and they just like do like a quick montage, like in Mad Max 2 opening, for like 30 seconds, and it's like, that would have been cool to see. It could be a spin-off movie or something, but like that, it by itself would be like, I want to see some action of Morton Joe versus Dementis, and you don't get it because it's Furiosa's movie and she wasn't part of the war.
Guess not. Yeah.
Sets out to tell. The question that keeps coming up for me is, why tell this particular story almost a decade after the hype for the last film had died down, when it wasn't even that profitable at the time? Was the world really crying out for a Furiosa prequel? And why call it
I guess my logic is, do you make a movie because the world cries out for it?
Yeah, it's a passion project.
Like Drinker, are you making is your movie what people are crying out to see?
George
Generic
Miller
action
loves this series that he's made,
like,
and he's got more things to tell with it, and he just wanted to make it. And
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes feels uninspired, but I mean, I'm glad that they attempted to make something. I don't know.
Yeah, and there's still silver linings of like, well, this could be a good setup for like a new human ape war. So that's anticipating the next films.
Like if the approach was, I don't know if people want one, well then maybe they would have never made a lot of things that are good.
So, I don't know if people want a introspective analysis of the predatory nature of capitalism in the movie Nightcrawler, but goddamn, do I love it.
Who wants to see a high school teacher become a kingpin meth lord? Fuck that. Like,
who was asking for that?
We've already seen The Sopranos. We don't need to see Breaking Bad.
To quote Chuck Dixon, nobody wants that.
Mad Max when it's got nothing to do with Max? Is it because that's what people really wanted to see here? One last ride for old man Max to bring his story to a close? Yeah, something tells me we're never going to see that.
Probably why he doesn't like the movie. Mel Gibson's not in it.
Yeah,
you could have got this Mel Gibson, but we don't get him at all.
Me being new to the series, aside from Fury Road, and I'm starting to delve into it, like I instantly, just because of the mystique of Mel Gibson as an actor, like I want an old man Max movie.
Mm-hmm.
Last hurrah.
Like I say, Furiosa.
What?
Oh no, go on.
Is not a bad movie by any stretch, and in a lot of ways it's a solid action flick that should appeal to general audiences. But then again, so was The Fall Guy and Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, and those films both bombed at the box office. Maybe it's ticket prices, maybe it's because most movies end up on streaming within a matter of weeks anyway, or maybe it's just general apathy towards Hollywood these days. Either way, we're witnessing a depressing trend of solid, dependable films that should be crowd pleasers running straight into a brick wall of public.
I mean, for me, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to go to the movies all the fucking time. So I caught a couple of movies this year, and I mean, I'll probably catch a couple more. But like, there could be a lot of good movies that come out that I'm just not going to see in the movie.
This is a movie
in general. Like,
I think most people like, if not love, and I think you'll regret not having seen it on the widescreen at the theater with the surround sound.
Maybe, but that's for me to regret. I don't care.
Yeah, no, it's like, it's just legit. Like I have no reason. Like it's just legitimate. I was completely wowed by this. I thought, I was like, well, this looks like it's gonna be a awesome woke movie. That's what I said when I saw the trailer. I was like, it looks equal parts awesome and woke. And then I saw it, and it was like, that was fucking awesome.
Let me finish out these 10 seconds.
Apathy. And it seems like Furiosa might just be destined to join them. Anyway, that's all.
Anyway. All right.
Fucking retard.
I think you agreed with a lot of what he said. Just
it's just like, I feel like
lame.
he's just purposely trying to say, well, it's not good though. Who asked for this? It's like, well, there's a lot of movies like Pig. Who asked for Pig? Fuck, that's an awesome movie. Who asked for Willy's Wonderland?
Well, it's like that's what I don't understand when he says that. Who makes? Do you only make films because the audience asks for a film? Like, usually you're supposed to make a film because you want to make a film. I mean, I guess he might think that it's like a studio pushing it out, but I mean, maybe it is, but that
No,
just
it's
seems like the
George
wrong
Miller.
question. It just seems like the wrong question if you have an issue with it.
Yeah, George Miller's been fighting
said-
to get this made for like
He
a
said it
almost
was.
a
He said it
decade.
was good action movie. He said that he liked it. He said, yeah, like just didn't. It didn't have to be called Mad
Yeah,
Max.
like what is that video? What is that?
Like I say, like with Welcome to the Jungle, you don't need to have that be called Jumanji at all because it really has absolutely nothing to do with the 1990s Jumanji. It just feels like a tacked on name, but that's separate from its quality as a film, which to me just is like an okay little action movie.
Yeah,
But,
no, Jumanji 2 feels like just like executives saying like, what can we exploit? What do we have in
Yeah.
the bag? And then
Yeah.
they actually, it's like just an exploit film actually was made by people that cared to tell something cool.
Yeah.
And so you get Jumanji 2, it's just pretty awesome, unexpected sequel.
Pretty awesome, but I still think it didn't need to be called Jumanji at all. But I wouldn't say that's the problem with it. Or I guess that's like a personal issue I have with it. But it as a movie is fine on its own. Like it's fine.
Yeah, it's one of those like I was never asking for Jumanji sequel, but I'm very surprised and
Like
pleased.
when
by
I
it.
watch Jumanji 2, I don't think of Jumanji at all.
They did a third
It
one too,
invokes-
didn't they?
Yeah,
I have not seen the third one.
that one seems more lame to me just because the people in it. I don't know. Kevin Hart and alone, like I liked him for a little bit, but I don't know. Every time he talks now, I'm just kind of like, so he's one of those people I just can't stand hearing. I
Yeah.
like Jack Black. There's a couple hot chicks in it, but it's like, God, it's a rock heavy movie, and it's like I don't need this. Nobody needs this. I don't need this. But no, so yeah, Mad Max is probably fine. I don't. It's a series I don't want to get into right now. Like maybe one day I will. Same with Dune and Star Trek and things, but I just don't care right now. I'm trying to get into things that are interesting to me, like Better Call Saul and stuff along that realm of things. House of the Dragon. I want to go into those worlds. I don't want to go into these other worlds right now.
I have not watched the House of the Dragon trailer, but because of watching Mad Max, I've seen like clips of the trailer.
Yeah.
Or the new trailer they have for him. Like, oh my god, I can't wait. They're doing Night's Watch, people. Oh yes. Oh boy. I know that thing. I've seen it before. Oh man. All right, let's look into this Trump thing. Close out. Let's see. Come on, stupid mouse. God, it's popping. Here we go. Let me present. So this is unfortunate as fuck. We'll see what transpires. Convicted Trump blames jury, judge, and country gone to hell. Moments after jury found him guilty, Trump worked his conviction into the story of persecution at the center of his presidential campaign. For the first time in his 77 years, Trump was a felon. 34 times over, he was told. It was unambiguous. It was certain. It was happening. Before he emerged to the dimly lit hallway on the 15th floor of that dingy Art Deco courthouse, he huddled for a spell with his team. There was his son, Eric Trump, and longtime loyalist Boris Epstein, I guess. It's a weird spelling of it. There's one of his lawyers from a different case, Alina Habba, and also his campaign spokesman, Stephen Chang. They put their heads together, but there's very little mystery. That's what the message might be. For months, Mr. Trump has cast himself as a martyr, and now the moment has come. His advisor stepped aside, and he lumbered to the middle of the hall to face the cameras arranged there. Todd Blanche, Trump's lead lawyer, stood a half step behind. This was a disgrace. Trump began. He wanted to lay out the story at the heart of his campaign for the White House. His conviction folding neatly into the narrative. These are not his problems. They are the nation's. This is happening not because he hid payment to a porn star, but because our whole country is being rigged and has gone to hell. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring in our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions. Terrorists, he said, and they're taking over our country. In contrast, Mr. Trump said, I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. And Mr. Trump's telling he was doomed from the start. New York jury would never have acquitted him. He had talked so differently about the city just days earlier when he held a rally in the Bronx, calling his hometown the bustling center of a confident, glamorous American culture. On that day, he had told his supporters that to be a New Yorker meant you had smarts, you had grit, you had energy, and above all else, you had heart. But now that jury wasn't full of his New Yorkers. Mr. Trump seemed to suggest they were Democrats. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5 or 6% in this district, in this area, he said. Trump pointed to the next battle, not a pill, but an election. This is long from over. Thank you very much. He turned. Are you going to drop out? Reporter shouted after him. Members of the news media from around the world were camped outside, hungry for a shot of him leaving the courthouse. When news of the verdict had gone up, the little park across the street had erupted in cheers. Lock him up, some people shouted. At the same time, Mr. Trump's campaign was busy blasting out fundraising emails, describing Mr. Trump as a political prisoner. A short while later, his campaign refined its message, sending out a text to supporters, justice is dead in America. Our country has fallen. The usual parade of Trump supporters who populated that park all week were nowhere to be found. Mr. Trump emerged. His head was hung, and his blue tie glinting in the early evening light. He climbed into a Chevy Suburban and took off for his fortress on Fifth Avenue. He posted on True Social, victory on November 5th, save America. Meanwhile, shares in the company that owns that platform began to plummet immediately after the verdict. Oh, man. Back at Trump Tower, crowds had gathered. His campaign scheduled a news conference the next morning. So what do you think of all this, Ricky? What do you think of what's happening to America? What do you think is going to happen with this verdict in the election?
I don't know. It's one of those things that I have no idea what to do or what to say about it. I kind of agree with you at this point, where civil war is the only way anything will change, really. Otherwise, whatever. I don't know.
Conceptually.
Like I don't know what
allegedly.
Right. It's like I don't know what to do about it with that.
It's funny, Tim Pool tweeted war.
Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah, that's about all he'll probably do, though. He'll tweet war. Right. I got you. Yes. We all.
This is my frustration. Is like we have. It really doesn't matter. It's not that I'm a Trump guy. It's that no presidential nominee who's already been president. So he's getting convicted for something that took place before he was president. And that's the thing. It's like this should have already been a thing years ago if it was going to be a thing. And they've tried everything to derail him from being a nominee for the GOP because he's such a volatile enemy to try to combat by the establishment. They're throwing everything they can, and it really is. It's not a party thing. It's like this is just very concerning. This is why I'm a very anti-Democrat, not Democrat party, but democracy. I mean, I like to be able to vote. That's cool and all, but really, we need some sort of like monarchy with, you know, kind of like how like the Roman Empire was, or like you had a Senate. It's like you had a body that's voted by the people, but ultimately you have one guy in charge. You know, I think that's for the better. Almost all of human history has this for a reason. You could argue it's like coalitions and whatnot to like suppress oppositions, but ultimately, if you're like really bad, the people will lynch you. So I think you need that because we have a bureaucracy that like we make laws that don't take effect till like the guy leaves office. So it's the next guy's problem. And so they make laws right at the end of the term to screw the next guy over. Because when it like doesn't pan out, it's you're judging the guy in the seat at the moment for those laws that were passed before him. You know, like you get to pass the buck all the time with democracy as a candidate and as a politician. And so you have no like there's no cost for the politician anymore. That's the problem. So it's like it's anacyclosis. It's a idea that the Greeks figured out thousands of years ago, that there's like an ebb and flow of government. You have a king, the king becomes corrupt and a tyrant. The people revolt. They pick a leader, a monarch, or they sue for democracy in some way, to some extent, and then that becomes corrupt, and then we cycle back into picking like one guy to fix the problem in a king or whatever. And so I think we're at the point now where it's like we figured out our democracy is like in shambles. This it's not even though like Trump's my guy overall. This is a problem that this can happen to any side or any candidate. And the fact that we're here, especially for a guy that's already been president, it's very concerning, and I think reveals a lot about where we're at with our bureaucracy and why we need to change. We need a drastic change, something that only happens with conflict. This whole like faith in voting. And that's a problem, though. We're living so good, even though we see these egregious oversteps by the government, collectively, the establishment. Everyone's like pissed in the moment, but like no one's lifting a finger. Nothing's going to change for a long time. I think we got to go through a lot of actual hurt. Like, it sucks that our guy is possibly getting railroaded from a fair chance at office, but everything else is pretty good. No one's really going to lift a finger. And that's my frustration, is that there's going to be a lot of inaction and accepting what the establishment gives us.
Yep. For sure.
But yeah, I didn't know I was going to transpire in that article. It was just kind of like a recap of the courthouse. But this one is a kind of theory page. Here's what you should know. Conviction. I think it said on the thing what can happen with this. That's what I'm interested in. So sentencing is in July 11th. So about a month and a half from now, a few days before Republicans are set to make him the nominee. He may be convicted of a felony and reside in Florida, but he can still vote as long as he stays out of prison in New York State. It's unclear whether his once imaginable status as a person convicted of a felony will have any impact at all on voters. I found him guilty. Prison time. Will Trump go to prison? It's uncertain. Judge Juan M. Merchan is setting the sentencing in July. The charge of falsifying business records is a Class C felony, lowest tier of felony charges in the state. You can get up to 4 years in prison, though the punishment would be ultimately up to the judge. There's no guarantee he would give Trump time behind bars. The Manhattan attorney declined to say whether they would seek prison time. It's unclear if the judge will factor the logistical complexities of jailing a former president who is running to reclaim the White House. Other punishments can include a fine or probation. It's possible the judge will allow Trump to avoid serving any punishment until after he exhausts his appeals. He faces the threat of more serious prison time in 3 other cases he's facing. Those cases have gotten bogged down by appeals and other legal fights. The election. Conviction doesn't bar Trump from continuing his campaign or becoming president. He can still vote for himself in his home state as long as he's not in prison in New York. His daughter-in-law serves as a co-chair of the RNC. Trump would do virtual rallies and campaign events if he's convicted and sentenced to home confinement. In a deeply divided America, it's unclear whether Trump's once unimaginable criminal conviction will have any impact. Both parties believe that Trump still remains well positioned to defeat Biden, even as Republican now faces the prospect of a prison sentence and other criminal cases still outstanding. The there are immediate signs that the guilty verdict was helping to unify the Republican Party. So that's a good thing. It's been some polling. You see. If Trump is sentenced, he can challenge his conviction in a New York appellate court and possibly the state's highest court. Trump's lawyers already began laying the groundwork for appeals, objections to the charges and rulings at trial. The defense has accused the judge of bias, citing his daughter's work heading a firm whose clients have included Biden, Kamala Harris, and other Democrats. So what the? See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm just learning this now. It's like how you a judge with this connection should recuse himself. It's like I can't fairly like negotiate or oversee this case. I have conflicting associations. But he said he could be fair and impartial. They may also raise an appeal limiting the testimony of potential defense expert witness. Defense wanted to call Bradley Smith, who served on the Federal Election Commission, to rebut the prosecution's contention that the hush money payments amounted to campaign finance violations. Let's see. A lot of this I'm learning with y'all if y'all haven't already. The jury wasn't persuaded by the defense. While projecting confidence, Trump's campaign also spent weeks trying to undermine the case ahead of a potential conviction. He repeatedly called the whole system rigged. The term he also used in false descriptions of the election. He lost it to Biden. Mother Teresa could not beat these charges, Trump said.
Wow.
Man, this is it's very interesting time. This is unprecedented. So this is why it's very interesting. Not just because it's like election year, it's our guy, but also because like this has never happened in America. Such a high office being raked over the coals politically. God, this is unfortunate. But definitely, we got a great time. Ricky, you can analyze Ricade. We can analyze Trump court stuff in July. We can analyze Ricada the next month in August. I might become a law tuber.
I think body cam footage comes out like tomorrow or the next day.
Oh boy!
Next couple days, body cam footage comes out.
Oh wow!
So all the hearsay will have a final say, at least for some of it.
Let me see. There was
some details.
Okay, let me send this to myself. It's very annoying. Oh, Perry, you idiot. Let me see. Where I'll send it to you. All right. That's interesting. Anime Charizard or Charmander.
Yeah. Did I send you that?
Yeah.
Anime girl.
Oh wow, they're doing a musical Attack on Titan. How do you do it a musical? Is it just like
I think you could. There's the ropes and stuff for the ODM.
No, I'm just like, well, like how confined is it? Are you trying to like what? It's such a like heavy character show. I don't know, like a musical.
Oh no, I know what you mean. It was for like
3 hours.
Is Aaron gonna be like, I want to be free, can let me out of the cage, I want to fly? Woo!
Also, you're singing, so it takes longer to say things.
I feel like there's enough dialogue they can do. I mean, the lyrics and the stuff is
no. I think there's way too much dialogue to.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? Like it's so much. How do you condense it to a musical? Is it one season or is it the whole series? Because either way, it's just way too much.
Are you the prey? Are you the hunt? Hear the footsteps roar like thunder.
It's just way too much.
Yeah, you're right. There's two. It'd be like it's 3 hours later. All right, we're about halfway through the musical.
You would have to do like the ancient Greeks would do with the Odyssey. So the Odyssey, they would like kind of like musically retell it.
Yeah,
it'd have like a singer orator, and it would be like he'd be telling it in parts over like 4 days.
That'd be funny if they do the whole thing of like, and then it turns out that he was actually aware the whole time, and like from the future and the past.
Actually,
are
there's a weird
connected.
time continuum.
And so when that happened, he was controlling Grisha to do that, and Namir was waiting for Aaron to do this, and now he's trapped in it forever. So it's like in a musical form. It's like,
Wait, I don't know if they addressed it. Did he? Is he unknowingly or like retroactively responsible for the Titan killing his mom?
Yes, he is.
It just
Well,
never,
so yeah, when he's talking to Armin after the rumbling, like he did like the founding Titan thing to them that like fucks with their memory a little bit, and then so after the rumbling, and Aaron's dead, Armin and Mikasa are like remembering what he said to them, and he told them earlier or something. Like what happened, and so he sent because they show Bertold earlier, like he is like, after he did the colossal and he like went, that Titan like could have attacked him but didn't, and then it just went straight for the mom, and he had to make sure that happened so that the events happen. And same with the Aaron's group that gets taken out. Like when they go, the one jumps up, the one grabs the cable, the one just pounces up and eats that one guy. Like all of those ones were controlled by him, and the one that didn't eat Armin, that like left him alone after it swallowed Aaron, like he like controlled those ones because their behavior was so weird.
Right. I just pulled an article. I'm trying to like. That's like, yeah, that's where time continuum makes it like that instantly. Like, it never clicked when I was watching. Like, wait. I mean, yeah, they probably said it or addressed it.
Yeah,
it
didn't. When it was actually something, because in the moment they were all so confused. They're like, "How did this happen?" Because they didn't like. They did nothing. They were extremely abnormal. They just said they were weird abnormals, but it was like, no, they were being controlled by him, which is why their behavior was so weird. Because one of them even asked, like, and the Titan just left you alone? I don't know. I woke up and after he tossed me out and it was gone. Like, I don't know. Like they didn't have explanations for a lot of things, and they kind of quickly go past a lot of it, but they are addressed. And then later, like that's like confirmed that like, yeah, these ones were controlled sort of and whatnot to happen that way. Well, and it's implied that like Aaron is trapped in his own hell of like constantly being in a time loop of this stuff, sort of. Essentially, like, he never gets to go away, or like peace, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I've watched some videos that like talk about that, or like it's like God, it's so interesting.
Yeah. Well, I like the idea that it's like years later, like this could resurface in some way, and it's like, so what would that mean? Because like, as far as like the impact, that would almost mean that even though you did all this stuff and all these horrible things, still doesn't mean any fucking thing. Like it's still pointless. Like all the trials y'all went through, all the stuff you went through. If Titans return, then it's just like it was essentially pointless.
Yeah.
And it's like it's one of those mind fucks of whatever decision happened, it seemed to always be a lot of death. It's like, okay, either the rumbling wipes out all those people or they wipe out all of us. And then it's like there'll still be war regardless of whatever happens, because that's what humans do. It's not, oh, we'll just do this and we'll be friends. Like, no, that's just not what happens. So
yeah, honestly, them stopping Aaron, like you're just leaving. It's like the Indians, the dumbest thing America did is aside from like false flag stuff for like CIA shit and stuff, arguably letting Pearl Harbor happen, stuff like that. The dumbest thing I can think of America did was not killing all the Indians, like giving them their land. Someday, fucking going to rise back up somehow with all the casino money they've built. They're just going to buy an army.
Yeah, they have a they'll build a little Death Star or something and wipe us out.
It's like they're not going to do it. They're just going to buy Chinese mercenaries. And
they're why there's all the immigrants coming in from Mexico or something. Or
yeah,
whatever.
They'll do
like they've been orchestrating every little thing. They
yeah, like
that
history,
would be interesting plot. Like, no, they're behind Ukraine and all that stuff. They're behind the Palestine, Israel. They're behind all the immigrants going into America. Be like, like these sneaky little Indians are just.
well, it's like I don't blame them. You know, it's like
That would be funny.
It's just there's I think it's Rule 16 in the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene, and he talks about like don't ever don't do half measures like Mike Ehrman Trout. There's no half measures.
He's like, don't half measures will not end well.
That's what the reservations are to me historically.
Yeah,
it's
the
like
half
you
measure.
don't completely like
Well, no,
bend
you're
over
right.
an
Well,
enemy
even
and not take care
even
of them.
Walter White, they did that with was it Crazy Eight, where it's like he was debating letting him live. When he should have just killed him right away, but he's like contemplating. Oh, he's feeding him. He's like, oh, do I kill him? Do I not kill him? And then he was going to let him go, and then that would have killed him. And he almost got killed in the act of letting him go.
Yeah.
And had to kill him anyway. And it's just like, and from there he kind of becomes more resolute to jumping to we should just kill the person instead of just all this extra.
Well, yeah,
crap.
like it's funny when like Badger.
I was about to say
on the-
Badger. Yep, he was
is
like,
elusive,
we
he's
should
like-
consider killing him. Like Saul said.
He's like, you know, and just like, what? No, he's like, okay,
yeah.
all right. What else can we do?
But yeah, it's like, and when the kid got shot, he was like, oh, that sucks, but okay, it's dealt with now, so that's fine. Like, I think he's very not half measury anymore. He's very much committing.
Yeah, to me, it's like somewhere in season 5. That's when Walt becomes an actual villain.
Yeah, I'd say when he lets Jane die in front, like that's like that was because that also, I mean, that resulted in how many, like 200 people dead, essentially.
No, for me, that's not it. That was still like, you were my family decision, you know. And it was like in the moment. If he'd played that 10 times, you don't know what the stats are of him saving her, you know. It's one of those, like, I don't think he'd play it the same every time. But I was when I was watching with you the show, I'm like, I'm trying to figure out, like, it's not here, it's not this death, it's not this kill, it's not this move.
So which one did you pick?
I'm trying to figure out exactly like when is there like the shift, for at least for my taste and my perception, like when is the shift of like everything's been pragmatic and circumstantial, and so it's like he's not a pure villain.
Well, actually, I want to send you a video. I'm literally watching a video right now that's like analyzing evil, and he's
that guy.
He's disgusting. Did you watch that?
I watched his Better Call Saul one. I watch him sometimes. His voice is annoying to me, but
I agree. But that's what I'm watching right now. When we started the stream, that's what
Suit. Oh fuck, we gotta watch some Suit stuff. Yeah, I'm way behind on talking. So I want to, like, I saw your hairy baby Eric July, which is funny as fuck, Suit. I can't comment though for at least another day. I got suspended for a week thanks to the ADL. I mean, Ripaverse retards. There's a tweet I had. It was a reply to someone, and I don't know the context, but I said like something to the point like Eric deserves the digital beating he continually gets for being a piece of shit, something like that. And I guess I got like a violent speech ding, probably because of ripitards. So this is why I'm always deleting tweets. Every so often, I just go on delete sprees trying to like clear out my history, because you never know what people will dig up to report you for like contextual shit, you know. Let me pull this up. YouTube. So I pull up YouTube, and Frog Tony's streaming, and his title says Eric Jai coping hard over Yaira letdown, which I'm like very interested what that means. Jesus, this is a almost 2-hour clip of the Dick Show on Clipsama.
Wow.
About Nick getting arrested. I listened to it, but I don't pay for the Patreon, so I don't see the videos. Fuck. Let me go to my subscriptions. Is this like Suit? It's not a name you're going to find easy if you search it. There we go. Well, I think he posted on here. If not, I'll go to his Twitter. I'm way behind on suit content. This is funny because I'm scrolling. It's like Rule 34, Dave and Sturgis. Like, what is that? All right, we go to X. I hate that X is like officially now the thing.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
Well, it's like there was something that happened where it's like, oh, now it's like the threshold's crossed. Where it's like this is actually officially now X. Before it was just like Twitter/X. Oh, here it is. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this, Rookie. This is hilarious. So here's the thing, like, I love Insane Jug statues, as you can clearly tell behind me. I definitely am interested in the Irish statue. I think it's like a bad pose. You don't make an anti-woke company and then your first statue is a screaming white woman,
Yeah.
Like, look at Captain Marvel. Like, here's the thing. Unwoke Rippaverse, first major statue, screaming white woman. Woke Marvel with woke, like rejiggered Captain Marvel lady. Look at her. She's fucking gorgeous and booby, and she's like strong, and yet she's still very feminine and inviting. She's got the SJW haircut, and yet she's equally feminine. She's got a great ass too on the statue. It's not just a booby statue. Great ass. I've shown Rookie. But yeah, it's like just complete feminine energy, and the Irish just like. But this is baby Eric.
like one of those early humans had little hobbit creature things that also existed alongside man.
He's got a little pinky.
That looks nothing like Eric Chile.
I know, it's hairier. I've told a coworker supervisor about this, like broad strokes about Eric and trash can stuff, and I was texting you links because I can't send anything on my Twitter account, and I didn't want to like log out and go to the other account to send it to myself or whatever. And so I texted you, but I accidentally texted to him, and he laughed. And I'm like, when I went back to like text you something, I saw that the last text was to that guy with the J in his name. I'm like, fuck, I'm like, oh yeah, this is like a parody of the retarded black guy I was telling you about. Lot of lore.
I'm waiting for little Eric to say shout out.
Shout out. It's funny. It's like yeah, we're totally coping and seeing these funny, silly memes we make. Let me go to
it's fun. So Yaira hit 2 million.
Wait, what?
So is that why we have the statue? Because he hit 2 million?
No, he released it anyway.
Oh.
And now he has.
So now people are gonna get one because they purchased Yaira.
I have no idea. It was, hey, if we hit 2 million on a campaign, we'll open up the statue. But then let me see. What's his final
now
sales?
you can
$1.587 million. So he's 500,000 short, and yet he still released this statue, which surprisingly is through McFarlane Toys, which McFarlane makes all the DC shit now. Like, he is one of the main guys at Image Comics. His comic at Image is Spawn, which has been doing great last few years with like kind of like blown up universe of just being Spawn and maybe like miniseries. He's got like multiple lines now of Spawn, King Spawn, Gunslinger, and Scorched, and he's got this Rat City, and he's got Sam and Twitch. So he's like made a interwoven Spawn universe line of comics. Yeah, as a competitor, he is in control of DC Toys now because they folded DC Direct. So it's like that should be big news. Like that should be big comic news. Let me see if Yaira comic news. Let me see if it's any actual news coverage. So banned comics 3 days ago. Yeah, the only news coverage, which honestly, Bleeding Cool, which is like the main like comic news site, they should have something covering this because it's like, wow, McFarlane, a big name in modern comics history, is making a like sideshow level statue with independent comic company Rippaverse.
Independent black comic creator.
Well, yeah, like that legitimately is big news. Regardless if you like or not, but it's just like what? And supposedly they approached him. I saw in a video. I don't know.
Well, and so how much? So you get it with the comic book, or you have to buy it?
You have to buy it. Is like
separate?
you know, like Indiegogo, you like make stretch goals. Like, hey, if we get this funding, I'll throw in this thing. If we hit 10K,
Yeah.
if we get 20K, I'll throw in this crap. You know, like it's perks. But Eric's perks, all of his perks are like, hey, if you fund me to this level, you can also buy this thing.
It sounds like what they do in video games. It's like you buy the game, but then you've got to buy anything else you want with the game. Like you want that level, you got to buy it. You want that thing, you got to buy it.
So the first one was 300,000. Yair yields to no one. We are excited.
How much
to
does it
inform
cost?
you that well, statue's 500, and
What?
which is not crazy. Like these statues are about $500. Like it's just pretty standard price, but for like an unknown new character, and it's like it's like a spin-off character from your main line. Isom, you know, your flagship character that you haven't put any effort in.
Well, like
And
Jesus, like I was saying, like EVS's
all this makes
Cyberfrog
no
stuff.
sense.
You know, the Cyberfrog stuff. I got like I don't know how many things I got. I maybe spent a few $100s, but I got like a lot of the toys, the action figures that I consider are probably like they make more sense to me than a statue, like a Yaira statue. More complex anyway, I would think. But
No, I think well,
Wow.
it's like I'm interested to buy it. Honestly, it looks pretty good. I mean, I think it's weird to like kick off with the way they have her
how much
screaming.
resale could you possibly get out of that? Like,
Well, that's the thing is like I'm interested, but it's like $500. It's like there's no. Here's the thing: everything Rippaverse has like lost money on the secondary market because it's overpriced, and so generally speaking, a sideshow type statue, like most of them go on sale out the gate at $500, and then they might jump up to like 1,000 or more, depending on the like rarity or the like want of fans. So like a Wolverine statue is hard to like go up in value because there's multiple Wolverine statues, but like Captain Marvel, there's only a couple, or like Hellraiser, you're not going to get her or like Darth Talon for under $1,000, probably not under 1,500 when they were only 500 when they came out. So they've like tripled in value because they like limited number. But it's like I think Eric's not even going to like, he's probably going to lose money to like create a like minimum number of like 500 or 1,000, you know, or if it's got more, it's like he's just gonna be sitting on these $500 statues that like a box is like as big as a table. Like legitimately, the boxes are.
yeah,
You've seen them. They're pretty
your
fucking
place.
big.
Yeah, those are big box, bigger than I thought they'd be.
Yeah, it's like it's not just that the statue's like 12 to 18 inches tall and you know, give or take that wide, you know, but it's also like the packaging is like twice as big or 3 times as big as the statue to protect it. So it's like the warehouse space. Eric's really filling up his warehouse with overstock.
Well, I really wonder how many of these he'll sell because that'll be interesting to see.
Well, that's the thing is like I'm interested because like it's like a new character and it's like the first thing and it's such like a a big item versus like a toy or a keychain or something. But then it's like everything Rippaverse has lost value or it's stuck at the initial retail value. So there's no like you're not making money on
Well,
Rippaverse
that's kind of what I was
stuff.
getting at with the action figure for EVS. Like, regardless of what you think of the quality of the toy, its value goes up typically. Like, if I bought it for $40, I could probably sell it for 60 at least. I would
Wait,
think.
what do you mean redirect? Like what? Like Stream Snipe or Raid?
I don't know. I'll be right back.
I have no idea. But yeah, I'll pull up the image because I think it looks pretty good. I just think it's like not the best sell to have a screaming white and like Furiosa might be suffering because of the like more or less decades long girl boss shit that we've been lamenting in media. And so you got all these like woke little like subtleties with the selling and shit. Like the first thing I watched part of the stream of Eric like closeout stream, and he had this hospital. I was like, oh, like you got like 10 minutes left, like sell Yaira. And like the first thing said, like, oh, like she's probably like the most anticipated female of the year. Like their first thing was female. Yeah, I saw the Ripple in meme. I don't know who shared that though. That was funny. Yeah, let me bring this up so I can show Rookie. I guess he hasn't actually looked at it. It looks pretty good. I just don't think a screaming white woman's the way to go for a unwoke company's first major statue. Well, that's annoying. Is there not like a cycle option? Yeah, I mean, this looks really good. And yeah, because she's like obscure. It could be worth something, but I don't think he's gonna sell enough to like make it actually worthwhile. And so I don't. So it's there's gonna be a minimum of 500. They won't exceed 1,050. So it's got a very low count. It's one of the, and then there's like the Ripple Land. It's really tempting. It really is tempting. I'd have about 6 months to like fund this. You know what? If y'all want to like super chat over, next month or so streams, if you want to super chat to get Yaira on my shelf here, then we can do that. If y'all want to help fund me getting Yaira, I'll get her statue and put it up, and I guess I'll unbox it and review it. But I just haven't seen 3 campaigns by this guy. I just don't think it's worth pulling the trigger. Because ultimately, any statue I buy, it's to resell and make at least 10% profit. Saska's sister face. So he sold 200, but yeah. Let me see. I think raid is a term maybe. He in his stream was going to raid it too, but there was an option on your end. I don't know. You just copy and paste the link. There's not really I don't know what that means. Left there and came here. Well, thanks. Yeah, and I messaged you on my other account. I can't really. You tagged me as something on my Angus account, but I'm like locked.
So the Yairil statue, what's going on now?
Yeah, I brought this up so I could show you. So apparently it's limited to 1,050 at max. Supposedly they've sold 200. Now, given that he's got this like Ripple in thing, which is funny to meme, but like this is on like it's pretty standard for these high value purchases. They have these like basically loan options where it's like or like layaway
a couple
options.
payments of something.
Yeah,
pay $100 a month and they'll pay it off.
Yeah, so that's fine.
That seems like the most logical way to sell it because I don't think most of the audience
people just don't have
$500, especially if they're a member on his website, if they buy the comic book and whatnot.
See, I mean, Ricky, like this looks
alone going to be drained.
This looks really good, but again, a screaming white woman. Like her first thing should be like basically my Captain Marvel statue is what they should be modeling off of. She's a flight character. She's, you know, blonde lady, booby. They should have her like ice blasting. This like ice stuff around her like feet. Like that's cool or whatever. But like I mean, I guess you kind of get the sense that this is her power 'cause she's like charging up on her like offhand. But
I don't know
you
how her
should-
powers work at all either. They don't really show her do anything with them other than you took it like a chomp. So I
yeah,
don't know.
like yeah, no, legitimately, this is not it's not a bad statue at all. It's just like I just think this is a really
What's the most you spent on a statue? I mean, I guess we both went in on one before. But
yeah, we both went in on the Darth Talon one, so that was after
like-
shipping
that was like
and tax,
$600-$700, right?
$900.
900, yeah.
I'm so mad, Ricky. Like I would just sometimes I'll just like offhand like I'll have like my watch list or whatever, like add stuff, and I'm always having to cycle through and delete things that are either already sold or find a new listing by someone else of that thing if there's available. And so sometimes I'll like search and be like, okay, sideshow or whatever. And I looked up Hellraiser statue, the Hellraiser priestess. It's the girl version or whatever from like Hellraiser 3. I don't know. I'm not a Hellraiser fan, but I've seen the statue and I love it. It's gorgeous. Equally like macabre and like breathtaking. Very unique piece. And yeah, you're not going to get it for under 800, if not like 1,000 or more. And then someone had it listed for 750 or best offer. And like I literally like saw it and I went back to sleep. And I'm like, let me think on it. I woke up a couple hours later. I checked it out, thought about like making an offer. It fucking sold. And it's like my like hesitation. It was like that price alone was already worth fucking jumping at. It's like basically half of any other listing. It was already fucking worth it. And I hesitated. All my successes with eBay and everything I got, my collectibles I pretty much broken even by making profit on other things. But like that would have been like I might have sit on it for a while, but that would be a profit guaranteed. Someone would want that if they could afford it. And I hesitated, said it's like I saw it, was able to get it, and I didn't pull a fucking trigger. And it's like those I remember those more than any of the wins. And so like Tom Brady, he probably remembers losing to Philly and losing to the Giants more than he does beating Eagles, beating the Panthers, beating the Seahawks, beating the Chiefs. He probably remembers those 3 losses way more.
It's funny how many times he's beaten things. It's just like he's beaten this, beating his wife, beating his dick, he's beating everything. Jesus. I'll be right back again.
Oh god, a Goding statue. What the fuck's the appeal of that shit? Oh man, suit. You may need to see a doctor. That's a bad take. What are you talking about? Is a new feature in YouTube to add a link and thus rate another channel so your live stream will then stream another person's live stream. Oh, I have no idea about that. So what? Like he still gets the watch time off of me? Huh. You have to DM me about that because send me like a link about how that works. I understand it better. Let me see. There's definitely a lot of other shit I want to talk about, but I'm kind of like, I kind of want to watch something or play Rome. I don't know, in a weird mood. Let me see what Ricky sent me. Oh, that looks interesting. Attack on Titan link. Oh, yeah. Let me. Did I send that to myself already? Make sure. Okay, let me pull this up for y'all. What is this? Hate Army. I gotta search. One moment. And it's underscore cult. All right, so Ricada, of course, he's been in the news in our sector for a while. I guess there was a stream that just happened recently talking about, I guess, new details and discussing. I know EVS has gotten heat today or yesterday for saying like, well, kids can take care of themselves, or the oldest should be like pitching in or something. It's like you're talking. I know you grew up with a big Mormon family, but it's like you're talking about like 2024 kids. Fucking adults don't know like where to buy dishes. So like we're in a whole new phase, man.
Adults don't know where to buy dishes.
No, I was saying like EVS was saying saying that oh, kids can like take care of themselves, like the 16-year-old should be like pitching in or whatever, making food or cleaning, doing laundry. And
I mean, technically, they start doing that at like 12.
well,
Or
I agree. I
2.
agree conceptually, but it's like we're in 2024, dude. Like we're in the era of like TikTok. Like people don't know like where like oranges come from. You know?
No, you're
Like,
right. Yeah,
people make all
there's-
sorts of weird TikToks where it's like, well, like clearly hamburgers are made from ham because it's called a hamburger. Like,
Right, we're not quite in the generation that would tell them we used to pick berries when we were kids. Now we're
I actually
Not
before I
quite.
play this, I gotta look this up. Let me find it because I want to get the context right. TikTok, girl didn't know about fruit. No, where fruit. Let me see. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay, this is it. Okay, I found it. Let me stop sharing this. This is what I'm talking about. All right. So this is like a little microcosm of me countering EVS's take. This is not me being triggered that like kids shouldn't help with parents and household chores and whatnot. It's just that we're in 2024, Mr. EVS.
Only person on the planet that didn't know that you can just pick a piece of fruit off of a tree and eat it. I had a friend come over a few weeks ago and she was like, Carly, why do you have a bag of lemons in your fridge? And I said, oh, well, I use lemons in my cooking a lot and sometimes I put them in my sparkling water. And she was just like, no, but why do you have a bag of lemons from the store? And I said, oh, well, sometimes I cook with them and I also put them in. And she said, no, you have a lemon tree outside. And I said, okay. And she said, so why do you buy lemons? And I said, because I cook with them. And she said, Carly, you have a lemon tree. You just pick the lemons off the tree and you put them in your food or in your sparkling water. And I said, don't you have to do something to them? And she said, what do you mean? And I said, you don't have to do anything to the lemons. And she was pretty upset, which I guess I am one of the very few people. I didn't think that I was one of the very few people, but maybe I am one of the very few people that didn't know that there is nothing that you have to do to a lemon before you eat it from a tree. You can just take it off the tree. Am I the only I'm 28 for reference.
Oh no.
Well, you gotta send. This is a problem with pasteurized milk, Rookie. Look what the guy that made pasteurization caused. Because you got a guy where it's like, oh, it'd be great to like fight foodborne illnesses and people, having spoiled milk or whatever. So I can extend the longevity of the milk, but you have to keep it refrigerated because it'll spoil. And it's like, yeah, but like you can just squeeze the milk out of the tit and like you just keep it kind of cool.
No, I'll admit
you
there's
don't,
some
you don't have to
things-
refine it. And now people, because of the cushy roll we're in, people were like, "Oh, you can't just eat that off the tree. You got to send it to the factory for proper."
I thought at most you gotta like
analysis
rinse it
and-
off or something. Is what you
That's
gotta
it.
do. Just rinse it off and eat it.
I
right?
mean, half the time when I'm at Kroger, I don't even rinse my fruit. I know it sounds like, ugh, gross, but it's like I'm from the, I was a medic. I worked in a hospital for a bit. And so it's reasonable exposure. I work in a factory. So you have like communal tables, which are fucking gross because all the like dirty guys and just the dirty soot on your hands and shit. No way a quick wash with like the soap at the sink is getting rid of all the crap on your hands. So it's like, it's like, oh, someone could have coughed on it. It's like, fine, but it's reasonable exposure to like ultimately I think it'll strengthen my immune system if I'm eating someone's germs, you know. Also Mexicans picked it, and we all know Mexico's gross, so
Let's say in general, this is the thing too is with food handlers. I mean, you'd like to think that they're all gloved. I don't think most wear gloves.
yeah, it's like
That pick the food, you think they'll wash their hands?
I get that people get sick and get E. coli, whatever, but it's like we've sanitized our lives too much, and so I try to combat that with like communal areas where I'm not like, oh, it'd probably be customary. You're like, oh, you should definitely like wash your hands every time you eat. It's like I work in a factory. I'm fucking disgusting. I don't care. Whatever. Like,
wash your hands before you touch your wiener.
yeah. So it's like, yeah, if like I shit on my hands or something, I'm going to wash my hands. But otherwise, like, just So, but yeah, I think that really is at the root of this kind of thing. Is like it's never crossed your mind that you could just pick fruit and eat it right there. It's like, it's got to go through the proper systems.
Yeah,
and
I think they thought that there's more that happens to it. Like, oh, they inject it with the nutrients, they inject it with the flavor, they inject it with the things that whatever. Like, I think that's what they think.
I could see if you were a cranberry fan of like Welch's cranberry juice, and then you like ate a cranberry raw. And you're like,
no, it's not the same.
Clearly, you have to like send this to the lab. Like, because cranberry juice is fucking awful. I really hate tart shit. Like it makes my jaw feel like it's locking up. That's how bad it is. All right, but let's so that's
by the way, I'm 28.
Yeah, that is me countering EVS's take about the kids. So this is something that specifically came up in regards to Ricada on Chrissy Mayer, or at least a stream that she appeared on. I wish I had
she did that. I think she did this morning.
Okay. So we're gonna analyze this. So this is from Hate Army. I'm assuming this is like an anti-Phantom Menace Comicsgate Sphere page.
Yeah.
Hatearmy.com. So I guess they probably keep a catalog of baddies or something. Or it's like, I am part of the Hate Army, and here are clips from all of our hate channels. I don't know. It could go either way. I'm not sure. But here we go.
Of being hungry and dirty, and it's like if their clothes aren't being changed in a number of days, well, that tells me they're not being bathed or washed, and it breaks my heart. So
right. Although, I mean, I'll tell you right now, when you talk about being bathed or being washed, you're a newborn, you're a mother of a newborn, right? 6-year-olds bathe themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like you say,
do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just throw them a sponge and some soap.
Yeah. You're like, go.
Yeah.
By the time they're 4 or 5 years old, they're bathing themselves. So as far as their failure to hygiene,
do not trust a fucking 5-year-old to clean themselves or to run their own bath. That's how you're gonna have a drowned kid. Kids are fucking stupid.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I want to say at 5. Like, if anything, my mom would have to tell us to take a bath, and we go make our own bath.
I'm just saying, like, this is especially with like this whole reaction to the speculative talk. Again, so
it's all with the allegedly.
Yeah,
don't know
so allegedly. So yeah, given Ricada's commentary, he's got someone specifically after him. It's like vindictive or whatever.
I heard rumor that Star Wars girl might be going after him.
Oh yeah. I sent that to Ethan Ralph shit.
Oh yeah,
that's funny as fuck. If that's the case, that's so juicy. Like, finally, it only took Ricada's shit to finally chop this bitch down. Oh my god, if she is behind this, that's gonna be fucking great. Oh man, talk about law tubing then, rookie. The guilty verdict of that Star Wars girl. We'll get to that. But no, as much as I'm against the helicopter parenting and all the stuff like that video I showed that kind of summarizes the state of the modern world and stuff. As much as I'm saying like work against that, given how I feel like spank your kid on the ass in the store for being contrarian. You're like, I want, and it's like, stop. They won't listen. You fucking pop them or slap their ass. People are gonna call CPS on you for violence and shit. This is this, it's how extreme we've gotten. It's just a safe bet to not actually, as much as I'm against like that kind of reaction for discipline kids in public and how people react to it today. I'll very much caution never fucking trust kids in bodies of water if they're like under 10.
I guess. I guess this goes.
I mean,
hand in hand.
it's all like individual. Sure, you can gauge as a parent your own kid, but just good rule of thumb: just go in with the mindset of like, there is a bar I'm setting of like, you must be this tall to ride the Bath roller coaster by yourself, unless you prove me otherwise at a younger age. So I think this guy's got very flawed logic.
No, they said like they said that they didn't change their clothes for a few days, which is why they said they don't think they're bathed, they're changed, but said they're about 6 years old or something. I don't remember at 6 years old needing help putting clothes on.
No, it's not that like you need help putting clothes on, but like kids don't really think about like daily cleanliness and shit. Like they'll just.
I feel like no. If you have a routine for your kid, then yes, they do. Like I don't know what.
I mean, if anything, it might be.
I don't feel like the state of the world has the effect necessarily on how an individual raises their kid with their daily routine specifically.
Sure, but
otherwise, I just feel like that's a poor excuse. I would say.
I mean, this might just be like lapse judgment at the very fucking wrong time, where they're going to like nitpick everything. It's like, oh, your kid spilled SpaghettiOs on their shirt. Clearly, they've never had a bath in this house. Like, it might be that drastic where you got to think the whole legal system, all these fuckers, these cops, they're all looking for promotions. They're all looking for like ace in the holes.
And they want to bust of some
They
kind.
want to like, it's like when you find out anyone's arrested, you'll find like 30 charges. And this is how the legal system works. I think it's a good feature, but it gets misused. Is that like, Al Capone famously was not busted for any gang criminal stuff. He got busted for tax fraud or like mail
Breaking
fraud.
Bad. Just a vegetarian had bought chicken stuff.
Yeah, it's always dumb shit like that gets criminals busted. It's not the obvious stuff usually. But yeah, like they'll stack shit just to like layer, because like they're out to get you. It's like, oh, I hear you're a bad parent and you're abusive or whatever. So it's like they're in either just blinder like save a hoe mode in regards to like, I'm Captain Save the Children, or maybe they don't like you, so they're just gonna layer every little detail they can to make it an uphill battle for you to disprove. Yeah, unfortunately, legal system set up in the modern day to like destroy families. It's not there to like it. That's the problem with the state, is like, not the state conceptually, but like the modern state of America in the West. As all these legal systems are not there to like strengthen families, they're there to bust them.
They're ready to tear you away.
Yeah. So yeah, it might be the case. It might be a case of kids built SpaghettiOs that morning, trying to be a big boy and open their own can or something. Or it might be just, they're fucking disgusting and they've been neglected. They're not maintaining their cleanliness. Might just be a bad stretch of, it might not even be drug related, but they just like had like very lapsed parenting and thought their kids would go along with routine, and they actually weren't taking a bath, group bath of same age.
Well, I mean, I would agree that there is a little bit of supervision, at least some reminder from parents. Hey, did you put your clothes on? Hey, did you do this? Like, did you brush your teeth? Like, not necessarily they need to do it for you, but like there are reminders here and there. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Is a 5-year-old really going to be like, sorry, Mom, I got to go shower. Be right back? Like, I think most kids are going to let themselves be like, they're not going to rush and bathe themselves. They're going to embrace filth. complaining.
Okay, he's a little too confident in the. Okay, so like I'm saying, I think that they would do it on their own, but not. Oh, yeah, of course they do it on their own. Like, no, there's probably 5 times out of 10 they might. But they can also go. Yeah, I totally took a bath, Mom. I put the water on, and then I just sat in the bathroom. I could see a kid doing that too, like just not getting in the water on purpose, just to be a little sneaky. You can see that too.
Yeah, I don't know when exactly I became kind of self-sufficient in the bathing department.
I just don't remember. I don't remember at 5, like needing as much supervision. I think there's probably some, but like that was when it was becoming less often, where it would be just reminders to take a bath.
So I keep seeing Jew in the comments here. I don't know if they mean the logic guy or Mayor, but I'm
assuming the logic guy.
I figured Mayor was
I
Irish.
don't know if there's often enough Jew referred to her all the time. I don't think that's enough with her.
I've never really heard Jew in association with Chrissy Mayer.
I think it'd come up more often if it was.
Yeah, it's like someone's like, just Talmudic Hebrew things. Or it's the first one I saw, it got me. It's a subversive Jew. Can't expect anything else. Someone says they're always Jewish.
Well, and this is the thing too with the kids. If a kid says, "Hey, I haven't been bathed in 3 days" or something,
well, it's like, oh, the kids are starving. It's like the kid probably like, I'm hungry. I want Oreos.
Well, so I'm saying it's like the
cops like, oh, you're just starving.
To take a kid at their base value all the time is pretty stupid, because kids, it's easy to lie, and kids sometimes enjoy lying. And like, yeah, I'm so starving. When was the last time you ate? Like forever ago. How long ago? 5 days ago. Like just it doesn't. I don't. They're not going to be accurate as a source. I
have seen some pictures, and I will say, Chad, I have from a source. I have seen some pictures, and oh my God, it's not from the raid, but it's prior to the raid. Holy Jesus, that house looks bad.
It's just funny. This Ricada saga is going all over the place with defense and attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
Chicken attack.
Okay, so this guy himself, this account shares quote unquote anti-Semitic stuff, but then he's anti-Ricada, it seems. So interesting. Again, this is new territory. How to raid on YouTube line. Well, thank you. Suit yourself. Let me check my messages. I'm not seeing that. So I guess you just put that. All right, let me check the chat. Miss out on potential views. Maybe to get back to nature as well as socialize, you should join a communal men's shower group. They could hit all those notes you're trying to hit.
Speaking of men's shower thing, I'm watching this movie called The Big Hit. It's got Mark Wahlberg in it, I think. I forget which one of those ones. And they're like assassin guys, and they're like all in this locker room, I guess, and they're talking. He's like, you seriously told us you jerked off for the first time last week? Yeah, I've been fucking chicks since I was 10. It's just so stupid. Just like, I've been fucking since I was 10.
Anyway. That movie made $27 million.
Yeah. It's a pretty silly movie so far. Christina Applegate's in it though as well. Some bombshell.
Man, I love me some her and Leslie Mann. I love me. Yeah, have you seen? I'm trying to think of a movie she's in. Leslie Mann. Let me find some movies she's in, because I don't think you've seen. Knocked Up.
No, it's Emma Stone, right? Is
No,
that
it's
one?
Kristen Hagel or whatever.
Nope.
All right, let me see. Oh, okay. In Big Daddy, you know, like the Hooters chick, he's always making fun of.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
don't feed your tits. That's Leslie
Yeah.
Mann.
Okay.
Yeah, she's aged very well. Like, there's something about blonde white ladies. Like, dude, the Santa Claus, Mrs. Claus.
Yeah.
Oh my god, she's 52 and she's still fucking hot.
Sweet.
It's crazy. Yeah, I saw the tweet. Yeah, I appreciate. I'll look into that probably tomorrow. I might shoot tomorrow. I'm not sure because I'm not working overtime tomorrow. So, God, what else? This Ricada thing is just. I was just so. Just
Well,
so out of left field, and then
it's funny because his takes on Eric July were funny and spot on, and with the Johnny Depp stuff, he seems to be legit. But then apparently when he's intoxicated, it's a little different.
You know, you do little drugs, and all of a sudden you're sharing your wife.
I love EVS's like interpretation of things. He's like, the other guy wanted to join in, but they all kicked him out. His wife and everyone.
I was
like, no, we're just trying to hang on to the wife, your wife, so we can fuck around. Not with you though. It's really fun.
Yeah. So I get like there seems to be like the bonus of like Ricada gets to score with another chicks, but it's like, yeah, but your wife's getting balled out by other guys. So this is a net negative in my view.
Yeah, agreed.
Also,
well,
there's been
the way
research.
EVS put it, he's like, you could be banging 1,000 of the hottest women ever, but if anybody's fucking your wife that isn't you, you're a cuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. It's one thing if you just like if you date a porn star as a guy, if you date a porn star chick, I think if you're like, hey, this might be like a long-term whatever, but like clearly like if it's I think you just have to accept an open relationship. And so it's like it's kind of like your good friends that screw. Your friends with benefits. You know, you might be fairly invested friends with benefits, but it's like I don't think you can really invest fully like wife material out of a porn star unless she just stopped. But then you have the baggage of, well, look how many dicks you sucked. Like, can you overcome that as a guy with your wife? And it's like if you're accepting that, I think little of you. So like again, my religion, like as much as I like learn about Greek stuff and all this investment, my only real religion is anti-cuck. I'm not friends with stepdads. Find out your stepdad. I just kind of like keep you at a distance. I'll be like a work associate. I'll be friendly, but like that tells me a lot about you as a guy that you're settling, that you settle for used pussy. Like sure, in the world we're in today, you're not going to find a virgin unless maybe you're in a church community, and there's probably some like grooming by today's standards with that relationship. So it's just not happening. That's just the reality of today. Everyone's fucking screwing, but there's gotta be some limits. And to me, if you're a man and you accept a bred woman, like you taking in her kids, and it's like you're saying, it says something to me that like if you're settling on like used pussy, like truly used, like had children, then like where's your pride in yourself?
They're basically beginning of Breaking Bad Walter White. They're just
where's your pride in yourself?
I'm just here and I'm just existing.
You're settling. It's like
I'm not going to settle for greatness.
A convenient way than like chase your own life and your own path. You're picking up the broken dishes of another guy's, you know, like it says, I know it sounds like fucking so toxic in today's like pussy world, but like that's my hard stance in life.
He's a true man stepping up and taking the duty.
Yeah,
of
that
father,
whole like
I'm the father that nobody
I'm not
else
the step.
would. Blah,
I'm
blah,
not
blah.
the stepfather. I'm the father that stepped up, or whatever that phrase is. Fucking gay. That is feminine indoctrination. You know that suits women.
It's literally
women
like it's literally like the you may have placed second place, but at least you placed.
You know what's sad too?
It's
like some of the greatest men in history, as far as accomplishments and feats. Like the first true emperor, Augustine, was a cuck. he took in a bred woman. But like the culture's completely different back then. But I feel like there's still like a subconscious like, what? The first emperor of Rome had stepkids. What are you fucking serious? Like I'm just flabbergasted by that. Are you fucking kidding me? But it's funny because I was watching Rogan, what's this guy talking about Marcus Aurelius, and of course he had Commodus, which is not exactly like in Gladiator, but he was trying to be a gladiator and shit, and he just did not give a fuck about administration really, unless it suited his personal, thrills. But they're talking about like, yeah, there's something weird about like great men are almost always bad dads or like just uninvolved dads because they're so invested in like big things that like
they're trying to build they're trying to punch a hole in the universe. They're not.
So it's like honestly the
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker template of like a basically celibate man that devotes himself to his like career. That's kind of like your safest bet for legacy. You never have to worry about the tarnished. Oh, that was an absent father. Or
Every time I have a kid, they always betray me or
yeah. No, that's funny. It's just like a hard stance. So it's like it's not the coke, it's not the possible neglect or whatever. It's like this whole like cuck shit. It really hinders my view of Ricada. But he is a good law tuber, so he completely has value. But it's just like, man, you're just a guy on YouTube. You're not someone that like, oh, if I met you, it'd be so cool to like, have like a offline like interaction and whatever.
Well,
it's like now I'm like, no, not invested.
It's kind of funny thinking about it. I'm sorry if I keep on referencing Breaking Bad all the time.
No, you're fine.
Like
recency.
it was just like so much on my fucking mind now with stuff. And so when Skylar cucks him, essentially when she fucks the boy. So a good thing from Walt. It almost appears like he's like accepting it, but honestly, he's like fucking done with Skylar. Like he's on his way out with her anyway. He's focusing on his business. He got like freed for he's like he's in a remission or whatever, right? He's gonna live a little longer, and he's like, all right, fuck you, bitch. I'm still gonna provide for our family, but all right. Like he wasn't like, oh, thank you, like how he would have maybe been at the beginning of the show. Like he didn't take the cuckold place like a cuck. He like, if anything, he barreled forward of like, all right, this fucking bitch, let's see what we do here. Because that was after he moved. That's after he forced his way back into the house, right? I'm trying to remember the turn of events.
I don't think he left yet, but it was like getting to that point, and then all this weird shit, and him being evasive, and the second phone. It's all like building up, and so then he like shows her the money, and he's like, this is my life's accomplishment to like leave this world to keep y'all financially fine, and I need you to accept this. And so she just like all this way, all these, and so it's like it's an act of rebellion, it's an act of defiance, and not to like take the woman's side exactly, but like Walt had it coming for her to do something like that.
Yeah, he fucked with her head so hard with all the lies and secrets and fucking around. And then also I did all this illegal things, and you better accept the money that I'm leaving you when I'm dead and I can't even deal with it. Like, that's insane. So my point was, though, even though he got cucked here, essentially, it didn't feel like the typical cuckoldry spot where he is like, oh, my wife, and no, it was like he's focused on his goal still, and he's maybe reconciling if he even loves her anymore, but it feels like, when we get to season 5, it's like he doesn't really love her anymore. She's a tool for him to continue his business, essentially. And
I don't read it that way at all.
But then there's when I'm saying this, there's so many different moments where it does seem like there's still a passion there, especially like when she's coming up with ideas. That's like what was that, an idea? Oh, that's fucking hot. Like kind of like you're like some of the ideas that she's able to do or accomplish or something. Or when
her and Jesse are kind of the same.
Injured, like when I say some of these things, I'm not saying like just he's like, oh, you're done, bitch, that's it. No, there's more layers than that with it, especially at different times. but like, do you get what I mean? Though, do you get what I mean?
Wait, hold on. So, yeah, I know with any like male female dynamic stuff, we're just completely going to disagree, Joy, and that's fine because you're a woman, and so yeah, especially like we have a very feminized for like decades now society, even before like birth control and all like sexual evolution. There's all these like little increments of like betatizing society, and I don't mean this like agenda wise, like people talk about today that they just finally noticed. But like this is like an ape thing, you know. So there's this doctor, I think his name's Richard Wrongham. He was like a protege of Jane Goodall, and he talks about how like human society is like a series of betatization, that because we're so social and stuff, like the meme of like alpha males, like it's not a thing even in like the wild dog eat dog world of nature, that like if you're attempting as a chimp to be like the alpha brute like that, all the beta males will make a political coalition and kill you. So I don't want you to like interpret that as like, you know, I'm thinking like broad strokes, not recent memes. But yeah, so you say, so a woman is married and has children, then her husband leaves her. She's supposed to stay single forever, or at least until her kids are grown. The kids can't have a father in the home. So I mean, typically, I think 80%, at least documented, 80% of divorces are initiated by women. We're in a completely woman-controlled system with the relationships. There's no like even exchange. This is not the 50s where a man dumps his wife and leaves her destitute. It's not the case at all for a long time now. There's all these bailout systems for women. Women can have the best time of her life with the guy that makes her a wife, has children, and then for no fucking reason at all, because of no fault divorce, you can just destroy the marriage. She's incentivized, actually. She can basically maintain her life. If the guy's rich, she can fucking get him for alimony, child support, and still get funding from the state for housing, food stamps, etc. The government is acting as a fill-in father nowadays. That's why I have this like single mother epidemic in this country. And it's not really, I mean, it's very pervasive for a generation with black people, but black people were just the experiment. Now it's going full sail across every demographic. But aside from that, no, there's this whole system of accepting this like stepfather shit, this whole like cheaper by the dozen, this, what's that Dennis Quaid movie with like the two families, the fucking Brady Bunch? There's this like
yours,
systemic,
mine, and ours.
Yeah, there's a systemic initiative through various media to normalize step parenting, especially for men. Who's that suit? It suits women. Women get a fucking bailout option instead of sticking to a marriage, especially when there's children. It's not a random fucking guy's job to bail out bred women who invested in men. More than likely, at least in today's, probably last 40 years for sure, women choosing to destroy the family. It's not a man's job, single man's job, to bail her out and take on the children and be like fourth, fifth, or more down the list of importance. Men are already, as like the prime biological father, we're already down on the list of importance because it's like the children and the wife and then whatever, and then dad finally pops up. When your stepdad, you got to invest all this time to take care of all these other kids that aren't yours to then maybe get a chance to get your own kid. And then if she wants to destroy that relationship, you have really no rights to those kids you've invested in. It's a fucking horrible deal for men to ever invest in children that aren't their own. It's so easy to take their own kids from them. Why would you invest in another man? It's just biologically, like in the wild, the males kill the babies of a former male. When a new line takes over pride, he fucking murders all the babies and sets the estrus back in cycle for the women lions, the lionesses. This is how it works in the wild. In humanity, what we do is we have like men have a revulsion to women with children. It's like, because it's like baggage. Like we have a natural revulsion, but society has like engineered us to like accept him. Like, oh, it's okay. I'm the father that stepped up. No, it's your gut instinct. Like when you're a kid in high school and you like a girl, and then it's like, oh, she's got a kid. You're like instantly like, ew, fuck that.
Yeah, value drops to the bottom.
Yeah, and then you have this whole system of, well, like women are bred, so then like they're easy scores, like because like, are you going to hold out sex? You already have 3 kids. I'm supposed to take on you date, and you're going to hold sex from me? Like it's just not good. It's just not a good template for the woman or the man. It's definitely not good for the man to invest in another man's child. Why is he investing in children that aren't his? And for a woman, she's probably got to like open her legs way earlier and go through trial and error, opening her legs repeatedly to score a guy that's actually going to invest in those kids. It's a bad deal both ways. We need to incentivize families staying together. I get that there's those onesies and twosies.
There needs to be also ones that don't hook up too quick.
Yeah, it's just
like, that's hand in hand with the staying together thing.
I feel like my take is actually very even, like I'm very male centric. I'm male focused. I'm a male, and I have like the brotherly bond, brotherly instinct of like goodwill towards men or whatever. I want to see every guy do great and have their own little plot of land and a wife and kids, whatever, But honestly, when you really analyze it, it's bad for both sides. Encouraging this, accepting this broad strokes has only been detrimental. It's gone hand in hand with the single motherhood culture. It
increases divorce rates because they can.
It's like, oh, I can just get another husband. I'll just get another family, whatever. Might have to take a couple other kids, but whatever. Like this whole like settle culture. That's the fucking problem. It used to be like you set out, you find a fresh girl,
you commit to something,
you commit, and you build a life. Now the whole like widowing, that's like an odd. That's like, oh, in cases of rape and incest, abortion. It's like, well, like that happens less than 1%. So we really shouldn't legislate this broad strokes. Like, so you want to throw in like oddball exceptions of like widows. It's like, I guess, but like even then, it's like she has learned behavior. Also, behaviorally, the mother's going to accept bad behavior over discipline. Of the children, it's a very common trope where it's like the guy wants to step up and yet he tries to be a disciplinarian like the male should be, and then she'll mama bear shield the children from evil.
Gabriel Iglesias did a lot of great comedy bits on this. He's like, I'm trying to discipline my kid. And then if the kid texts his mom and mom comes over here upset about
it's
how
just
I
not
dealt with
fucking good. And so if there's anything I encourage, there's anything you ever take away, it's like, don't be a fucking cuck. Never. I don't care how good you are as a guy, and you think you'll make it work or whatever. Like I know there's examples that do, but just fucking don't ever accept bred women. They had kids, they made their bed. We're going to make a better society if we disincentivize women having broken homes. It tells you where women's are, like just like every stream. Where's women are? It doesn't make sense. Again, I get you disagree, but also you're a woman, so you're biologically against that because the whole like cuck system of stepfatherhood suits women. The bailout system suits women. And I get it biologically. I get like it's like this all boils down to like war wives. There's no war husbands. Like when a tribe destroys another tribe and they take the women, maybe the children, they'll have slaves and women to breed, new stock, new genetics, new stock for the pool. You don't take the men unless you make them slaves.
It's usually implied that the men will all die or be imprisoned to die or be enslaved to die.
That's historically like what women were vested in the men in war, their husbands, because it's like because otherwise the enemy's gonna like rape me and make me a slave. like, and maybe a war wife, but like basically I'm just gonna be rape meat. Like
That was why wasn't it like Eowyn in like Lord of the Rings? She wanted to fight rather than like wait for the potential fate of what happens if all like you don't know what'll happen to the men. Like you want to be out there too and fight, so you don't.
Well,
wait
I'm
for the
sorry you
result.
think that, Tony, but I'm going to stand firm. I don't care. Even if Rookie was against me, like this is my hill I will always die on. If it's incel to say, don't be a fucking stepdad, I guess I'm an incel. It's not good. Look at where society
It's not even
stepfatherhood
anti-sex.
is part
It's
of
not
the
really
fucking single
anti-sex, though.
motherhood. Stepfatherhood, this like pervasive culture of accepting stepfatherhood is part of single motherhood. And this epidemic of the last 50
I don't see how
plus
that's
years.
incel behavior because that's like it's not anti-sex.
I'm
It's just-
saying, men, secure your own wives. Don't take former wives and their baggage of other children that have no connection to you. That you have the uphill battle of hopefully they'll bond back and invest in you. If anything, they're probably going to act out and be against you. And it's I had a stepdad. I'm speaking from experience as a child who had a stepdad. I never, even if my dad was just not there once my parents divorced, but I never liked my stepdad. It wasn't even that he was a good guy. He was a good guy, especially hearing horror stories, like pretty good stepdad, I guess. But like as a child, you just naturally don't fucking want a stepdad. And so I never emotionally invested in him. Like the stats, the potential of a fully invested, loving relationship between the stepdad and those children that aren't his, it's not in the cards. It's bad for everybody. So I encourage working on stable marriages, fighting the divorce culture, fighting single motherhood culture, because single motherhood has all these downsides statistically. Broken homes. And I point the finger at women because they are the instigators of 80% of divorces now for a long time. No fault divorce. There's this whole anti-family culture on both sides. And I think the cuckoldry of stepfatherhood is part of it. It incentivizes single mother because women know they have a bailout option instead of investing on like a rocky marriage at the time. So that, again, that's like, I'm totally fine people disagreeing, but I speak from experience as a stepchild. It's like I have that perspective. I have a perspective just like biologically makes no sense because we're naturally prone to be revolted by that as men. You don't want another man's kids. It's just what am I doing? They're not mine. But yeah, Nick Rekieta cucking himself. It's gross. Also, apparently, when every partner a woman sleeps with, there's some sort of DNA bonding that happens. Every man you've been seated by. I'm gonna look this up. Sperm DNA women sex partners. Hopefully this search will okay, so this is from Time. This is 10 years ago. I don't know what this is going to say. How previous partners affect offspring. It's a long-held belief among animal breeders that purebred progeny are best produced by females who have never been mated before. Call it puritanical or ridiculous, but in breeding, it's a long-standing practice, even though there has never been much science to back it up. Now, however, researchers at University of New South Wales in Australia believe they may finally have some evidence to give that notion some scientific support. Working with flies, a research fellow at the Evolution Ecology Center picked up on her mentor's work of looking at how male factors can influence offspring outside of the DNA in his semen. The genetic test showed that even though the second male fertilized the eggs, the offspring size was determined by the condition of the first male. She says of her findings. The cool thing is that the non-genetic effects we are seeing are not necessarily tied to the fertilization itself. Cool or really disturbing, the implications of the study are that Any mates a female has may leave some legacy in the form of physical or other traits that are carried in the semen, but not the DNA containing sperm that could show up in her future offspring with another mate. While there's a growing body of work showing that a mother's diet or smoking status and other lifestyle habits can have an influence on offspring, the data on similar factors of the father side is just emerging. For flies, it's known, for example, that males who eat a maggot-rich diet while they're mere larvae develop into larger than average adults. And on top of that, sire larger than average offspring as well. Males fed a meager maggot diet tend to be smaller, have smaller progeny. Eager to learn how this was happening, Crean conducted a series of mating experiments with female flies when their eggs were immature. At that stage, eggs are more receptive to absorbing factors in semen, but because they aren't fully developed, they can't be fertilized and won't result in baby flies. When she and her colleagues mated these females with males who were larger, they allowed the females to actually mate with smaller males once they're mature. The offspring turned out to be large, just like the first males the females had sexual contact with. Genetically, they're the offspring of the second smaller mate, but physically they resemble the larger males. That's fucking creepy. Let me see. What is this? That's a really complicated title. I'm gonna piece that one out. Planned Parenthood. Let's see what this one is. 126. Seems kind of inconclusive. Or at least the way the claim was spread is being discredited. But then the fly research seems to like give it some validity with the long time mating thing. Interesting. I'm gonna have to do more research on that to figure out which is the right way. Hey, what's up, Sketch? But no, I was looking at that because there was this claim that it might have been a misconstrued claim from research, but it was that like a woman's like humans previous sex partners, like that it was like some sort of lingering DNA aspect to it. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think EVS was saying that earlier too. So you probably at least seen that meme going around a while ago.
Probably.
So I'm gonna have to research that. But anyway, Furiosa. It's funny. I'm an incel, but then I'm like, go see this female-led movie. It's really awesome.
I was gonna say, do you think that black pills are worse than cucks or
black pill
what do you
shit.
think?
Black
Is
pill
that worse or
yeah, black pill is like male feminism. Like it's like feminism for men of like doomer shit. That's stupid. I know the deck is like it's easy. The mating game for all history, it's like easier for women as far as like they're going to get a mate if they wish, you know, and historically, even if they don't wish, with like arranged marriage and stuff. But there's like way more hurdles to secure a mate for men than women. But it's like the deck is way more stacked today, and then there's all these weird social factors that are unnatural with social media and internet dating and whatnot, and everyone just being on their phones, being on technology, being antisocial. We're like hitting new thresholds that have never been assessed or met before. So we got even newer challenges in the mix. But yeah, it's like I think, you know, still got to persevere, and we should be looking out for each other as men. You know, women with issues collectivize very easily. And I think men, we kind of like are always late to the ball, looking out for each other. Even though we'd make a great accomplishments with architecture, just everything, war, architecture, infrastructure, whatever. we collectivize our efforts and make great things, but it usually takes forever to ever like get those organizations started, you know. Really, a single study was there. Discredited. You believe it? Well, no, I've never heard of the fly thing. The fly thing came up in my search. That was not related exactly to what I was saying, but it kind of gave credence to the assumption about the specific human thing, Summer Swan. But no, I feel like you're kind of triggered, and I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not going to back down, and it's fine if we disagree. And it's like that's the value of this channel. I don't know if you appreciate it, but that's the value of this channel. It's like I have stances that I know can be extreme, but I'm not going to back down unless I'm
sometimes he says things that sometimes he
wrong.
says things that I'm like, a little bit.
But no, that's the
Sometimes.
value of me
But
and
yeah.
Rookie is like he'll hit back sometimes, and so then it's like, oh, like let me
Yeah, well,
actually
like with the
maybe do
stepfather
more
thing.
research to validate it, and or sometimes it's
Yeah.
just kind of like a more dismissive take that I've never had reason to challenge.
Well, it's like the stepfather thing. I would say I agree with you, but I feel like a lot of men will just be satisfied with the stepfather role
Oh
that
yeah,
that
and that's the
brings.
problem.
And if there is, and I guess because like modern society does praise that like that attention or like feeling of like, you know, I'm swooping in, I'm the hero, is sometimes enough for them. But I would much rather there be more people trying to stay together and like keep a family together and stuff rather than well, people shouldn't jump quickly to it for one, and then they also should
Yeah.
really try hard to stay as long as they can. There's so many windows that are almost begging them, you can just leave anytime, you can just end it when you want, you can just leave now. And it's like, how about you have all that asked before you marry, and then you know when you marry you committed now, you are in, so like you got to be sure this is what you
Well,
want.
I think
And it's like,
you
you know,
know,
that's why if so it shouldn't be done quickly if you're really trying to make sure this is what you want to do.
well, I think it's like this whole problem is downhill from a lot of societal problems with we don't have long-term investment oriented society anymore. Church doesn't mean anything to even churchgoers. It's kind of just a passive habit. There's no real like intrinsic investment. Just kind of like, oh well, you know, sure, I'll go to church and get married. Like when I get married, it'll be a church because that's just what we do. But there's no real like thought, you know. The church doesn't mean anything to like most communities anymore. You know, most like in the West, mostly Christian. Most Christian faiths have become very like relativistic, which I'm all like for moral relativism, but that doesn't work with religion. Like religion is about like faith, and it's about like kind of hard, usually anti-societal stances, where it's like society says everything's a-okay, and it's like, yeah, but my God says you have to walk a very fine path arbitrarily, you know, and you'll get a great payout in the afterlife, you know. And when you have a church that's morally relativistic, it kind of is like, well, why do I even need to go to church? Because society says the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Sure.
Oh, okay. that's kind of drastic for me, but maybe that's an incentive. I don't know. I can't implement that, I guess what I'm saying. But Suit says, solution: if the husband and wife split up, the younglings are unalive. That will keep families together. Oh,
Not quite.
You
Quite.
You want to split up, do you? Well, yeah, I think if the state, okay, so like in America, there's people talking about like, oh, they're pushing the gay agenda and this anti-family agenda, etc. Like, yes, they are, but it's because they want to depopulate the citizens, and they want to get non-citizens that aren't invested in the system. They just get whatever little payouts they do of welfare, whatever, and they don't ask questions. They don't counter the state. That's what
more
they want.
controllable society, pretty much.
The U.S. government is not anti-family. It's like this is just a means right now to try to re-engineer the population, re-engineer the voting populace. That's my assessment. That's my assumption. Yeah, because you see all these like leftist articles over time where it's like, oh, like having white children is bad for the environment, but then they're like, oh, colored people should have lots of children, like. So they kind of show their hand right there, because they associate like white with like you're going to vote for Trump and etc. and all the things afterward. But very funny suit. My values: not sleeping around, married people should stay together, barring infidelity or abuse. I generally agree with that. I was Catholic, and I think Catholicism condones, in their interpretation, if I'm not mistaken, they condone divorce within abuse, including like financial, like gambling abuse. As like, but yeah, generally it's like, the Jesus himself kind of institutes hard lines for marriage. And yeah, I feel like step parenting, whatever family, like I don't think it goes along with Jesus. If you're Christian, Jesus talks about like remarriage is adultery. It's not kind of like widow or widowers. That's different because your spouse dies, so you can remarry at that point. But those are exceptions to the rule, I guess. But yeah, Odin, Etep, and Drew. Oh, Etep's Catholic? He always talks about being like a Russian Jew or Polish Jew, so I would never have an idea.
I'm
funny.
awful of guessing anybody's anything. I don't even try. I'm just like, oh, you're a religious. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's as best I can do.
I used to watch Odin long ago. It was nice to hear like a Catholic stuff, but I don't like Odin. It's not in regards to his religion. I just don't like him. But if he's a good Catholic, cool. I don't like him. Quit watching him. But that's cool. I know he's like a Catholic school teacher, or is he still doing that? I don't know.
I don't know. I do not.
If you could implement it, would you? Damn, suit. That's tough. I lean towards no because I don't know how many people, especially guys, are just like, yeah, whatever. Like, or women. I don't know. There's a lot of deranged people now where it's like, I don't think that would even be incentive enough to. For me, if wanting to date a woman with kids, you must accept the woman and the kids as a package. Oh, I agree with that, but I think there's just like a natural evolution, but then there's been like systemic societal and like entertainment undermining of like the natural male inclination to be like, ew, like just as like a guy, you're out of high school and you start dating, for real investment. It's like, oh, she's got kids. Like, fuck.
Well, it's like,
live life yet, and I got to take on
like
fucking children.
Walking through it, it's like, okay. Well, there was actually somebody when I was online dating that like they had kids, and it was at a time where I'm kind of like I was figuring out what I would go for, and I immediately was like, I was talking with her, exchanging a little bit, and then I was just kind of like, you know what, like, no, I actually don't think this will work. And she was like, and then she got angry at me. She was like, well, what? Because I have children, and I was just like, I mean, what
do you expect?
I'm like, I haven't like long term dated somebody before for like a long time. Like, like I don't want to know. Like, and my brother has a bunch of kids, and he, like good kids and all, but Jesus, like that's a situation I don't want to be in.
I feel like it's like welfare,
like
where people are like, we need to stop mass welfare, and it's like, well, yeah, a lot of people are going to starve. It's like you got to rip the band-aid off at some point. Like it's just harsh reality,
something like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's like something to push people, to do things. I mean, I admit, like I feel like we're potatoes sometimes because we're not pushed hard enough to fend for our lives. I guess I can admit that's even where I am sometimes. Like there's not enough pressure on me, really. Like if I can easily enough live my life without needing to be, I'm not having anything pushed on me too hard.
So after high school, before I joined the army, I've had 3 girls that I was into that had kids. So it's not like when I was younger, it didn't cross my mind of like, oh, whatever. Like, I really like the girl, but it's like, fuck. Thank God it never worked out. It didn't go anywhere, because like that's just a recipe for disaster. It's just, yeah. I can't in good conscience. Like, it's just that's like my hard line. I just can't in good conscience advocate stepfatherhood. Just with like my male centric view, but then also it's like I think societally, when we like, I think it really is like a root of a lot of problems, is this like passive acceptance by society of it, you know.
So women who put out are bad. Who you, was that referring to?
No one. Yeah, ultimately, everyone should be like a better society is a more chaste society. I know, like the glory days of the 50s. There's lots of like single motherhood, and there's a lot of like sexual promiscuity that's brushed under the rug about like the good old days that no one talks about. But they're, it's like teen pregnancy used to be a problem for years, and then like 90 to 2000 started like actually going down.
Well,
but they didn't.
I guess
they brushed on the road because they weren't advocating for it. That's the thing. Is like
this.
It might be two-faced of our forefathers, but there was a culture of being against promiscuity and being against broken families.
Well, I mean, this may be something that I've experienced. I don't know if anybody else has gone through this or whatever, but like in high school, let's say there was a girl or two that I had a crush on, and like, we're maybe at some point moving in on whatever, but like they dated somebody before, and then I learned later it's like, oh, they had sex, and it's like, well, okay, like that's fine, but my interest in them kind of goes down a little with that. There's one girl I was interested in, and then she revealed that she was pregnant. And I was like, oh my God, like I'm not, well, like, like, is that mean of me to lose interest? Like in a woman who's like, again, she was not giving me that incentive, and she doesn't have a current person that's going to raise the kid. But like, she was interested in me, but I was interested in her, but she's pregnant, and I was in high school, and I was like, I'm sorry for your situation and all, but like that's a red flag.
Well, the reason I'm saying the welfare thing is like
I didn't want to do that.
The reason I said the welfare reason I said the welfare thing is because there's this welfare ideology of like, well, somebody's got to take care of those kids. And it's like, well, it's not the single guy's fucking problem that the woman picked the wrong guy or was easy and didn't like really like check, that this is the right guy to be with and have kids. It's like she gave the milk for free, so why buy the cow? And so when she has a calf, it's not the next bull's problem. Like,
yeah, well, and that's the kind of thing. Like with this girl,
why is it the guy's fault if she opened her legs and has a kid? And then also, like, so women who put out are bad. I'm not saying they're bad, but like it's just not good. We need.
It's like to me, I lose interest personally, depending on what it is. Like I was saying, from the context of a high school kid. A teenager, almost an adult. I'm trying to find investment in somebody, and then it's like, okay, well, this woman had sex with a few people. I'm like, well, my interest is going down with that person because of how many people she's already done stuff with, like, and in general, the amount of
you've already been with this many people. It's like,
even if they didn't sleep, with them, honestly, like if they dated multiple guys, and let's say they never even slept with any of them. I don't know. Something about that would just be like, you know what? My interest in you goes down because I'll probably be another one that's just another stat that you dated. Like why? So like that was something that kind of was something I learned as like in my senior year of high school. That I was like, man, I'm trying to make interest in you. I'm trying to do something, but then it's like, no, you've done this with this many guys, and you're like ready to go to the next one to me, and then it's like, man, I lose interest in you for that because you, like, how do you actually mean what you have? You've dated 5 other people before, even if you're a virgin. What is your commitment levels here? And maybe it's the guys that are the problem. I don't know, but. It's just, I don't know. That was just something that made it a little tough for me to
smell the stink
as a
of
kid,
as
like that. I was like, huh, it made me really hesitant. It made me really hesitant to approach a girl to date because
that is something good about high school versus.
They had. I was like, I don't know.
That is something good about high school versus like adulthood is that you can kind of like have like a track record of like who's probably a slut or like a serial monogamous, just like always bouncing from guy to guy. It's like, never mind. Like the whole
Yeah.
keymaster and gatekeeper thing. Yeah, I was thinking about that. The guy who works hard to open the lock, but if every key opens that lock, no one wants that lock. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just it's the unfortunate. There's men and women aren't equal. I know we're in America and democracy, and also we are fed this lie that we try to apply to like sex that we're equal, but we're not. And it's like, the Casanova, like every girl wants him. It's like, oh, I'm gonna tame him. I'm gonna be the one to make him settle down. But it's like if the girl's a Casanova and bouncing around, it's like, oh man, what a whore. Like
Well, I guess it's the kind of thing where, like, as a guy, you want to invest into the girl and like go, I'm going to take care of her, and then it's like, oh, but she's totally willing to not really care.
Well,
as
it's
much,
because it really is biologically rooted that it's like, it's the long-term investment of children. It's like guys can spread their seeds easily, but a woman is stuck with a child, when she gets pregnant. It's like that's a long-term investment to gestate, and it's like only one guy at a time. So it's just it's why Mother's Day is so like coveted and cherished, but then Father's Day is kind of like an afterthought, because it's like fatherhood's way easier to achieve than motherhood.
Yeah,
as far as investment, and that really
exactly.
that really underlines the whole thing. And it's like, I know it's not fair, but that's just the reality.
Well, I don't know. This might have been a thing too. Like with the pregnant girl, like I don't know how long she was pregnant for. It didn't say.
Probably
anything.
9 months.
Well, no, she wasn't. She didn't have the baby in high school, but like, maybe she did. But now when I was around her, anyway, she wasn't fat or whatever. So it was probably like a couple months at best. But it was just like I knew her that whole time, and I never saw her with like another dude really. So like I had no idea that she was pregnant, and she didn't tell me until a certain point. And I was just like, oh, man, because I didn't know at that point. Like at that point, I would be kind of one of the she'd leave.
You only like me for my shorts.
Well, it's like she kind of like she would cuddle up to me for warmth because I was very warm, and like the kind of thing where I would be around her quite often. I was one of those boys that you would go, oh no, the little simp boy. Sort of, but she wasn't like a super popular girl either, so it wasn't like everybody's going after this chick. And so I thought that there was like some genuine feeling there, but then it was just like she's pregnant. She tells me, say, I'm pregnant. I was just like, huh? Like when? With what? 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 Because it wasn't with me, is what I'm suggesting. So it was like, huh? And then after that, I felt kind of jaded for a bit for.
This
dating.
reminds me
I was
of
just like, oh man, I don't know if I want to be as
something
like,
about,
I'm gonna
something about the
with
sentiment you
like,
just said reminds me of Whitest Kids You Know. Is a skit where it's like this family's kind of like a cult or something, and so the kids have been taught that poop is their sin. And so then like the dad's trying to interrogate them. He uses this like system to like control them. And so it always guilt him. It's like, who, what have you done? What sins have you committed? And he like has like a bag of shit.
Right.
And they're like, no, I don't know what I did.
No, yeah. No, it's funny. Summer says, "Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think Rookie is a virgin." Well, I mean, like I am, yes. But there's again, when you hear the stories of the stuff here, you can kind of get where I'm mentally at with this kind of thing. And you haven't heard my online dating stories. It's like after high school, like right away, I dated like maybe 7 girls, let's say, and let's just go to the second or third one. This one definitely made me hesitant to just sleep with a girl like right away, especially someone online or whatever. Like long story short, she very much was interested in having sex and everything, and I was all for it too. Sure, totally, but everything she would do did not interest me. It was very quick and rushed, and I was not really enjoying her and just didn't want to do anything. But by the end of it, just like sent her home, and we did not end up doing anything. I revealed that, you know what, we can just be friends. You know, like I didn't have the courage to tell her to just leave, so I waited for her to leave when she felt like it at the time, and then she was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna not be able to get pregnant in a year. I was looking for somebody to love and have my kid and be a father and blah blah blah." She was trying to trap me into getting her freaking pregnant. She intended on me to get her pregnant,
We're never
essentially.
gonna score.
And everybody was essentially like, "Bro, you should have hit that. She was so willing, bro." And I was just like, there was some vibe with this chick that was just like, no. And so before that, there was somebody that she was okay, and we kind of liked each other. But she immediately, like, just often, especially when we're trying to do some sexy time stuff, she's like, "Oh yeah, you know, we should like live together and whatnot." There's just all these red flag kind of things that would just always be brought up that just made me lose interest in them. And then I'm just like, you know what? My ability to judge what the hell, I need to like step back because, you know, especially the one that wanted me to get her pregnant. You know, my brother has a huge he has 5 kids and like a whole mess of drama with that situation. As an example, like my grandpa is the spawn of 15. He has 15 siblings. Like my family, the seed holds pretty strong. Odds are if I would get her pregnant if we had sex. Like, yeah, so that that
hey,
affected it quite a bit.
Since you're Australian, how deeply invested in Mad Max are you? Because I only like Fury Road thus far. I just watched Mad Max while I was in the bath, and I'm like, it's fine. I don't get why it became like a series off that one movie, but I love Fury Road. And I saw Furiosa, and I fucking love it. And I'm just so. This is like my new battle cry or hill to die on against the Zeros. You know, you got Eric July and his trash, of course. Not really had. There's just been like an overall thing with the Griftosphere, but like this Furiosa thing is like they're so bent on trying to derail it and contribute to its failing. And it's like, why? This is exactly the kind of female film that you talk about wanting, in that you like Alien and Terminator. And yet so I don't know. You being Australian just makes me interested in that as like a side note, because we were talking about that earlier.
Today I met a woman. Yeah, that's that's fine. The vibe that I have with it, and yet Summer, that is a good point. She was like next to Angus. I'm so innocent with everything.
I don't
It's
know
true.
how I'm like not innocent.
I guess the way you talk about women, like I guess the lack of how I do, like I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, I know a lot of these points have gotten popular because like Roll Tomasi and Red Pill, whatever cast, all this stuff. But it's like I approach it like biologically and scientifically, and then like societally. Like I'm thinking of, like big problems, not just like recency, like Tinder swiping and shit. You know, of like very new culture, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's weird too because like I love the Spartans, but then they had a cut culture, which is very odd to me because they're like the most like hyper masculine, institutionally homosexual society, and they're always breeding the best. But then they also had like, even though they're all kind of competing in their brotherhood and gay, they also would have wives, and if they thought they were not up to snuff, they would say like, "Hey, bro, I think you should have kids with my wife." And it's like, what? Like what? How did this be? It's so contrasting to the rest of the culture. It's very interesting. Like sex in society and history is just very interesting to me. I used to want to get a psychology degree and do some sort of like sex research or clinical like therapy or something. I read this very interesting book by this woman sex therapist called like The Men on My Couch. She had these like different like vignette chapters about different guys and their different sexual hangups. It's very interesting. I think sex, not just like the pursuit, but just like the sex you are, male or female, just so many aspects that affect society and affect culture, pop culture, and attire trends. It's all sorts of things that are everything's kind of rooted in sex. And like Kellogg's and graham crackers were made because of sex, because there's this weird kind of cult of American fundamental Protestantism that thought that spiced, flavorful diets would lead to promiscuity and degeneracy. And so that's where a lot of cereal came from. And it's just like they thought that would curb libido. So it's like you have a whole food staple of American diet based on sex, So it's like I'm very interested in sex in large societal ways, complex ways beyond trendy topics. But the trendy topics are like an interesting gateway for the normies. So whatever is funny. Like there's some chick comedian that's kind of funny. She's kind of a red pill comedian. And she tells a lot of funny racist jokes. She was on Whatever apparently, and she has this joke because they're talking about dating McDonald's workers recently with these OnlyFans chicks, and she was on one of these, and it's like they're like, oh, so like there's a good guy, but he doesn't really have ambition, and he works at McDonald's, doesn't really make money, like you wouldn't be into him, and then she like undercuts the girl answering. It's like, what? Because he's black. And it's funny. Gorlock has come up because of all this. Like it's fun. It's interesting. Angus Swipes, right? Swan grew up in different people want to talk to each other. Angus Swipes, right? Post back sperm to each other. Oh god. I'm a male whore. I mean, I love beautiful OnlyFans chicks. Like that's awesome. Love Razor Candy. Got a couple of calendars. Do you prefer research sex than participate in? That would be unethical to invest in your own research like that. I mean, I guess you could make it like anecdotal. That'd be more like Kinsey shit, like when they're figuring.
I think you're saying
out
in general, do you like to look up research or do you like to go out and bang? I think that's what he's saying.
I guess both, but no, I try to abstain. Try to find. It's just like we're in such a fickle, short attention span society. It's like this whole time like the lack of religion and its effect is a big factor. And then we're in like the Netflix era of like instant gratification, and this affects so many other aspects of our thinking.
In a way, things being in our pocket, like in our phone, on the go, mobile.
Yeah.
So much of that too.
But yeah, whatever you see me enjoying on Twitter, Joy, just know I'm very restrained. As much as other people might be like, God, Angus is a degenerate. I see his likes, I see his retweets.
Think about what he doesn't post.
Oh, there's so much that I don't. It's like I limit my Angus account to only follow a few Gooner accounts and OnlyFans chicks. I could be following so much more because there's just so much.
I've been hearing the word Gooner lately. What is Gooner? I feel like an old man again. It's like I don't know what these kids are talking. Even though I'm one of the youngins, I don't know what the fuck these terms are half the time.
Well, suit as much as I love religion and stuff, and I grew up Christian, grew up Catholic. Well, I wasn't raised Catholic. We converted. That's yeah. Very interested because it's shaped more or less 2,000 years of Western history. But I think it's Christianity's finally found its foe in the LGBT and this moral relativism. It's finally being consumed like it did Rome, which I think is funny in the grand scheme of things. But no, it's like I don't care what Jesus would think. I don't even think Jesus is real.
Angus is gay furry confirmed.
Gay furry.
I mean, most furries are gay, I assume. So
yeah, no, I'm bi. I try, like, I don't like to virtue signal, but I offer it because I just want to be an example of self-confident men in the sense of like this whole like, oh, bi, so you're gay. It's like, no, gay guys don't like women. Like I mostly like women. I'll play with guys, you know.
Yeah, I am 30, Summer.
I'm 32.
Turned 30.
It's funny though, sometimes when I talk to Rookie, it's like there's some things in like media that like should be kind of like ace in the hole topics that you at least like
Yeah.
engage with, and Rookie's like no idea or never watched that thing. I'm like, what? Like you're
Yeah,
2
like,
years
I'll
younger.
admit there's some maybe I don't know if it's a type of sheltered or a type of just I just went over my head or I missed certain things. Yeah, they're some people that's what's funny. Some people think I'm older, and a lot of people think they're like, are you like out of high school? Like, and I mean, like with some of what I talk about, and sometimes with my face. When I have a beard, people will be like, "Yeah, you look about your age." But then, like when I don't have my beard, they're like, "So, do you graduate soon?" Like that kind of attitude. I get the baby face sometimes, the shaved look.
Oh, sorry, Sue. I don't think I said thank you for the super chat. If I did, I don't recall saying it, but yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think Old Man Dave is campaigning to get a Yaira statue. I think there's been multiple people that have been campaigning to like have people fund them buying
It's
the
actually
Yaira
pretty
statue.
funny because it's so expensive.
Well, I've been investing in this world for a while at eBay and stuff, so it's like, I mean, it's not just that I throw $500 around, but it's like that's not really like a crazy goal. Like once you get the first one, it's like, okay, that's manageable, you know.
Well, I guess so. Like, I guess it's different. So, like,
but it's
compared to the
also I
comic,
sell stuff,
well,
so it pays for
it's
my
I
addiction.
guess I'm seeing it in terms of like I think we all thought Yaira was going to make at least 2 million, if not more than 2 million, and it's like it hasn't. It's quite a bit short there. And so then you also have the statue associated with it, and all I can think is maybe you'll sell half of them. I guess like around there, or 600.
Doesn't Austin Powers make a short joke? He's like,
he makes a lot of short jokes.
Short supply,
something like that.
So like, I feel like I can't remember the context though, so I don't know who he's making it at. So I'm like lost, but it's like I know it's there. It's just what was it? Oh, Shrek 2, man. We watched Shrek 2. You haven't seen it in years. What'd you rate it?
Oh, I don't know what I'd rate it, but I enjoyed it. Still enjoyed the shit out of it. In some ways more than when I was younger, because I was younger, like a lot of stuff like that I liked, but wouldn't be able to tell you why and stuff. I thought this was pretty good. And after seeing Last Wish, I thought it was pretty funny. I still think Last Wish is like a better film, but this has better comedy overall. As its goal, like maybe I don't know if that's the right thing to say. They parody, they more drill Disney in the asshole a lot more with Shrek 2, which is funny, which I find funny.
No, I think Shrek's better than Last Wish. It's definitely funnier, but I think Last Wish is way more like I appreciate it as it's not as rewatchable, but I would say I appreciate it more than Shrek 2 as far as its complexity, especially for a kids film and the dark places it goes, the big concepts that are beyond children to really appreciate. It's like it's a film that kids are going to enjoy.
Balance of tone is good too.
It's a film that kids can enjoy, but they're not going to get most of like the actual sell. They're just going to enjoy like the shit on screen. But
the bad guy's trying to get him.
They're going to grow up with it and then like
look
find the depth. It's like with Star Wars, where it's like initially Star Wars is like that looks cool, lightsabers, planes, different planes and stuff, combat. But then I grow up with like that initial sell of like kid fodder, and then I grow up with it and find that same with Spider-Man. The Spider-Man films, it's like that's cool because Spider-Man he fights Doc Ock and Green Goblin and Venom, like that's cool. But then I don't even give a fuck really about the fights. Like the fights, especially with Doc Ock, are so visceral and enjoyable as an adult because there's so much emotional weight behind the fights. With my understanding that you don't have as a kid, so that's the value of Last Wish over Shrek, but Shrek is way more like tight, better film.
Maybe it's the kind of thing where when you say that, I'd have to kind of like compare their stats. Like I think the music's better in Shrek 2. I think the visuals are better in The Last Wish. I think there's more. Maybe there's more depth in The Last Wish. I think Shrek 2 has like a better has a good continuation of character from Shrek 1. Like honestly, like the character of Shrek isn't like they don't make him re-go through his journey like a lot of sequels will do. It's a different type of journey that he goes through, and they did it in clever ways. In there, Summer Swan is now shipping us.
Yeah. I'm going to address this. I'm going to address this. These recent comments by Suiton. They're having fun,
Summer.
which is funny. But
Yes.
I'm going to pop a hole in this. If I'm not banging guys. There's like a cluster, so it's like, all right, which one do I pick? But let me see. If you're gonna get married, would you adopt? Well, I think if Joe's Rookie, and it's like kind of not Joe, it's like, hey, if you moved here, like, yeah, I would be like Chuck and Larry. I would totally marry Rookie for like if we're like roommates, or whatever. For like the tax benefit for us mutually, but like no, there's no gay interest on my part with Rookie. Like it's because we're bros, we get along so well that like there's just like a mental block. Also, I guess like insight with my bisexuality. So I grew up, Christian stuff. So I grew up with like this interest. I'm it's hard to explain because people think like, oh, you're bi, so it's like 50-50. It's like, no, it's basically phallic, I guess, interest. I don't really like guys romantically. I can't ever envision like dating a guy. If it happened, I get like, if it was a twink or like a femboy, a tranny, that's fine because it's already like in a femme display for me. But like just a guy, like that's weird to me.
Yeah, and I'm not gay or bi, so
yeah, I've never
not
thought about Rookie
happening.
that way. That's funny though. The ship is whatever. That's funny, but no. Yeah, it's very weird because I grew up Christian, so I always had like it never shared with my parents because like it would just be nothing to ever fucking address. Like the idea of just hetero relationships with my talking with my parents was like such like a hurdle. I was surprised they let me have a girlfriend when I was in high school. It was like, wow, they're really being lax with me. Like they're so psychotic with their religious shit and chaste and whatever. So I would like never address my curiosity as a young man with my parents. Because then like they might try to send me to like gay conversion therapy or something. I don't know. They're psychotic. And yeah, so I pretty much live with like a pray the gay away. That was never enforced or pushed on me. It was just like trying to be Christian. I knew that was sinful, so I just try to like not indulge the interest. But eventually I left Christianity, not at all because of sexuality. I very much defend Christians, Muslims, whatever, with their basically by today's standard anti-gay stance. It's biblical. Like you're not supposed to be gay if you're Christian, or I guess a more nuanced take. If you're gay and you're trying to be a devout Christian, you have to abstain. You cannot indulge. You can be aware of your gay attraction. Maybe you can force the straight life like a lot of closeted guys used to do in the day. But yeah, so it's like I have a weird perspective with like, it's like I have to know you're gay or bi to like play with you. But it's like I don't ever plan like an investor relationship because it's just weird. I'm very female oriented in like relationships.
Well, yeah, like I want to have the patch of land with the woman and kids and stuff.
Yeah,
way, the old-fashioned
it's like
way.
even if I invested in, like I said, like the more femme male relationship, it would be like secondary. It'd be like I guess like some sort of like poly thing where it's like I have my lady, I have my main bitch, and then this is like the third wheel that's for me kind of thing. Like I just no, like yeah, so it's like my bisexuality is very weird because it's not like I was just free and open my whole life, and it's like but yeah, ultimately I say this stuff because I want to be a good example for men's self-confidence, where it's like this whole like gay agenda pride march stuff of like femme men. People associate gay with effeminization. When like Spartans, they were like aggro testosterone males and we're gay. It's like no one identifies gay with masculinity, which should be the case. I'm not like an alpha Chad bro, but it's like I try to be typical guy. I'm just like open and honest about myself, and I'm open for the benefit of other men to be self-confident. I know there's some guys that as Christians battle with that curiosity. It's like they're curious, but they have to abstain. And so they just like eat themselves inside. It's like, hey, either, be true to yourself and address that and be a faithful Christian and don't indulge, but acknowledge your interests and be true to yourself, or don't be Christian and indulge, so I try to have that honest take. But you have no interest on my part with Rookie. But yeah, it's like if you're like Chris Hemsworth, it's like, yeah, it's a handsome guy, but like I have like a friend kind of association as a fan watching his stuff where it's like, being gay with Chris Hemsworth, that's fucking weird. No, yucky. Like there's so it's like, yeah, any kind of friend bond that's like instantly a block for gay shit, unless it was like, hey, we met on Grindr and then we become friends having been gay together. So that's like, yeah, a weird mental block I have, I guess. In your 30s and you're talking about cartoons. Oh,
to call Attack on Titan a cartoon. I mean, to call SpongeBob a cartoon, I guess. Sure.
It's like looking at it. No, my favorite scene in Spider-Man, I know you're joking, but my favorite scene in Spider-Man trilogy is when he's talking to Aunt May about being there with Uncle Ben and how he lied, and he kind of half exposes his secret life to Aunt May in that shock. And it's that's like an Oscar-worthy scene that like no one talks about. It's beautiful. That's my favorite scene. It's not even that. It's like my
wasn't
favorite,
as good as the last action scene though.
There should have been explosions during that scene. Marriage is the first step, Angus, just as God intended.
Yeah, I did not grow up religious at all. There was kind of the thing where they let us choose if we wanted to or not, and I think at most there was like a children's Bible in the house, and the only thing I remembered from it was there's some dude that had long hair that if you cut it, he's a bitch or something. That was like,
oh yeah,
the
go
only
ahead
thing
and
I knew.
flip. I don't care. I know. Yeah, I know. It's like strange. Yeah, I definitely get like this. These admissions are strange for men, but again, I just try to be a more confident example for men. Because that's what heroes do, as Thor said. No, I think it really is a problem. Like the only good non-hetero role models, if you will, are like Dylan Mulvaney. I'm not saying good is like I think they're good, but the only like positive in reinforcement in media people get with non-hetero males is like Dylan Mulvaney being a woman or whatever.
Then people, Caitlyn Jenner or whatever.
Caitlyn Jenner, or there's that weird Jeffrey guy. It's like on TikTok and telling
I don't know if people
like,
had that
get on a
positive
secret
thoughts.
chat.
I don't know if people thought about positive things with that one. I don't
Well,
know.
no,
Like
but like, well, no,
eyebrow
like
raiser.
it's shared like on libs of TikTok as like negative. But I'm saying,
Oh, right.
there's only there's never like masculine homosexual or bi men in the media that are promoted that are like obviously masculine. Like if Chris Hemsworth came out, it's like gay or bi. I don't think they'd really promote him as like a part of the rainbow because there's just too much like masculinity to his persona and stuff. Tom Brady, just think of any like prolific male figure in entertainment and sports, and it's like, oh, like he's bi, and like they would not promote them like they do effeminate men that proclaim this. That's my point. So I'm trying to like fight that. This all comes from when I got out of the army. First, I was at Walmart. And I didn't know it back then because I wasn't into YouTube stuff back then, besides like maybe I look up a video here or there, but I didn't like follow anybody. I just maybe started watching Chris Stuckman and Jeremy Johns, but I wasn't like really into like movie talk or anything. But anyway, these guys are Snyder Bros. I like retroactively realize. And because of confining with like someone else like in the kind of like secondary clique on my shift, there was like this flamer gay guy that she was friends with that worked like at the front of the store. I was back in Derry, and she's like, "Oh, why don't you hang out with us at lunch at this table?" And he's like, well, "I don't really feel welcome," because he got like homophobe vibes or from those guys. And she's like, "Oh, well, like Angus is bi," and so then he blabbed it to his work wife, who like didn't like me, so she blabbed it to those guys, and they like instantly just like got weird with me because I didn't disclose. And so they thought like I was like, I guess like sneaky, like trying to sneaky gay them or something. Cause I'm like, hey, let's hang out. Cause like I like them. I want to be friends with them. There's nothing gay at all in my interest to be friends with them. But they
You want to play Halo, you fucking queermo. You want to go watch a basketball game.
And so they instantly
lose.
retroactively recontextualize any interaction as like, he was just trying to get in her pants. And it's like, wow, that's so presumptive of you. Like, I'm not, I never even thought of y'all like that, even as a joke. And it's like, I worked for them like 6 months and I was wanting to be friends with them, but then like, they kind of just like completely cut me out when they found it out. And it's like, so I got my own little taste of like the coming out of the closet kind of story, horror stories, whatever, the fear. So it's like, I think it's way overdone the way people talk about like they're a champion because they've come out. But I definitely can relate to some degree with that fear, especially because at the time I was still trying to be Christian, and it's still something I was wrestling with, being Christian, being Catholic, wanting to like, I'm not doing enough, not going to church enough. I need to like reinvest in God or whatever. And then this like hits me, and it's like, well, fuck, like they don't even understand like my own turmoil, my own like inner battle with this like awareness of myself. And so that was just not fun to like try to invest in people and they instantly turn on you because something that shouldn't matter at all. So that kind of like skews you. It's like, oh fuck, like these guys reacted this way, so I guess I gotta like be up front and be like, I'm bi, just so you don't like find out and then turn on me, So it's like puts you in a weird state, and so that kind of influenced me to I guess be more open in the end. The only non-hetero role models are gay ones. Well, I mean, I guess deductive reasoning, sure. Tom Brady is what Tony Romo would be like if he had a better coach, a better offensive is what be like, better defense. So I don't know if you know this, kid, but Tony Romo is like my favorite quarterback. Like if I had a all-time list to build a team for all history, you adjust their stats, whatever, for equivalency, Tony Romo's my guy. As an Eagles fan, I am an objective fan enough to say like Tony Romo was amazing. Very frustrating as an Eagles fan to watch him and like you're like, oh, we're gonna sack him, and he fucking slips out and makes a pass. Like he was so fun to watch though, and he's a great announcer. So yeah,
Suit is on you tonight.
So you came out as bi, and since then been punishing women who have children. Do you need a hug, Angus? Oh God, be more open in the end. Yeah. Well, it's frustrating too because they have like they'll like queer Superman's kid out of nowhere, so just making another kid or something, and then there's like, oh, they turned Superman gay, and it's like, if you're bi, like if you're gay, you don't like women at all. You don't like trans women. Like you don't like feminine presentation. Like what are you talking about? I'm not against a hug, I guess, but I don't. I'm fine. This is years.
He's
This,
like,
like
"Oh, you
this is like
feel
8 years ago. It
Are
happened at
your
Walmart.
feelings hurt?" It's like just
No,
doing there.
no. Let's see. I'm open for the benefit of other men. Be more open in the end. I guess. Yeah. I guess I should run. I guess I should run as a diverse LGBTQ candidate for the Republican Party. If Jerry comes to your house, make sure the back door is open. Wait, are you talking about the pop culture minefield guy? Black queering is no, no. I really hate the gay agenda. They've really overstepped their bounds in various ways. For a net negative, there's gonna be a hyper just generation of the next one's gonna be like super hate women. They're gonna super hate gays because both demographics have way overstepped their bounds societally. Show me on this doll where women hurt you, Angus.
Right here, my heart. No.
I feel like there's some, I don't know where it's from. It's like it's Cold Dead Heart or something. Like I don't know where it's from though.
It reminds me of South Park where they're like, "Let's cool his hot heart with the Fresh Island song. Let's warm his cool heart with the Fresh Island." They're like saying it all wrong, different order. Let's freeze his warm heart with the Cool Island song.
All right, so I'm reading.
But we went a long way from Nick or
right. Yeah. Well, it's because of the
That's
cuck
funny.
shit, and so yeah.
That's funny.
All right, so this is from AAP Fact Check. I don't know how accurate they actually are, because you know Trump. Ever since Trump, all these fact check companies have been shown to be very skewed. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. So I was talking about earlier was this thing. So it says male DNA living forever in women after sex is short on evidence. The statement: a social media post claims that if a woman has sex with a man, his DNA lives in her forever. The text of this post goes on to say, if you have sex with a man, his DNA lives in you forever. Research by University of Seattle, USA has proven that. There's now a greater understanding why God asks us to not have sex before we get married. This research proves that any man a woman has sex with leaves a part of his DNA in the woman. The man who has had more sex with her leaves more of his DNA in the woman. So when a woman ovulates, the egg
They
that
don't
she
have
produces
like a vacuum
contain
cleaner to
more
suck it out or something.
of others' DNAs. Well, it's funny you say that because apparently I haven't verified this, but I've heard that that's the purpose of the foreskin, which is interesting because it might have been on Rogan or it's like Chris Williamson, one of these channels. Like offhand, there it might have been like no, I was listening to a random dolphin podcast because I was doing research for Smokescreen, and they're talking about like dolphin ejaculate and then some other marine animals, how they have like not only do they have giant schlongs, but that they also like just like shoot like a fire hose because of multiple suitors in the animal kingdom. Like there's different animals that will like, you know, sleep around and like basically the best sperm will win. And so this has affected the male evolution. And so, like, say male one has sex with female one, and then female one has sex with male two, he's going to shoot a load. And depending on the recency, that'll like blast out the other guy's load. And it's like, wow, that's fucking crazy. And so I've heard, I haven't verified, but I've heard that's the purpose of the foreskin is it's like a vacuum essentially in promiscuous competition. Because you know, like we're apes and all the other apes are promiscuous to some degree. And so it's like basically the best sperm will win out. So this seems to apply to humans because they're male and female kind of both wire to be promiscuous as a default. Not to say that we won't like pair bond and maybe like monogamy is like kind of a natural occurrence, but you know, there's promiscuity beforehand. Anyway, the post goes on to say The study found the presence of genetically distinct male cells in the brains of women called microchimerism. This also means these other male cells will be found in a fetus when the woman gets pregnant, it says. Let me see. So what is the verdict? The study that appears to be the source of the Facebook post claims does not suggest that a man's DNA is transferred into a woman during sexual intercourse. The idea that women carry the DNA of their sexual partners can be traced to a 2017 article from Your Newswire, a frequent source of misinformation. The article cites a new study from researchers which purportedly showed women retain and carry living DNA from every man with whom they've had intercourse. However, the study it referred to, published in the medical journal PLOS 1 in 2012, was not new at the time of either the 2017 article or the Facebook post. Study titled Male Microchimerism in the Human Female Brain was also misidentified in both cases as involving researchers from University of Seattle. Instead, it involved academics from Seattle's Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center and the University of Washington in Seattle. One of Fred Hutchinson's center's labs focuses on the concept of microchimerism, which it says most commonly involves the exchange of DNA between mother and child during pregnancy. Identifying the existence of male cells in the bodies of females is not new, as this blog post published about the research pointed out. For example, it cited 1996 research that found pregnancy set up a long-term low-grade chimeric state in the human female. The significance of the 2012 study was to demonstrate for the first time the presence of genetically distinct male cells in the brains of women whose bodies were examined during autopsy. However, it does not mention sexual intercourse as the source of the foreign DNA. Rather, it states the most likely source of male microchimerism in female brain is acquisition of fetal microchimerism from pregnancy with a male fetus. In women without sons, male DNA can also be acquired from an abortion or a miscarriage. The study noted the pregnancy history was not known for all the subjects, which meant pregnancy as a source of the DNA could not be properly evaluated. Other possible sources of the male DNA were stated as a recognized or vanished male twin, an older male sibling, or through non-irradiated blood transfusion. Nevertheless, other studies have speculated that sexual intercourse could be one of several potential sources of male cells found in women and girls. A 2016 Danish study and a 2005 study both raised intercourse as a possible source of male microchimerism, but neither investigated the supposition in depth. None of the studies support the post claim that all men leave part of their DNA in a woman during sex, nor that this purported foreign material is then transferred to a woman's eggs and children. One of the authors who leads a research team told Insider there's no scientific evidence to suggest male DNA was routinely retained from women's sexual partners. Okay, so this went around because it was like a misread study. So women who have male children or have had blood transfusions from men in their autopsy will find male DNA traces. So it's basically blood exchange is what's happening, not intercourse. So that clears it up because I was very interested in this.
Right. Well, I kind of figured that isn't how it would have worked because, I mean, don't you have to keep like semen cold at a certain temperature or something to keep it able? Otherwise, it dies or something. Or wouldn't
They're
it
gonna
wouldn't
say
be
cold. It's like
would it be no, not cold. Like whatever temperature. I don't know what temperature you keep it at.
well, yeah, you freeze it. Yeah, there's sperm banks.
But I mean, you know, like the implication being that the sperm would not be functional to impregnate somebody if it's at the wrong temperature. So, I assume if it's in their cooch for too long, then it's not going to do its job.
Oh my god, why are you so interested in this? Are you even non-hetero?
It's pretty gay, dude, to be shipping us this whole time.
Hey, yeah, make fucking like biggest problem. Or I don't give a fuck. That's funny.
That's funny.
Definitely not based on any reality.
See, to make it clear, I need to have a female that can be pregnant, that can give birth to children. That is the interest.
Yeah, if like
but not where I'm trapped into the situation. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Honestly, yeah, it's funny you're doing this like ship joke stuff, but it's like if Rookie ever like approached me, I'd be like, what the fuck's what happened to you? Did you get
You'd be like,
did you get raped? Did you go to
hit
jail?
you get hit with a fag gun? Like I could see that.
Yeah, I would just be like instantly concerned. Be like, well, that's not happening.
Who's holding you hostage? What's going on? What dirt did they have?
Ian calls it light brown Angus. So sure you don't forget the G when we're branding though. If you did, you could get a bunch of new potential meat. Yeah, we are apes. We are apes. OG suit. Only one. Yeah. Oh, I'm aware of the anus. Yeah, that actually. Yeah, you know, I've seen on porn people make like review channels of porn, like they just react to porn. I'm just like, that's so cheap. Come on, like. So if womb transplants were a thing, would you? Jeez, shut the fuck up, suit. I'm gonna ban you. No, it's interesting though. But yeah, so the DNA supposition by that post is false. But there is a lot of study with like pair bonding and stuff. So the more partners a woman has, the less likely she is to actually like commit long term with another man. So there's kind of scientific research to like go hand in hand with like religious impositions on women that like you should be virgins till you're married. Because otherwise it's just like there's scientifically proof that like multiple partners is a hindrance to successful marriages. But like men, we don't have that problem because like sex is mentally very different for us. Not to say like we'll kill people for like sleeping with their wives or whatever, you know, sure. But like the ease, lack of like investment to like bounce from partner to partner, it's no really effect on men. But definitely has it on women. So that kind of lines up with like the idea of like the misread research post about the DNA thing. So you're not off the hook, Summer Swan. Love
Wait,
myself.
did you explain what gooning is? We went on a lot of different topics
gooning.
here.
Okay, let's look up the definition just so I make sure I
The
get
good point. Thank you for bringing that back up, Summer Swan. I did not get my answer.
Internet
It's like
slang.
there's
a form
a
of
post.
masturbation that involves edging, which means maintaining sexual arousal without reaching orgasm for a long period of time, resulting in a hypnotic trance-like state. So it means edging to the point of a transcendental state, essentially.
Huh.
Let's look up Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, because I think
Gooning.
you sent me the clip with the Stan Lee thing. It's like Gooner Man.
Oh, Gooner Man.
And I was like, I don't actually. I can imply what it means, but I don't know if I get what that means. So
all right, so here is it properly used in a sentence on Urban Dictionary. I spent 10 hours gooning over the weekend.
That's not specific enough at all.
Okay, so here's here's at least one of the definitions on Urban Dictionary. Gooning may be most simply defined as that state usually achieved after a prolonged edging session when a man becomes completely hypnotized by the feeling radiating his penis. Since a gooning state can only be achieved after edging, the man's dick will become mightily aroused at this point, and every caress the male genitals are subjected to will trigger potent elation. As the man keeps edging and thus keeps experiencing intense pleasure, he enters a state of trance where his mind intimately merges with his cock. The gooning state.
This sounds like a form of Super Saiyan or something.
The gooning state where he and his dick become one.
They fuse into one being.
become a human dick Voltron. An unstoppable force.
It like unlocks it, it unattaches. It, like,
To be
becomes-
even more accurate, when the gooning state is achieved, the man's body becomes, for all intents and purposes, an appendage to his erection. When this state is achieved, the male becomes freed of all social codes of conduct, and his arousal alone dictates his reactions. As a result, a gooned out man will become very expressive and demonstrative. He may become very vocal, while his body and face might take on undignified expressions and poses, all in response to the intensely exquisite caresses his penis is exposed to. Hence the term goon, since at this point the man effectively looks like a silly, foolish, or eccentric person. Gooning is not a narcissistic manifestation. Narcissism is extreme selfishness with a grandiose view of one's own talents. Rather, gooning is closer to a meditation experience where the mind and the body align, focus on a single thought or feeling in this case. So that is the in-depth gooning definition. Another one for males. The act of becoming completely self-absorbed with your penis and masturbation, such that your face and manners will take on the personality of a goon. Tongue out, vacant expression, grunting, muttering. Men gooning often prefer hours of edging, erection to actual release or orgasm. An artifact of modern times and plentiful porn. Used in a sentence, after smoking a huge bowl, Andy looked forward to the hours of gooning that followed.
That'd be great to have this be in a spelling bee for like
Hey, give it 5 or 10 years. There was some clip going around a couple weeks ago of like someone like a teacher like, hey, pay attention or something. And it's like he won't stop edging or something like that. It's just like Jesus Christ, like how fucking I would never fucking God, what a fucking nightmare to like get busted at school jerking it through your pants. Oh, you can't come back from that. Like that's a social scar for life.
Mm-hmm.
Edgelord Angus has a new meaning. Always about the male with Angus. Hell yeah. I think I love myself. You know, I'm working on being more paleo diet based. Not because I think like agriculture is gay or anything. Agriculture is amazing. But I'm fat, so I have sleep apnea problems, and I've successfully changed my diet a lot over the last couple of years. I'm very like very protein focused. Because of you suit, I had to like think how I'm going to say this.
Mm-hmm. You get a lot of protein, a lot of males serve you protein.
I don't know the gender of the protein I consume. So you may still want to unalive your offspring. What the fuck? Oh my god, the cock. Black Angunis. Hey, that's like a Super Saiyan. That's okay. That's
Black Angunis unlocked.
Hey, someone make like crazy furry goon art for the channel. What the hell is this?
It said it unlocks like a transformation. It's like oh, it's Super Saiyan 3. Oh, but it's with
Oh, we'll definitely talk about Arcada soon. Not like today. I think we're tapped out, but show up. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really. I mean, I put like Trump in the. I mean, Furiosa was clearly like a good chunk of the show, but like the Trump was just kind of a passive thing. Recently,
we're making up for not streaming for like a month.
Yeah. I like to just work off either guest or the chat. I'm not against fat chicks if it's like proportionally fat. Let me some BBWs. You didn't know I was fat. I mean, I don't lie or hide that I'm fat.
No, because the picture I posted was like you eating a pizza. And Justin was looking at the camera like, what? Like a Scooby-Doo face.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
No,
we're at that place where the fish were trying to eat our pizza.
Yeah, the fuck. Let me look up on maps what it's called.
I think it was just like a waterfront bar or something.
It might have been.
I don't know if it had a
Waterfront.
special. I don't know if it had a special name or not.
No, it had a name. It was on the box. Let me zoom out and go to Buckeye Lake. Look up restaurants in this area.
It was pretty cool. There was like it was right by the docks and a lake and stuff, and there was a bunch of fish that's like coming around that apparently people can like toss their food to, and it's all these fat freaking fish trying to eat. It's pretty funny. Like, if you're a fisherman, that'd be too easy. It'd be like, come on, like.
Yeah, I think they're bass.
Yeah, I think they're bass.
Wait, Pompaboos. Let me look at the picture. That was the place we were going to. Now I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, we were going to that one, so it was close. We had to walk about, half mile. I'm trying to figure out which way we would have walked, though, because it's not popping up on the map. That's annoying. Anyway, yeah, we ate pizza and wings. I was kind of disappointed at how little they had on the menu. I was like, damn it. Like, it's probably great for a rookie because he doesn't fucking eat anything.
It's just like a normal food.
Well, it's like, yeah, like, I can't remember. There was different things. I'm just like, man, they got like nothing on here. So I'm just
it's too basic. It's too basic for sure. What wasn't a great? We're from the different. Well, I mean, for me, I'm from the west, going over to the east to try your delights. Nope.
Screw you, suit. Oh man. Anything else, Ricky? Anything else? Memes or interesting things before we head out?
No.
I have a bunch, but I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah. No, we've gone for over 5 hours. That's plenty. Plenty of time there. Yeah, so there's the video that I posted where I was like, I have arrived and I met Justin and Angus, and now we're gonna get started. And then I posted the picture that was before that afterward, which is funny. We really didn't YouTube brain anything when we hung out. We didn't like, oh, we should like, take a video of this or take a picture of that. It was just like, nope, just hanging out.
Yeah, just hanging out with proper, yeah.
We watched a lot. We watched too much shit, honestly. We like.
Oh, dude, watching Black Mirror with friends, that was fun.
Black Mirror, I never watched that show before. That was a very interesting show, and we were like getting slightly high and drinking a little. So that was a interesting show to watch with that. And then it had the guy who played Todd Alquist.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Which funny on in El Camino filming for his stuff, they call him Dolph for Adolf, like for his code name.
Oh, wow.
or they'd call him Meth Damon or whatever.
Meth Damon, that's good.
Meth Damon.
I'm gonna have to steal that for my Methoverse. That's good.
Yep,
that's good. Oh man, Meth Damon. It's so easy.
The at least funny code
I
names.
hate when jokes are that simple, just like this, the slightest little twist. It's like, how did I not think about that? God, you kick yourself. It's like, oh, it's right there.
And he looks like him, kind of like a little junior sort of Damon. Except for his face is kind of fat. And,
it's funny because like I'm not a big Star Trek fan. Like, I like the first 5 movies. I mean, I think Khan is the worst of them. It's a great film. It's just the worst Star Trek film because it just feels like I know about the film, so I know that it's like a studio knee-jerk reaction to try to be like Star Wars and compete with Star Wars instead of just being Star Trek, and it's different sci-fi. So I don't revere Wrath of Khan like everyone else does. But I've watched a couple episodes of the show, the old show. It's just not my franchise, and I haven't invested the time to like see if that would change. And so I was like, oh great, it's a Star Trek episode, whatever. And I was like, what the fuck's this? And then it starts developing where it's like, oh, this is all in his head in like a game, and like he's actually a complete dweeb, and everyone overlooks him, and you think maybe it's just like, oh, he's like beta, and so if they only knew like he's a nice guy, if he knew like social cues, he could, you know. And it's like, oh, he's kind of a creep, and this is like his weird fucking fantasy that he's like. And then it brings up the question of what is sentience, what is existence, because you got like these avatars that are genetically based somehow off swabs, but they're not real. But then it's like they're trapped and they're aware they're trapped and they want to get out. Just very interesting. It's very Twilight Zone kind of shit. Just very Blade Runner. And I was very impressed because I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't properly pick this fucking Jesus Christ. We start watching, I'm like, oh, and it just keeps going more and more. And like every episode is just so in depth with the twists. I love that show. It's everything I've watched. It's like there's not been a bad episode so far. Can never get to watch the sports. The idea of watching guys in shorts chasing a ball seems too gay for me. I mean, I guess it's one way to look at it, but like I just love like it's a war replacement. Keely, I guess, is a Star Trek guy. Much like Generations, I would never watch that movie a second time because I don't want to see the Enterprise D destroyed again. Wait, is that the fifth one? Is that number 5? Number 4 is the best one with the whales. It's kind of retarded, but they're like aware and it makes it fun. I'm very excited to get through the Star Trek movies with Berkey at some point because I do really like them. 7. Okay, I've only watched I've seen Nemesis when I was a kid, but like I had no fucking idea what I was watching, like plot wise. So
yeah, I never had an interest in Star Trek.
I think Star Trek's cool, but it's like it's a fucking communist utopia. It's bullshit, you know. Like we're never. That's why I like Arrival, because Arrival offers that kind of like Star Trek premise of like, well, if like aliens were around, we would all unite. And Arrival's like, oh, this would just create new factions.
well, it's funny, like, because it's like I say, I never got into Star Trek. It's like, set phaser to stun, beam me up, Scotty, and blah blah blah. But it's like, well, yeah, I'm into Star Wars, where it's like, use the Force, Luke, and you were the chosen one. So it's like, if I'm looking at quotes, they're funny.
Well, it's funny because Lucas is a libtard too, and Star Wars is kind of trying to admonish America for being this like new evil empire against the Vietnamese. That's like the intent of its like initial like inspiration. And then
it's actually about Ukraine standing up to Russia.
And then the prequels is like showing how democracy decays into tyranny. And ultimately, Lucas trying to be like a cautionary tale. And I think it's kind of silly given how much he knows about mythology and culture and stuff. It's like, I feel like you'd have to know about anacyclosis and how it's just like a ever revolving door of some kind of democracy and some kind of tyranny. We're just always going back and forth. But even with that like kind of libtard sentiment of Lucas, politically, it's such like there's nothing like rose colored about it, like if the rebels win doesn't mean that like, oh, it's just like we're democratic and diverse and it's just everything works, it's like there's just always hurdles with our hero faction. There's always going to be something internal or cosmic with like Force users. There's never really harmony that can last because everything's evolving and changing. Star Trek's got this libtard idea of just everyone getting on the same page of Earth, and it's so far-fetched.
Yep.
I think Mad Max has way more reality to it, conceptually, of like what would humanity be in the future than Star Trek. Alex Kurtman can live long and suck it. That's funny. It's a very useful play on that phrase. That's good. Anyway, I don't know if you want to stay to watch Saul or anything, but regardless, enjoy hanging out with y'all. Appreciate it. Definitely a wacky stream getting back, but fun going along with the chat, helping us dictate conversation. Let me see. Yeah, I'm off next week, so be back Thursday. It might be streaming tomorrow. We'll see if I can fit it in between before Biggest Problem, because I always try to watch it live. But hopefully see you in the chat if you watch Biggest Problem. Go talk to you later.